Daisy the Dumpster Dog. A sordid tale of dystopian hubris and convenient canine rationalizations. An auto-narrated audiobook. Copyright 2022 by Cort. Episode 311, Daisy. Are you a dog? Daisy was immediately off-put by such a question. It's not like it was the first time she'd heard it. In fact, she was constantly teased by Nemesys buddies who hounded her and her friends every day at the dumpsters. But they didn't matter, at least not at this moment. What did matter was that this sniveling, no-good chihuahua half-breed had the gall to ask her such a question. After all, he wasn't much to look at himself. Perhaps well below much. She waited to bark a retort, knowing that such an indignity and personal slight must not be countered instantly or impulsively. No, she'd learned her lessons from what seemed like years of taunting by other canines. She knew to pause until he was thoroughly full of himself, until he was certain he had firmly gained the upper hand and could therefore elevate himself above her in the caste, the local dog hierarchy of dominance. Once this prickly-haired half-pint before her had become so captivated with his own sarcastic vinegar, so disengaged from the reality at hand, then she'd lunge for his jugular. Figuratively, anyway. She'd slay him with her calm wit. Disarm him with a word or two about where she stood in the broad scheme of things, and remind him how lowly his own status would be as a newbie at the trash bins. Then along came another yapping barrage. I asked if you were a dog, oh magnificently dull one. Did you get that? Can you respond to such a plain and simple inquiry? Daisy stared at him without twitching an ear or batting her long white eyelashes, then waited patiently for more. I sense no tail to speak of, he continued. The mongrel moved his head side to side in order to glimpse her backside, as if she was curling it under her. Yep, clearly no tail. I see a little stump or stumpet or odd boil-like growth on the ill-defined bum. Doubt that it's waggable, though. It's looking pretty unnatural to me by all accounts, and is readily distracting to us real dogs. At this juncture, Daisy's blood had begun to stir. Her front paw was slightly shaking in anger, sending a subtle signal to this mangy rat that she was about to bluster forth with her own cannonade of yelps. The impertinence of this pathetic creature, so quick to comment on her tail, or lack thereof. This entire encounter was a first for her. Shocking. She contemplated biting him, though a quick peek at his sniveling snout full of teeny sharp teeth sent a signal that he might hold a few nasty tricks in abeyance. Still receiving no response to his inquiries, he sighed. Hey, I'm only asking an obvious question to an abundantly obvious omission, right? And any normal canine would assume that with such colossal ears, you should be super enabled to hear me properly. My heavens, though, are those truly ears? They look like alien antennae designed to capture and relay a signal to attack our planet. Yeah, that's the correct conclusion about those unsightly obtrusions. You're an alien hybrid, but they forgot to hybridize in a tail to make you appear like a real dog. As if that wasn't bad enough, they engineered your ears way too large for the size of your head. Kind of donkey-like. No, I stand corrected. Jackass-like. And I can't determine what breed they intended you to be either. Possibly an unfortunate mix between a wire-haired terrier and a Westie, if one had to guess. Either way, it's apparent that whatever those things are atop your skull, they're certainly not ears. He took a few wary steps towards her, thinking she indeed was deaf or alien or maybe not even a dog. Worse yet, perhaps she had no communication skills whatsoever. He'd known that type among many of his peers. Canines who had been abused so thoroughly by standees, those two-legged dogs, that they lost all ability to communicate except for occasional sad and forlorn whimpers. Those standees, what a waste of space, he thought. One or two okay, a few indifferent and most bad, at least in his experience. Never met one he liked much, and they didn't seem to like him much either. You haven't peeped a word yet, whatever you are, alien jackass stub-tail dog faker. I repeat, dog faker. You likely don't have a name, do you? Daisy's mind was churning wildly with comebacks. When should I interject? When should I slay this annoying dragonelle? I mean, look at the doltish dung beetle. An immobilized front leg. Can't see fur under it. Maybe it's a defective robotic attachment? The insignificant imp has some nerve talking to me like this when it's clear he can hardly walk straight. He'll learn who's boss around here when I embed a few daisy tooth marks in his overstuffed butt. She also was sizing him up, wondering what pack to put him in. Clearly not her pack. Hers was a tight team already, and he seemed far too annoying as an addition should he stay. He would only drag them down, and definitely reduce their status in the caste. But given his pathetic limp, it was a greater likelihood that this newcomer was not transiting far from her digs, her lair. He might be sticking nearby for a while, at least until Nemesys and his gang of thugs showed up, so she needed to carefully consider a response. It was always better to make a friend than an enemy, she understood, even a friend as disgustingly mouthy as this one. She could simply let him continue whining on his impotent tirade, making wisecracks about her appearance like he was a sit-up comedian verbally assaulting a patron that failed to laugh at a bad joke. But she was not about to laugh. In fact, she was so upset at this short-haired scumrant that both of her front paws were now visibly shaking. He continued, confident that he could throw any insult her way without fear of a counterattack. Tisk. I'm not getting anything here. No tail. Excessively large ears. Alien. Then your front legs are overextended for your body. Do you realize that? They're taller than your back legs. If a saddle was placed on you, the rider would slide right off the back. Reminds me of pictures of hyenas that I've seen before. Maybe that's it. One of your near ancestors was a hyena. Problem is that you inherited none of their good traits, and the one you did inherit makes your front legs appear too extended for your unsculpted, adipose dense body. That was it. She'd heard enough from this pipsqueak, and it was time to silence his itty-bitty toothy voice hole. She began her witty retort by doing what she always did when confronted with trouble, at least the non-threatening kind. She lifted her top lips to expose her canine teeth. That's a pretty pathetic smile or attempted growl, he smirked after surveying her mouth. You should see a dog mouth standy about that tartar buildup, or you're bound to lose the rest of your front teeth. Darn wimp, she whispered, sensing that she had accidentally exposed too much of another of her many obvious faults, the missing front teeth. She couldn't remember exactly how it happened, only that it had happened. One day she was playing rope toy tug-of-war with her best standy mate, and he slung her in circles a bit as they played. Next thing she knew, her front gums were in pain and she was forced against her will to visit the white-coated dog-mouth standees dude with the needles. Initially, she thought it would be just a fun ride in that box with wheels, yet it turned out instead as a bad trip for all. Fun jumping in and out of the box. Fun sniffing the grounds, until she was forced inside the big box to unwillingly confront those needles and pliers. But that was long, long ago. Water under the bridge. Things were great then. Nothing to worry about. Good food. Air conditioning and heat. A little box of her own to sleep in. Standees to play with. Nice ones. Felt like a family. Like being a part of something bigger and better, and far, far different than living the dumpster life. After fruitless searching, she'd given up on ever finding that great standees family. So she returned to the life she knew as a pup. The backyard gate blew open that fateful day, the day of the dark storm, and she decided to take a sniff around the neighborhood outside the fence. But the sniff turned into a rout when that dreadful stray came at her with all fours in gear. She ran miles and miles, it seemed, fleeing from that slug of a dog. Wet and tired, but in one piece, she attempted to trace her way back. Tried to locate her best standees ever. But it was as if they had disappeared. They and the big boxes they lived in. Indeed, it seemed the whole entire neighborhood where she took walks simply vanished. Nothing was the same despite endless searching. Exhausted and dejected, however, she found one silver lining. That Dorco sign. It saved her. Every Dorco had dumpsters, and that meant food and drink and smelly stuff to roll in and ingest. Dumpsters were the best thing that standee canines ever created for stray four-legged canines. What? Did you actually squeak? He howled with laughter, confident that he had one-upped her and elevated himself a few rungs. Things were appearing to start out well for him in these new surrounds, he considered. She drew back at this latest slight. Couldn't he tell that with her ears, she had the best hearing in the entire Dorco area, and perhaps in all of dogdom? And his own ears were no walk in the park. Proportionately, they were almost as big as hers. Or maybe not. Shush, she hissed. Watch your wicked tongue there, ratty boy. He looked around, first to his right, then to his left, as if unfazed by her weak attempt at a defensive counter. Did you say ratty boy? Sorry, but is there another canine in the vicinity? I don't see one. Surely you're not calling me that name? Me, a purebred chihuahua? Episode 312, Rat Dog. Daisy raised her nose high in the air. That was the sign, wasn't it? The sign of complete disregard for any dog that stood before her. The ubiquitously recognized subtle indication of indifference that was always spoken without speaking. Look, I don't know who you are, and I don't care about your presence. I smell a thing of far greater importance, and it's not you. It's off in the air, and you're not clever enough, or perhaps your olfactories are not advanced enough, to catch a scent like I can. She grumbled a response. You're no purebred, that's clear. I'd say you're more rat terrier, which is the lowest of low breeds. That's the first law of hierarchical dogma. Rat terriers are below chihuahuas on the scale, which themselves are hardly mentionable in these parts, without everyone rolling wildly in fits of laughter. On second glance, more likely a mongrel mix of both of these dreadful dregs. Ah! Observe your pathetic, underwhelming being. Have you ever encountered your reflection? Has anyone ever told you how you appear to their eyes? Don't you realize that you're a hybrid? And I don't mean high-bred or highly bred, or a hybrid canine bred for a higher purpose. No, I imagine you were shamefully birthed for a lower purpose, such as using your acerbic tongue to entertain superior breeds like me that are much farther up on the hierarchy. Breeds who have important friends in high places. You little runt, are a rat dog. Some part chihuahua, some part rat terrier, and some part rat, if that's even possible these days. He was surprised at her retort and having trouble composing a reply, so she continued woofing her own tirade. And I'm an expert at odd mixtures because I've seen hybrids of all kinds. A few standees have been up to no good for too long, combining us poor canines with more vicious mongrels like raccoons. Using our DNA to create who knows what kind of weird anomalies. Why do you think we have a caste system anyway? Do we really want to encourage your kind of mongrel mixes to stick around? He stopped her midstream. Oh, then I suppose that's what happened to your tail, right? You're about to tell me that they cut it off when you were a mere pup, obviously enamored with how superior your innate genetic qualities were. And you'll claim that your tail, or what remains of it, is definitely sitting on the top shelf of a cryofreezer right now. That a white-coated standee will occasionally extract it from that most revered and frigid place, sample a few cells from it, then use your ever-so-special genetic code to create the next wonder dog. Or possibly not dog at all. Probably whatever in heck it is that you actually are, since I'm far from convinced that you have any actual canine blood in you whatsoever. Not to repeat myself, but I'd go with jackass first, given the ears, and likely capybara since you lack the tail. Cappy what? Geez, Nimbrain, he sighed. Capybara. A large rodent with no tail. Lives far away from here. You're the rodent rat dog, she concluded. Yeah, I prefer that name. It fits you well both in looks and attitude. I suppose you'll tell me that a Standy's family gifted you with an actual name like mine, which is Daisy, as if it wasn't obvious that I'm a perfect example of that beautiful flower. Rat Dog was tired of standing, especially since his front leg was not fully healed. He limped over to a soft spot on the dirt and sat down. Don't tell me you've ever had a nice Standy's family. I don't think so, not unless they were the Standy Whitecoats who invented you. But then, that's not a real family, is it? No, you clearly never had a family as I've had. Since his comebacks were softening, she felt the conversation was finally beginning to flip her way. I don't know you well, and I don't feel required to share anything personal with you. But I once had a great Standy's family. The best. Somehow we got parted, and I ended up here. And now that I've exposed the naked truth, I'm sure you'll tell me a sob story about how you were separated from your lovely Standy's family. And you'll wax on and on about how great they were and how much they adored you, until it comes to the part about your leg and how it ended up being so defective like that, and then your whole story will fall apart. Rat Dog shook his head. He was tiring of inventing new invectives, and she clearly wasn't giving way to consider letting him in the local hierarchy via this verbal jousting. He was pretty sure he'd have to start at the bottom rung in this pack, which was the only rung he'd ever been at. Assuming you can handle the frightening yet true story, I broke my leg in a heroic jump. Shattered. It's in a cast. It's not a robotic leg, as if I was one of those AI dogs. Those are fake dogs if you ask me. Fakers. I can't imagine why Standys would want one of them. Because they don't poop, they don't pee, and they don't eat. They're also smart, and not the progeny of repugnant breeds like you, she replied matter-of-factly. Whatever. And how did this leg get broken? You likely peed the floor for the umpteenth time, and your Standy's family complained that enough is enough. Then they swept you out the door, along with the rest of the trash. While you were in midair, the broomstick whacked that fragile toothpick you call a leg, and it snapped like a twig. No, he cried. You're totally wrong. I was always too fast to get hit by that dang broom. That dang broom. That and the stick. Never took to the stick, and they always ran after me with them. She smiled, given the opening. Because you peed repeatedly, or repeatedly on the floor, I assume. Bullcrap. You can't possibly know. Episode 313 Tail. Rat Dog hung his head down sullenly, recalling what had really happened. They did use the broom on him. Too many times. They were never around to take care of him, for even the basics that Standys should do, such as filling his bowl or setting out clean water. Too much into their own indecipherable babble and arguments, and throwing things at each other. He understood his one purpose for them, however. It was to bark at every noise, every wisp of air, because they were always scared, those Standys. Scared that a thing was coming to get them, to hurt them, to take their stuff. He was their early warning signal. That's all he meant to them. Never got petted. Always was teased and yelled at. That and the broom or the stick, or a barely warranted paw slap or boot on the rear. It hardens you, he considered. Makes you grow up tough, though. At least to talk a tough game. And in this new world of mine without such Standys, you either elevate yourself with the other canines or get trashed by them. For her part, Daisy loved verbal jousting. No bites and no long-term injuries, just one-upmanship. And she could do that pretty well, despite her relatively small walnut. I'm sure you'll tell me a tall tale about that front leg, since the single asset you seem to possess is your tactless, tasteless, and torrid tongue. I jumped, he cried. Jumped. Jumped. Daisy teased. Then she leapt high in the air, which is what she used to do to get attention when the standees were sitting at the food ledge. Jump like this? Ooh. Ow. Look, I broke my leg bounding in the air. Oh, woe is me. Not that kind of jump, Daisy. You know that name doesn't suit you. Or better yet, it needs to be rhymed. Give me a moment to think. Crazy Daisy. Hazy Daisy. Lazy Daisy. Good starts. I'll come up with a better moniker, and only need a few minutes to develop a rhyme to complement your fatuous, gratuitous, and acrimonious personality. Don't call me fat, smelly rat. If I picked up weight recently, it's because they've been loading loads of that stale bread and cake into the dumpsters lately. And hey, you're trying to change the subject. So, please continue your ineffective sob story about how you broke your leg jumping to rescue a baby standee. That you dragged it to safety from a flooding ravine, or pulled it off the tracks, or another sly and seamy tale. Just a point, Lazy Daisy. You might consider extracting that word tale from your limited vocabulary. Draws too much attention to your lack of one, he chuckled fiendishly. Daisy shook her head in disgust. This conversation was going nowhere, and it was getting close to dinner. Her stomach was already growling. Besides, she'd need to secure suitable sleeping arrangements for the night. Probably under the hedges in her usual lair, if no higher-ranked canine took it first. As I said, I jumped. Not willingly, mind you. Not because I was trying to save anyone but myself. That figures, she concluded. There was a fire, he clarified. The standees I lived with were on the second stack box. That's one reason why I peed so often on their soft floor. They were too lazy to let me outside enough. I understand how to go outside. I get the rules. I was paper trained. Then the stick. Or the broom. Or the shoe. I got the message. I'm not stupid. Did I already mention that? But one night, one of the meanest of the standees lit a fire smoke stick in his mouth, and a few minutes later the soft cushion he sat on was aflame. In their haste to leave the box, one of the standees tripped over me. Sure, she replied, rolling her eyes in complete disbelief. Please continue yip-yapping, as this is one of the taller stories I've ever heard for a short dog. You mean tails, right? He snickered. Can't help yourself in speaking that word, since it's apparently so central to the core of who you are. Or aren't. Well, you'd have thought the oversized lug tripping over me might have broken my leg, but no. And I'm supposed to ask at this point, what may I ask? How my leg broke, Miss Witless? You already said you jumped, Daisy relayed. I assume you got out of the way before your puny corpse was completely squashed by his paw. Nice try, he replied. Is this imagined event also where you got that black eye from? She giggled. It appears as if the whole eye never healed properly. Permanently black, black on mangy white short stubble crust, which I'd never call a real fur coat like mine. And it covers a good chunk of that side of your face. Geez, that whack must have hurt, huh? Rat Dog, too, was tiring of the repartee. Besides, most dogs rarely held a lengthy conversation with him. He was unimportant and uninteresting, and he knew it. I'll not grace your comment with a reply. No, I won't. But I'll finish my story because it proves how I'm afraid of nothing. No thing and no canine. Except your own shadow. He ignored her comment, feeling he had to finish the story before she lost complete interest. The fire was raging and encircling me. Flames shooting at my rear, toasting my backside. Loud noises and crackling embers crashing beside me. The standees had already run to the ground, but I couldn't for obvious reasons. Which are, she wondered. He didn't think about what might come next after that comment flew from his mouth, because it would be a clear indication of how utterly incompetent he was to get along in the world. Certainly on his own, or maybe even with a standee who cared the slightest degree. The stairs were on fire, he claimed. The stairs? The stairs were made of wood? How old was this stacked box you all lived in? Not too old, he admitted. She scanned the horizon with disinterest, as if waiting for a friend to pass by and relieve her of this burden. Sorry, but I've visited many such places, the boxes stacked atop each other. I've navigated their stairs lots, in fact. My old best standee would take me there. He was a brother to me. He had a girl at one of the stacked boxes, one he visited a lot. But the stairs were made of that hard rock stuff. Not wood. Was it one of those places? Yes, he continued, realizing his tail was now starting to show signs of being too tail-like. Of course, the real case was that the stairs were indeed made of the hard stuff and they weren't on fire. He was just too weighty to slide down them properly. Point of fact, he'd never successfully navigated a single stair in his brief life. Hey, quit interrupting with senseless questions, he demanded. It's annoying, so let me finish. I was the last one in the burning structure. I'm out on the front porch, staring way below at all the standees running everywhere. Flames are nipping at my tail, which as you can see I carry in full masterful regalia. The heat is unbearable, and I'm preparing to die. Then, I notice a pack of red-suited standees on the ground. They're shooting water up towards me, but not enough to quench the fire. One of them called up to me. He said, "Jump. Jump into my arms." Daisy looked quizzically at him. You're saying you understand standees talk? A little, and stop interrupting. I had no choice. It was either stay there and become charred dog bacon or leap courageously, far out into the abyss. My mind raced, as I knew I'd face certain death, even if the standees could break my fall. I hoped I might live for a brief moment thereafter to get a look at how far I had fearlessly jumped. And did he? She asked, feigning a wide yawn to indicate her boredom as well as to remind him of the size of her teeth. My legs were much stronger then, and I sailed well over his head. I recall something touching me on the way down. A trace of a paw nail, perhaps. Then I woke up in the white coat place with this lousy cast on my leg. Annoyed that she had wasted these moments listening, she was having none of this heroic explanation stuff. That's it? You're telling me you were on the second stack of this box? That there was a fire nipping at your grotesque butt? That you had no other choice than to jump, so you did, and the red-suited standee missed catching you? Then you woke up after this traumatic event, and the only thing that happened to you was that your front left twig there snapped? I mean, if you're gonna tell stories filled with big lies, please make them believable or humorous. You saw that I yawned constantly through this incredibly tedious narration. I'm just saying, if you want to hang with us in this place, you've got to do better than this. Certain of the higher-ups in the caste, as we call it here, are far less tolerant of aberrant and boring canines like you. I don't run things, but I am fairly well thought of. Plus, my small pack and I hold our own decent position in the scheme of things, and it's pretty high up there. You don't go fibbing about everything to everyone. It comes off as desperate. Rat Dog was silent for once, fearing that there was truth to what she said. Patches, he blurted out. Episode 314 Tale. Patches. What does that mean? She asked. One of the standee families who had me, my first, called me that name. Not Rat Dog but Patches. That's a dumb name, she woofed. Patches. Was this before or after you got the big black eye? You're not getting it, he lamented. They called me that because of the eye. As if I had a patch over that part of my face. Geez. Standees and their stupid naming. You mean you were born with this patch? Wow, proof that some canines get none of the goodies. Then there were additional names. Cutie P. Handsome was one. That was at the place with lots of dogs running around and barking constantly. Kept us caged. Could never sleep. Ever been there? Daisy thought back with trepidation. Not that I recall, though I've been through a lot in my 3 seasons, and things are pretty easy to forget. Well, that was a bad name, he confided, especially when a Standee's family took me from that place and I'd always poop and pee on their floor because they were too thoughtless to let me go outside. You don't go naming a canine, P anything. It's just not right. I'll give you that, she agreed. Were there more? He pondered a second. The naming never seemed consistent from Standee to Standee. Flake was one. I'm sure there were others. Daisy laughed. The name I gave you fits far better than these, given what I've heard thus far. That could change, depending on how flaky you turn out to be. So Rat Dog is what we're calling you while you stick around this place. And you can pee wherever you want, Mr. Cutie P. Not Handsome, which is a good thing. Rat Dog stood up straight. After that comment, he was not about to let this one go. And you? I've divulged basically my entire life. All I've heard is that your name is Daisy, and you're possibly part dog and unknown animal or alien, one with enormous ears and no tail. While we're being honest, I guess there were a few other names for me. Dixie. Stinky. Yeah. Stinky, he laughed. That's totally demeaning, and it's apparent you've suffered long-term psychological damage from such a name. No, not really, she answered, not catching the slight. I always took my names as a sign of affection. Look, I've had a few bad Standees, and I've had the best in the world. I'm okay with that. They can call me Twinkle Toes if they want, as long as they're nice to me. Not so here, Rat Dog lamented. 2-legged dogs have been no friend to me, except the ones at that place where lots of them lived. That was great, though they were always barking and not sleeping. We'll talk more about that place later, as I am intrigued. For now, Rat Dog, I'll tell you how things work in this neighborhood. And my buds are due here before long, as it'll soon be time for dumpster delights to arrive. These Dorco Standees are pretty consistent about delivering delights. Oh, and if you're planning on staying, I'll need to get you fully initiated into the hierarchy of the caste. Be aware that you'll start out on the lowest rung and probably never climb higher. Sounds stupid, like a lame stage play. What's the caste? Daisy was sorry she brought it up. He didn't seem smart enough to understand. Honestly, I'd rather cover that topic on a full stomach. Let's head over to the bushes, and I'll show you a relatively safe place for us to stay tonight. Our lair. We'll emerge to catch the dumpster grub, assuming Nemesys and his buddies don't wolf it all down first. Episode 315, BadBoy. It was late afternoon and close to dinner. Daisy's stomach growled loudly. Can't you shut that annoying thing up? Rat Dog complained, after having made himself comfortable in the safe, shady space beneath the hedges. He settled into his new digs just fine, though Daisy made him move 3 times by warning him that the others in her pack already had secured those favored spots. Not having met them yet, he was none too pleased with this arrangement, and was forced to shift his chubby behind regularly to avoid the small branches hanging down that tickled his back. I don't understand why I can't choose my own spot in here, he continued. It's not as if their names are painted up above these hovel pads. This should be a very democratic process. First come, first served, and no prior dibs. Daisy shook her head and stared disgustedly at him. He'd mouthed off considerably in the few hours she'd known him, and she wasn't certain if the rest of her small pack would allow him to stay. I'm afraid your diminutive trap there will be no match for the bites that Doug or BadBoy can inflict on your hindquarters once they get a taste of your vile windbags. Doug. BadBoy. What's the name of the third one in this pathetic mongrel mix of four? You mean Dingo? She questioned. Yeah, you failed to mention Dingo. Does he lack fangs or teeth? If so, then I'll be glad to accept his spot. Daisy raised her paw in caution. Hold on, big boy. Dingo could boot you a couple of hedgerows across the way with a swift flick kick of his leg. Ooh, he shook in feigned fear. Must be a real charmer, this Dingo. Look, I've encountered muscle-bound hounds here and there, and I can easily run circles around them until their tongues are sagging and slagging on the ground. I fear no Dingo. This was the mouthiest creature she had ever encountered, and she was getting tired of it. Dingo's a robot dog, you naive pup. Robotic. Doesn't need teeth, because he doesn't eat. Then, hoping to shut him up, she bawled with emphasis, You rat dog. His ears lowered instinctively and he backed off, a telltale sign that he knew he was pushing it. Keep your lip flapping to a minimum, I suggest, if you're thinking about joining us. Personally, I'm second-guessing my decision to bring you into our lair, because you do nothing to elevate our status in the caste. I said before that you're an unholy, unfortunate mix of the two lowest breeds in the canine hierarchy. Better be on your best behavior, and hope my friends are in good moods today, and that they'll allow you at least stay the night. You don't want to be outside naked and alone with Nemesys and his gang of thieves and miscreants sniffing up the place. Sheesh, Rat Dog shot back, seriously considering that he'd better get in touch with his gentler self for the upcoming introductions with her friends in the den. Daisy was standing at the doorway of their lair, a small opening in the thick hedge, waiting for her friends to appear. Ah, she surmised, holding her nose high in the air, BadBoy is about to arrive. How would you know that? Rat Dog inquired, barely lifting his head off the ground to take notice. I don't smell anything. If your nose was slightly more substantial, your brain might pick up on these wonderful smells. But as they say in our world, where the nose is inadequate, the olfactory intellect follows. Hey, he responded angrily, I've been my sweet quiet self the last few minutes. How dare you disparage me when I've been such an angel? Disper what? Stop hacking your confusing words at me. My brain is primarily engaged in the most important thing in the world, for canines. Sense. And my brain is used entirely for charming and cunning, he snapped back, which means I'm not as limited in my approach to life as you. There's far more to understand than smelling, Daisy. And he's finally here, she exclaimed, bounding upward happily at his arrival. BadBoy, where have you been? BadBoy was no stranger to these parts. He was one of the longest-lived residents, and had experienced the ebb and flow of migrations into and out of the local packs. Though he was purely mongrel, he imagined himself as a descendant of superior breeds. He appreciated Daisy's assessment of his bloodlines the best, as she mentioned this the first time they met. You're no mutt, that's for sure. I'd wager champion yellow lab mixed with full-size chocolate poodle. That's how you get your magnificent brown and gray coat. Then throw in a pinch of royal wolfhound, given your height. He really took pride in that last part, royal wolfhound, since he considered it among the most elegant and stately of all breeds. But it was only imagined. Either way, the two bonded instantly in that moment. What in tarnation are you? Rat Dog spat, having lifted himself shakily onto all fours to establish a dominant position with the new arrival. After his extended exploration trek earlier in the day, BadBoy was ready to assume his regular spot in their lair and rest for a bit. But this new blob of flesh was blocking the entrance. Probably enough. And what are you? BadBoy replied. Shedding his short-lasting attempt to behave properly, Rat Dog started right in. It's obvious what I am, so I won't grace you with an answer. Look, dude, you're too big to fit here properly. Me and Daisy were normal-sized dogs, not a shaggy, unkempt monolith of supermutt. Though I don't have much of a sense of smell, as I was just observing, do you have any capacity under that thick, matted tangle on your head to comprehend how sickeningly musty the whole area has become now that you've arrived? Rat Dog started shaking his forelegs and rolling his eyes in circles, as if he was about to lose consciousness. Daisy, I'm not sure I can tolerate being around this guy. Is he for real? Is it possible for a dog to be so uncombed, so unclean, so unkept, that it makes every dog smell like heaven in comparison? If so, we found that dog. Hallelujah, brother, we finally found that dog. He sniveled a minor laugh at the last comment. BadBoy's head slowly began drooping as Rat Dog continued the tirade. It was now so low that the hair on his ears was touching the ground. Daisy had noticed this behavior too often from her old friend. Hey, she urged, don't let this bellowing breed mix get you low, BadBoy. All he can muster in his pathetic arsenal of defense is this vile, insulting mouth, with no meaningful or worthwhile features to speak of. He flaps his wormy lips to excess. Don't let him affect you. But Rat Dog was far from finished. And where did you get this name of BadBoy, huh? What nimbrain gifted you with that unfortunate moniker? BadBoy's head sunk lower. He raised his eyes toward Daisy, begging for help. And Daisy knew the truth too. The whole sad truth about BadBoy's past and how he was gifted with that name. I confess, he began in a deep, meager voice, that I don't remember my real name. My former standees never used it anyway. All I can ever recall was the name BadBoy, since that's what they repeated relentlessly. Did you make this mess on the floor? BadBoy. Did you turn over the trash can and eat these chicken bones? BadBoy. Were you sleeping on our bed again? BadBoy. Life was an endless series of BadBoy episodes, until I finally took refuge in the streets. Before Rat Dog could mouth back, Daisy interjected, BadBoy, he's a ratty nuisance and not worth the effort. But I'm so proud of you for having the courage to describe your painful past this openly. Think of it. At some point you'll stop hanging your head low. At some point, that masterful tail of yours will come out from beneath you and stand straight up in the air, as it should. Rat Dog couldn't help himself and looked straight at Daisy, chuckling, I've mentioned it before. You're not the one who should be talking about tails, as you're no expert in that area, obviously. She ignored him, understanding that his snide remark was inevitable once the words left her mouth. Come in, dear friend, and make yourself at home in your favorite spot. It's near the moment for dumpster delights, and let's hope tonight's meal is a king's feast intended for a royal wolfhound such as you. At that mention, BadBoy stood up straight and raised his head proudly. His tail appeared momentarily to rise from beneath him, beyond the horizontal. I imagine so, he replied. After the exhausting exchange, the three rested in their places, hardly peeping a word for a few minutes. Rat Dog, ever the energetic gas bag, felt uncomfortable in the silence. He was trying to be friendly. Hey BadBoy, perhaps during the next big rain you and I can go for an extended walk outside. One that lets you kind of get washed off. I mean, you've got that long matted hair. I can't make out what color it is. Brownish gray, I'd say, but that's also the color of dirt, which appears intricately embedded within your dreadlocks. Conversely, did you notice my luscious coat? See how well cropped my hair is? Reminds one of a duck's feathers, and the rain easily slides off me. I'm naturally a clean, perfect canine machine. My friend, most are not as fortunate as me. Yet I've seen instances where a stinky, disheveled dog can mitigate their horrific, musty mess by simply taking a stroll in a good drenching. I'm sure doing that would make you more, attractive to the girls and all. BadBoy was lying down in his spot with his eyes half open. He was exhausted, after chasing rabbits across the dry fields. Of course, he didn't catch one, and wouldn't know what to do if he ever did. But the activity was fun, it didn't involve anyone else, and rabbits never insulted him. They just ran. He grunted, trying also to be polite to this new and possibly temporary acquaintance. Perhaps I'll take you up on your offer the next time water pours from the sky. Right as he set his head back down, Daisy sniffed the air again. Dumpster delights about to arrive? Rat Dog wondered, his beady eyes bulging out at the thought. Growing tired of his annoyances, Daisy frowned. I'll tell you when that's about to happen. In fact, you'll hear it from the commotion that occurs before the Dorco standees appear outside. A real commotion that, given the lineup of canines waiting for the treats. No, my nose tells me that Doug is within sniffing range. His impatience was palpable. This is the kind of activity your mind is engaged in? Smelling the air to see who's coming or going? Can you imagine the amazing questions that course through my mind at every moment, Daisy? Nah, I doubt you'd comprehend. Stuff like how we got here. Why the shift in light goes from day to night, and what the bright things are in the sky. And why are all these four-legged non-canines around since they're boring and useless? Why don't standees look like us? Questions such as that. Imponderables. And while my mind is exploring the meaning of a dog's life and the universe in general, it's obvious that your own meager intellect is solely concerned with the next rotten smell or fetid dog passing by. One can only speculate how that poor walnut thrives within the oddly shaped, minuscule shell that is your noggin. Probably half of that shell's purpose is to keep your ears upright. I'm guessing the fragment of space that remains is for olfactory. In my book, olfactory is dull factory, meaning you're predictable and uninteresting. You sure talk a lot, BadBoy complained, opening his eyes slightly and scowling at Rat Dog. Daisy, please tell me when Doug gets here, because her arrival means it's close to delights. I want to be ready to go for it, when the getting is good. Episode 316, Doug. A door opened at the back of the Dorco, and Daisy rushed out to take a look. Geez, it seems a bit early for a delights delivery, she mumbled. The regulars haven't even arrived yet. Certainly not Nemesys and his miscreants. A standee, one of the irregulars, held a twisted metallic contraption in his paws. He was wrestling with it, trying to lift the thing above his head. In one big grunt, he heaved it into the dumpster where it crashed against the back wall, making a terrible sound. Because Daisy's oversized ears were able to pick up the slightest sound, she winced at the metallic screech. No need to get excited, she stated to the other two who hadn't moved from their spots. Yes, it was a standee. He threw something in one of the dumpsters, but it wasn't the usual bags of delights. It didn't look edible at all. No smell to it. Yet it might signal that they're inside and preparing our feast. You'll let us know then? BadBoy inquired. Except for that mouthy rat's continual noise, I'm half asleep and prefer no interruptions. Then he repeated, don't forget to wake me when the delights arrive. Of course, we'll have to wait as usual for Nemesys and his cultish cowards to get first dibs. At this remark, Rat Dog suddenly bolted up at attention. What did you say? He yelled. BadBoy's eyes were closed and he was already back to snoring, so Rat Dog quickly limped to the opening. What did he mean by that? He demanded. Mean by what? Daisy replied. Smelly Guy's last comment. The one about getting first dibs. She glared at him, as if he was the most ignorant of the species. I see you need to get educated about the caste. Caste. Don't you get it? As it stands, you're already the lowest of lows, and my team, my pals, we're out there in the middle of the various packs who partake in delights and such. But we're moving up, or we were moving up until you arrived. Rat Dog's front leg, the unbroken one, began to shake uncontrollably, and he began panting. He was enraged and uncertain what she meant. This was his first time in an organized group of packs. He'd only ever been with standees, and this was all new to him. Then you'd better tell me, or I'll be casting my teeth into the hindquarters of every four-legged creature within range. I ain't afraid of nothing, as they say. The only caste that's relevant to me is the one on my leg here, the one I broke in a courageous, four-stacked leap from a vicious fire. Four-stacked? I thought you said the box you jumped from was one stacked atop another. You're now suggesting that your chubby body floated like a butterfly down four of those stacks, and all you broke was your front leg? From behind the two, a rasping voice emerged. Who jumped from a stacked box? Daisy spun around instantly. Doug, she screamed. Where have you been? Doug backed away, given that Daisy's excitement often resulted in her jumping up high in the air and occasionally smashing feet when she landed. Calm down, girl. Daisy. Get a hold of yourself. We saw each other this morning. She then tilted her head to and fro, looking completely befuddled. And who's this new ball of dandruff hanging out by our door? A lowbrow visitor of yours? Before Daisy could begin formal introductions, before she could issue a warning, before she could open her mouth and emit the first word, Rat Dog's brain had already devised dozens of snide remarks about this new arrival. He was certain this first criticism would immediately disarm the unwelcome visitor and place him in higher status, especially after he caught the lowbrow comment. Which side of you is speaking? He stated flatly, as if he was actually having difficulty assessing the problem. Doug was taken aback by the comment. What could you possibly mean? She asked politely. Daisy tried inserting her body between the two, knowing that Doug was unlikely to be as docile as BadBoy, once Rat Dog's epithets began. Don't you dare mouth off to her, she whispered to him. He stood up on his fours to peer around Daisy, then overtly surveyed Doug's front side and back side. I mean, he insisted, that it's not clear to me which end is speaking. Is your voice coming from the left or the right? I see a few holes at one end, giving the dubious appearance of a nose. Maybe even an eye there. And both ends are covered with folds of skin so thick that nothing moves when you speak. Nothing. It's as if you have this unique ability to doublespeak, meaning from both ends. I'm asking as any logical dog would who's both curious and friendly, such as myself. From which end of your carcass do you speak, or is it both ends? Are you a circus dog who does tricks perhaps, and they call you doublespeak Doug? Doug was not slow. Not at all. She had seen her fair share of scrapes along the way, many with mouthy Bowsers like this one. Others with canines far larger than her. And she could hold her own with the felinous residents as well. In fact, they gave her a wide berth after she'd proven her fighting prowess to certain aberrant individuals in that town. But this puny creature, he struck right at her heart of well-hidden self-doubt. Okay, she'd admit to herself, so what if Dad was a half-breed, flat-nosed pug who bolted immediately after he had his short-lived tryst? So what if Mom was also flat-nosed but a purebred Shih Tzu? She had good bloodlines. Good ones. And I can't help it if I have a terrible underbite, or if my long fur is dingy brown. I can't help it if no standee has ever made the effort to comb my fur. And what's the big deal if my nose is flat, really flat, or that I'm brachycephalic with congenital snoring and occasional oxygenation issues? So what if I pass out when it's hot? I'm me. I'm the best version of me that I can be, and I'll use everything in my considerable powers to prove it. Nobody's better than me. Nobody. Every one of them is a mongrel breed, with stories they tell themselves about why they're superior, when they clearly aren't superior in any respect. They're all simply dogs. I have nothing to hide and nothing to be ashamed of. I'm proud of who I am. But she had never run into a canine that possessed the utter social ignorance and vicious creative genius to spew such abrasive comments. To think of it. She had just met this rat, and he suggested that he can't tell whether her butt is her face, or her face is her butt. That was some gall indeed. In her usual manner, she decided to approach the next exchange cautiously to size up whether he deserved a bite, which was a serious infraction in dogdom. Her mouth and jaw were definitely bigger than his, and she knew she could do substantive damage to the unmuscled twigs sprouting from his underbelly. "Is that a broken leg I see?" she offered, trying to change the subject. "Did you say see?" he continued. "So tell me how it is that you can actually see. No eyes to speak of. Unclear which side they're on. And, by the way, is your secret to defending yourself similar to those fish in aquariums? You've seen them, right?" Doug shook her head quizzically. "Oh, come on," he persisted. "You must have noticed the orange fish with black dots on both sides of their body. When they're in the water, bigger fish who might eat them for lunch get very confused. The wannabe predators can't determine whether the orange dot fish are coming or going, advancing or retreating, moving backward or moving forward. I'm guessing that same tactic must be your primary means of defense, because your body is probably really tiny beneath that matted fuzz, unless that's also part of the act. Maybe they bite into you and get this mouthful of bad-tasting tangled hair. Bet they'd be puking hairballs for a few days after that." She was beside herself. What a horror of a dog, she thought. I must respond in kind. "Daisy," she countered, "it would appear this new canine is the lowest of lows. Rat terrier mixed with chihuahua. Am I correct?" Sensing it was too late to warn Doug about him, Daisy shook her head in affirmation and shrugged her shoulders. "Sorry, I wanted to tell you, but he beat me to the punch bowl." "It makes sense how he acts," Doug continued, "given the low breeding or lack thereof." But Rat Dog was on a roll, and not about to let that nominal rebuke interrupt the dollop of denigration gushing from his devious mind. "Doug. Doug. Who gives a dog the name Doug? Of course I can't smell so well. If I could, your scent would likely be masked too much anyway by that annoyingly wrangled and tangled tussle of spaghetti you're wearing. Given that, I feel obliged to ask outright. Are you a guy or girl?" Still jolted by this continual onslaught, she thought that confessing something about herself might change the tone of the conversation and get it to a friendlier level. "I'm a girl, of course. And my name? Well, my last standees called me Doug. A result of me digging in the garden. They were not pleased with that, but then they shouldn't have planted that stuff there to dig up. Besides, where else could I bury my bones? The ground everywhere was otherwise hard-packed." "So they booted you out," he concluded. "So to speak. In fact, Daisy is the only one I know whose standees were nice to her. Right, Daisy?" She teared up at the mention. "Right, Dougie. What's your story, newcomer? And what happened to that front leg of yours?" "You don't want to hear it," Daisy assured her. This was his opportunity to boast again. "If you have a few minutes, I'll tell you a harrowing tale about how I courageously leapt from 6 box stacks up, while a raging fire was blistering my butt." Taking notice of a new commotion at the dumpsters, Daisy needed to cut the conversation short. When he first told the story, he jumped from 2 big boxes. The number keeps increasing. But let's save that talk for later. Nemesys and his troop of toadies have finally arrived, meaning delights are about to be delivered. Episode 317, Nemesys. The 4 waited quietly at the elevated dirt lip of the hedge, along with a cadre of dumpster dogs who knew to wait for their cue before daring to get closer to the action. Most of them watched in obedient awe as Nemesys and his gang pranced openly across a well-worn path from the Dorco front lot, toward the 6-foot-high, scratched and rusted dumpsters in the backlot. But a moment of quiet was all the three could enjoy. "What the heck are we waiting for?" Rat Dog complained. Nemesys, a muscular black-on-brown and oversized Belgian, led the procession. He turned his head and frowned disapprovingly at the visitor's comment, as it was a clear breach of the dumpster ritual to allow anyone to bark anything until he and his lackeys assumed their rightful places 20 paces in front of the Dorco door. Even then, conversations were to be appropriately muted until the entitled ones had enjoyed their delights. "Shush, you dolt," Doug hissed, increasingly annoyed by this newcomer. "There's a process here, and you need to snap your trap shut until it's our turn to eat." Rat Dog's head began swirling. He'd never heard of a process when it came to eating anything. If the kibble was there, you went for it. Laissez-faire. Sprang at it, no holds barred. Dove right in, hoping your speed could at least gain you that first sweet mouthful. If tougher dogs then forced you out, you'd shimmy and slime and snap your way back in and hope you were quick enough to avoid their nasty nips. Process. The only process he knew was the dog-eat-dog one he'd experienced since he made that fairly recent heroic jump and was thereafter required to fend for himself. No longer did he have the assurance of occasional bowls of food or water supplied by his neglectful standees. Yeah, his situation had regressed. "And that," he rationalized, "is why I've lost a bit of weight. Since the fateful leap, I've had irregular access to lousy leftovers from someone else's meal, assuming the cats and rats didn't get to them first. Nothing like the regular supply of fatty, gummy, chewy, gooey, nasty, rasty table scrap crap my former standees would drop down, or a sip of spilled beer or sweet soda, my favorite. Worst case, it was eggshells or spilled flour on the floor, gagging it through the gullet with what little saliva I could muster." Nemesys finally sat at his vaulted place, with a small gang of favored followers taking their allotted seats in arrears. As they waited, all canines in the area, over 20 in total, began nervously stirring. Standing up, sitting down. A few rolled on their backs, as if warming up their bodies for the forthcoming joust over Nemesys leftovers. Or maybe it was plain joy, imagining what was to come soon. Rat Dog peered disgustedly at Doug's face. The poor girl was slobbering uncontrollably. Saliva and spit slithered down her exposed jowls, making his stomach churn in disgust. Lowering his voice just enough to avoid further notice, he ignored Doug's counsel. "And who in the heck is this parade of mongrels that get first dibs at delights? How do they rate over me?" "Because they do, and they can," BadBoy whispered. Doug would have responded in kind, but she was too busy trying to lick the slobber off her cheeks and nose. Daisy was ignoring them. She was far too smart to engage in useless chat when food was at stake. By now, she was a veteran of the process. All of it. The Nemesys ritual. The deference that the packs gave to him and his gang. The watchful waiting and tension that preceded the opening of the Dorco door, the magic portal to a bellyful of delights. After surveying the situation, she stood and walked in a half-circle to face the three. "Don't speak," she whispered to them. "Hey, you're blocking my view," Rat Dog complained. "Quiet," she demanded, and Rat Dog cowered in obedience. "I don't want the others to hear this," Daisy confided, "but my ears tell me there's none of the usual activity on the flip side of the Dorco door." "No paw steps from the standees?" Doug asked, her face contorted in fretful hunger pangs. "None that I can tell," Daisy replied. "And what in hell's canyon does that imply?" Rat Dog blustered aloud. "I said to shut the claptrap," Doug demanded. "You're getting noticed." Nemesys had been sitting at attention in his usual spot, but his head spun around at this second outburst from the new arrival. He peered menacingly for a moment in their direction, as if he was heading over to check out the noise, but then thought better of it, given his proximity to the door and lateness of the delight's appearance. He sat down slowly, a signal that future unrestrained outbursts would meet his wrath. Daisy's usually buoyant mood turned sullen. You will quickly learn, rat dog, that the promised delights are indeed that. Promised. Not certain. Intermittent. Not every day. Usually coincides with a lack of boxes with wheels in front of Dorco. I saw very few out there today, and I'm guessing that means no delights this evening. Rat Dog was stunned so literally that for a moment he was speechless. Looks like no dinner again for us poor canines, BadBoy whined, his head sagging. I'm disintegrating into a whisper of dust. But on occasion they're late, Doug added hopefully. We've seen before where they deliver delights after the daylight fades. Perhaps it's happening again. I doubt it, Dougie, Daisy countered. I hear none of the usual activities inside Dorco, not the kind that leads to delights. And the few times when they did come late in the day, it always coincided with lots of boxes with wheels out in the lot. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news to the packs, but my gut tells me we're out of luck for today, my compadres. By now Rat Dog had come to his senses. Your gut? Your gut? What about Rat Dog's gut? Shut the trap, I said, Doug snapped. Nemesys might hear you, and that would really shake things up. Indeed, BadBoy added. Nemesys is never friendly, but he and his gang get far more agitated when delights fail to arrive. Best to discreetly saunter away from here before they realize the bad news. Thankfully, Daisy's ears are the best for hearing the goings-on behind the Dorco door. Rat Dog started to shake uncontrollably at the mere thought of missing dinner for a third night in a row. All this prep. All your build-up and discussions about delights, and they're not going to appear? What kind of canine torture is this? A promised land of treats, patient waiting and politeness on my behalf, then nothing to show for it. He was not about to take this sitting down. Gaining whatever ounce of courage he could muster, he stood up straight and headed directly to the vaulted, exalted positions near the dumpster. That one, the one where Nemesys and his gang sat impatiently waiting for delights. His three friends pleaded in unison, "Come back. Don't do it." Episode 318, Blister. Rat Dog hobbled fearlessly toward Nemesys, who had no idea that he was approaching. The big dog was far too engaged in listening for a hint that the Dorco door was about to open and provide the usual torn buckets and packages and cartons of delights. Ambling slowly given his broken leg, Rat Dog walked past Nemesys number 2, Blister, who was sitting a respectful distance away from his boss as typical. Blister, a purebred, tan and white boxer with a black and white face, was salivating profusely from his oversized jowls, awaiting the promise of delights. He hardly took notice of the pudgy, motley spotted brown and white chihuahua rat terrier mix that had just sauntered past him. Despite his size, the thought of being second at anything always bugged the heck out of Rat Dog. He wasn't about to let a caste system or societal rules or customs or norms tell him what he could and couldn't do when food was in the offing. He also wasn't about to let anyone have first dibs at what might be coming. He'd seen and done important things in his short life, he recognized, and recently some very courageous things. Indeed. He jumped from a flaming box and nearly into a standee's waiting pause. He survived on his own for what seemed to be a long time. He even got rolled beneath a box's wheel, then sprang up from the mishap with nary a scratch or snap of the Caste. But the potential of death, pain and suffering. None of these were more urgent and meaningful to him than hunger. And hungry he was. Besides, no canine was better than him, though none were worse. They were all equal in his eyes, and no dog should be more or less entitled to delights. In his dangerously overconfident and ravenous mental state, Rat Dog quietly limped past Nemesys and sat in front of him, facing the dumpster. He settled his butt at the halfway point on the shortest line between Nemesys and the anticipated delights. Somewhere during that short walk of both desperate clarity and uncertainty, Rat Dog had considered that should things get dicey, he could play the injured dog wild card, or maybe the new dog excuse. That he could talk his way out of any dangers resulting from this obvious boldness. No harm, no foul. Or. Nemesys sizzled in surprise, barely opening his jaw to emit a sound. He'd never experienced such a brash move by a dog, much less a puny, lame mongrel like this. The indignity of this slight sent a visible shiver down his spine, while the crowd gasped at this obvious breach of protocol. Feeling that the dog's muzzled, unintelligible reaction was a good sign that his thoroughly unplanned shock and awe strategy was working, Rat Dog sensed he had the upper hand. He turned to face Nemesys and gave him a dose of what he knew best, to howl invectives. "What in the name of Dog's Kingdom are you?" Nemesys remained too befuddled to utter a word, yet he instinctively yawned to display his large, shiny fangs for all to see. "Dude," Rat Dog opined, twisting his head to and fro. "You've got major tartar buildup there. Seems the big guy has been gorging to excess on starches and sugars. Have you seen the teeth fixer lately, or considered modifying your diet? It also appears you've been gaining a bit too much tread on the sidewalls, since those bloat bags hanging from your ribs don't properly adhere to your frail chassis." At this point, Blister had made the giant leap to reorient his consciousness from what hadn't yet appeared at the Dorco door. He focused on the four-legged twerp lodged between his boss and the door, then stood erect and ready to pounce. "Nemesys," Blister belched, "he's a new guy. Doesn't get the rules. Can I kick his hairy behind, straight to the moon?" Rat Dog didn't flinch. His head moved slightly at Blister's comment, but he knew who was in charge and thought it best to go for the big kahuna. Besides, he was just getting started with his charm and disarm broadside. You still didn't answer my first question. Much less you forgot to say thanks for that free bit of dental advice. I'll restate, in case your apparent superpowers aren't exactly in the language of our kind. Here we go for a second try, though my effort may turn out to be fruitless. It's a simple question, big guy. What kind of odd hound are you? I'd say in a pinch that you're a German shepherd. Yeah, I've met a few in my day. So you're German? Maybe. Shepherd? Possibly. Actually, most of us are aware that it's a sign of insecurity to attach two names to a breed. It's as if you're not certain that others can immediately tell what kind of shepherd you are, so you're forced to append an additional word in front of it. It's obvious and no doubt humiliating insecurity, one of many weaknesses resulting from successive inbreeding. You shouldn't feel bad, though. It happens to the best of us. Not taking his keen eyes off the Dorco door, Nemesys finally had come to his senses as well. Hey Pudge boy. You may be new here, and you apparently don't understand the process. You aren't part of the caste, Torpo. Not even close, and clearly not purebred like us. Judging by your mangled looks, you're below the bottom rung in our society. You'd better get with the game, or your little butt is toast. Literally toast. I'm chained up both in spirit and in fact with the swatter bowl manji. Nobody messes with them, so nobody messes with me. Now get out of my face and back to your place, which is last in line. Blister, I command you to crunch this swollen tick within your massive jaws and transport it to the back of the line. Fine with me if you draw blood, as ticks tend to bleed when they're extracted from the host. Speaking to the large crowd of onlookers, Nemesys continued by joking. Then we can all observe his frail, piddling legs wriggling helplessly, similar to what his smaller, blood-engorged brown cousins do when forcibly removed from our hides. Gladly, boss, Blister replied, taking a crouch step towards Rat Dog. Wait there a moment, big guy, Rat Dog warned, holding his one good front paw up. At that, he rolled over on his side, because his broken leg couldn't maintain his excessive body weight. Every dog in the Dorco area, except for Rat Dog, his pals and Nemesys, broke out in laughter. Unintended but undaunted, Rat Dog slowly perched himself upward, his 3 good legs shaking, and resumed as if nothing had happened. I say, you still haven't answered my one simple question. Not that you're intellectually capable of doing so. Here it is again. Do you know what you are? I offered German Shepherd, but that's apparently too elevated on the status perch for you. Perhaps you're one of those disgusting mongrels that through a genetic mishap turns out looking German Shepherd-ish, though you're probably the farthest thing from that superior breed. Do I have the facts about right? Rat Dog raised his eyebrows in question, appearing as if he was truly curious. Don't you dare call me a German Shepherd again, Nemesys warned, shifting his eyes momentarily from the Dorco door to the mongrel still quaking with bodily fear before him. I'm Malinois. Belgian Malinois, the truest of breeds. Smartest of breeds. Everyone here seems to get that but you, tiny parasite. You who understands nothing of the caste and your lowliest place in it, if at all. Rat Dog persisted. You're mumbling gobbledygook, buddy. I never met these mangy canines that you mentioned, and don't care to. Plus, I could give a rip about your insignificant caste thing that you cling to so tightly like it's a pea-soaked blankie in your flea-laden doggy bed. Regarding the Malinois bit, I think not and don't know who might have sold you that bill of goods. I've seen real Malinois before, and been to Belgium in my travels. You can't possibly be Malinois, as they are far more alert, stately and muscular than you. I could add a few more adjectives there, but you're no Belgian and clearly no Malinois. I'd guess you're a shepherd half-breed at best, and another non-canine mixture. Chinchilla, perhaps. Lots of those hot messes these days, with all the genetic manipulation and off-target mishaps. Yep, mishap could explain you. But I suppose you've adroitly been pursuing that purebred narrative for a while, and have sold that story to unsuspecting doltish types. More power to you if so. One of my favorite sayings is, repetition breeds belief, and you're a shining example of that. Perhaps your friends will continue to believe what you say, assuming you have friends, of course. That last line hit a particularly sensitive note. Nemesys was always worried about his position atop the local hierarchy, constantly fighting to stay on top. He was never certain where he stood, and whether his friends were just that or only hangers-on, grifters, or groupies who followed him obligingly so they could get second or third dibs on delights. Then again, maybe they were overt ladder climbers, wanting to shoulder rub with the hoity-toity he regularly chummed with in the caste. It all bugged the hell out of him. Even before Rat Dog had taken his first step toward the dumpsters, his newly found friends sensed the rest of the day was not going to go well, and they were right. Things were hard enough as they were. Finding sources of clean water to drink. Avoiding the fast boxes on wheels. Empty belly skip days of no delights. Storms and freezes. Unruly cats. Coyotes. Nobody wanted to look for trouble, as it was plentiful to find. Nobody but Rat Dog, that was. Yet they knew one thing. This good-for-nothing, persistently annoying, impudent mutt could be occasionally entertaining, as they had witnessed. He might be a good addition to the team, assuming he could keep his mouth in line. Throughout the troublesome exchange, which was primarily Rat Dog's disparaging monologue, their canine instincts had begun kicking in. Big dog versus little dog. Big dog gang versus little dog alone. Helpless tubby runt with a Caste. They'd seen dogfights before, even had been in a few, and none wanted that to occur. And the local packs looking on, mostly their friends, were not about to join their side in the forthcoming fray, should one occur. The three knew that Rat Dog, despite his miserably indefensible physical state, would be unable to talk or walk his way out of the mess he had dug himself into. Someone, or multiple ones, had to leap into the inevitable. Episode 319 Delights. Blister was still chomping at the bit, waiting for Nemesys to give that attack nod that he sensed was about to arrive. The gall of this newcomer to say such things to the exalted one, he considered. No dog goes up against Nemesys. He's got the pedigree. He mingles with the highest status creatures, who rub their backs in the rarefied air of the most high manji and all that they control and stand for in society. Such status is not easy to come by, and requires lots of stinky favors. Unpleasant sniffing of butts and doing the deeds mandated by the canines in the caste, whoever they might be. In reality, Blister had never had a close encounter with members of the caste, beyond Nemesys, if he even was a member. Certainly the swatter bowl manji were included in that group. He once saw two of them from a distance after Nemesys pointed them out, their distinctive black neck cones being hard to miss. But the others? He knew they must exist somewhere else. The caste and their enablers pulled the levers in society, though the swatter bowl manji among them stood at the top of the pile. They barked out rules and edicts, made decisions, and interpreted ancient concepts from the long-dead but transcendently revered canines known as the demidogs. Yet, none of these lofty dances of dominance and decisions were anywhere close to Blister's own lowly bailiwick written in his destiny from birth and bloodlines. Blister was the muscle. That was his purpose in life, and he had to look the walk and walk the look, as he considered it his only strong point. If he could slay dragons with words like the stupidly courageous but helplessly pathetic black-eyed rat sitting in front of him, then he could match physical prowess with a wicked talented tongue, and forethought, planning and cunning to boot. If he had that, he'd surely be elevated a few rungs on the dominance ladder. However, he wasn't capable of such. He understood that he'd always be relegated to playing second fiddle to Nemesys, the real boss in the area. But somewhere, deep in the recesses of his thick head, he wished he could be free from the burden of always serving that master or any canine master for that matter. Nemesys, on the other hand, fully understood that he had an image to constantly uphold. Firstly, there was his gang of 6, who regularly trailed him and did his bidding. One of those biddings was to engage in physical confrontation, though that was always the last resort to canine interchanges. In fact, he couldn't recall the last time he had jumped into a dogfight. It had been many moon passes because Blister substituted for him in recent years. Secondly, the entire community accepted his regal state, and most were present and observing as these regrettably vocal events unfolded. Nobody except the swatter bowl manji or certain caste members had the wherewithal to dress him down in the manner that the vile little worm just did. So he couldn't pretend it didn't happen, and prance along his merry way. Besides, it appeared the delights were not to be delivered, and none of the dogs in the crowd would be jolly about that. On a good day, delights would take first priority over all things, and he might take care of the mealy-mouthed worm later. But not today. Having dug himself deeply into this regrettable hole, Rat Dog's eyes were bulging fiercely out from his tiny forehead, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. He was tapping out on invectives, and hoped that a few might magically surface from his spent mind. If he could only create a bit more delay, with further verbal slights, it might allow a window for the Dorco door to open, after which the vitriol he unleashed would soon be forgotten. But it was not in the cards, as Nemesys was finally ready to take action. He gave Blister the nod to proceed. Sensing his utter helplessness and potential demise in the moment, Rat Dog did what any sensible defenseless canine would do. He rolled again on his back, purposely this time, to expose both his belly and his caste. 3 of his 4 legs were bent in full surrender. He also hoped that the visible amplification of the caste would create sufficient sympathy from his attackers, and the crowd in general, to forestall bloodshed. Specifically his own bloodshed. Having been given the nod, however, Blister had already begun to pounce, but he stopped short after observing Rat Dog's pathetic rollover. Hovering above the incapacitated blob, he stared momentarily at Nemesys. He's waving the universal surrender white flag, Blister complained. How do you suggest I get a bite on him? Nemesys was not happy at this disruption in what should have been a clean and easy lift and throw procedure by Blister. I suggest you grab him by his tiny back legs flailing in the air there, then toss this engorged tick mouth over the hedge, assuming you're dog enough to execute the job. At his command, Blister lunged toward Ratdog's legs to do just that. Then all hell broke loose. Episode 320, Suckers. During the verbal exchange, Daisy, BadBoy, and Doug had been slowly approaching Nemesys compadres. In fact, nobody had noticed their breach of lineup protocol. The crowd had shifted their eyes and hopes away from the Dorco door, and all were watching the entertaining but disturbing proceedings in front of them. As of late, few had seen a good dogfight, and most simply wanted to sit back and wait to see what might happen. Right as Blister opened his mouth, BadBoy jumped forward to place himself between Blister and the upturned tick. Catching an unanticipated mouthful of matted brown hair, Blister immediately backed off in surprise. "What's this?" he coughed, choking on a clump of the stuff. The surprise intervention gave BadBoy an opportunity to use his snout to roll Ratdog to his side and grasp him by the fatty skin on the back of his neck. "Ouch, you careless beast!" Ratdog wailed. "That's my neck you're biting." BadBoy turned and bolted toward the nearest hedgerow, while Daisy and Doug sat there stupefied. They realized that in their haste to save their new friend, assuming they wanted to consider him that, they had no plan once they got up to the stage. And stage it was. BadBoy was rapidly striding toward the hedge, with Blister and a few of Nemesys' crew in hot pursuit. Daisy and Doug were at that line, the line you don't cross between Nemesys and the Dorco door. Daisy sniffed the air momentarily, though this sniff was not her usual, "You don't matter so I'm sniffing the air" sniff. It was the lingering stench of Ratdog's sweaty body. She'd never smelled that before. Since so little of her brain was actively focused on the danger at hand, she stood innocently at attention, overwhelmed and excited by the smells that were emanating from the entire crowd, given the possibility of a large conflagration. Doug wasn't concerned about sniffing anything, however. She was assessing the likelihood of making it out alive, or at least relatively untouched. "Back off," she warned, as Nemesys and his residual 3 thugs approached them. "We aren't looking for trouble, only for fairness." Nemesys stopped in his tracks and signaled his troop to halt as well. "Fairness? Fairness. You brought that rat into our nice, controlled enclave, then tried to protect him after he insulted me." "Insulted us?" Nemesys was particularly pleased to use that last line, since he had heard rumblings about always thinking of himself first, and he felt he needed to be a bit more inclusive. "There are rules here, rules established long ago about how our society behaves. About everyone's proper place. That's what matters. Fairness matters not in these parts, only the rules as defined and interpreted by the swatter bowl manji. You should know that by now." In her anxiety to elicit a sensible retort, Doug was slobbering profusely and hardly able to yap properly. "Look, buddy, we just met the dude. He's harmless. Big mouth with little else of value. He hasn't been given the chance to acclimate to these new surroundings. Besides, he recently made a heroic jump and apparently damaged both his leg and personality. Nobody gains by further injuring an already injured canine. It looks bad on the surface, right?" While Nemesys and gang moved slowly toward them, Doug and Daisy instinctively were moving backward, very close to the Dorco door. Doug was so engaged licking slobber from her mouth and nose that she was running out of mental bandwidth to murmur anything else that might make sense. It was one of those moments when the worst could have happened. Or not. Doug. Slobbering. Daisy? Nose in the air. Nemesys and gang? Teeth bared and ready to rumble. "Speak." Doug whispered to Daisy. But it wasn't Doug's whisper that did the trick. It was a sound. Did you hear that? Daisy asked. Hear what? Nemesys replied angrily, crouching his front legs to take the first pounce at fresh dog meat. The door, she replied. The door what? Doug managed to blurt out. He wasn't quite catching what Daisy was up to. In fact, Daisy wasn't quite sure either. The door. I hear something, she cautioned. Look, I may be a hybrid, but whatever it was, Westy, wire-haired, whatever, I've got the best set of ears around here, and I hear goings-on behind the door. Creaking and shifting and maybe standies walking in the distance. Seems like it's getting closer too. At this suggestion, Nemesys and his crew, all who had emulated their boss in the crouch and pounce position, relaxed a bit and stood up straight, ears as erect as possible. I hear nothing, oh wimpy white wizard of ears, Nemesys snarled. Nothing but a distraction. Do you take me for a doltish dog? A mixed mongrel? I've got ears and I hear not a peep. Wait, she countered. Do you smell that? I could swear it's foul. Chicken, perhaps. Cooked meat, certainly. A sweet hollandaise sauce, methinks. And fruit? Cooked apples. Pears. It's sugary, starchy stuff. Not my cup of tea personally, such sweets, but somebody's. If I was a betting girl, I'd say they're up to something quite enticing behind the doors. Both Daisy and Doug noticed that their wannabe attackers had become totally preoccupied with the thought of potential delights. Saliva was dripping from their snouts, a sure sign that this was the moment to skedaddle. The two discreetly tiptoed backward and joined the would-be attackers as they intently stared at the Dorco door. In fact, all packs in the vicinity had breached normal protocol by this time, first anticipating a fight and now expecting delicious delights. Doing their best to shimmy their butts imperceptibly to the rear, Daisy and Doug carefully wiggled to the outer ring of canines without being noticed. Once in the clear, they bolted as fast as they could, away from the Dorco area and toward the comforting and confusing maze of hedges. So relieved that they had neither been maimed or killed in a fracas, Doug couldn't help herself. Suckers, she howled a distance away. Nemesys was so focused on Daisy's descriptions of forthcoming delights that confusion reigned supreme in his entitled mind. Go or stay. Chase or eat. Get them, he barked at his remaining 3 lackeys, and off they ran. But Daisy and Doug had such a significant lead, and they knew their way so well around the underbrush of the hedges, that Nemesys' gang never caught them. After the crowd dispersed, Nemesys continued his vigil adjacent to the Dorco door. He wasn't about to be one-upped by a donkey-eared half-breed mutt. When the magical cuisine finally arrived, he knew he'd get them all. All the delights. To his misfortune, he rested there for the night on an empty, angry stomach. Episode 321, Dingo. Knock knock. Am I disturbing anyone's sweet slumber? Dingo croaked in his high-pitched voice. He was back after an extended visit with a good friend. I understand there was a bit of harrowing action here yesterday. His head was sticking through the hedge opening into their lair. But after the previous day's events, not everyone was in the mood to joyously arise. Dingo! Daisy shouted. Dingo, you're back. Mega nice to have you here. Did you enjoy your visit? Upon Dingo's arrival, Daisy began her usual bouncing up and down in their lair, causing a general ruckus. She normally did this activity outside because jumping in the lair caused brush and dust to stir in a very small place for the 4 dogs. And the 5th was standing outside. Who is so rudely disturbing my slumber? Rat Dog complained. If it's that Nemesys creep, tell him I'll gladly meet the wimp outside for his comeuppance. You'd think he'd have had his fill of defeat by now. Shut it! Doug demanded, stretching her short pudgy body in the small corner where she slept. "As you can tell, Dingo, we have a new visitor, and let's hope it stays that way. A temporary, annoying visitor." BadBoy refused to wiggle an ear in acknowledgement at Dingo's arrival. He could hardly arouse any form of consciousness after the events of the prior evening. The back of his neck was on fire from carrying RatDog for what seemed to be miles before Blister called off the chase. Worse yet, RatDog persistently nipped at BadBoy's ears and cheeks along the exhausting chase, demanding that he must be dropped onto the ground in order to fight mano a mano with Blister and his buddies. BadBoy considered dropping him, but he was in no mood to watch the nasty tick explode in a burst of blood. "What are you?" RatDog expelled in his typical unsociable and utterly inappropriate greeting. "Say what?" Dingo replied, taken aback by the sniveling chub that could hardly raise his head to greet the new arrival in the lair. RatDog continued to feign little more than casual notice, and was extremely unpleased at this interruption. He wanted to sleep. Delights had not come. His entire body was in pain, due to being carried in BadBoy's stinky mouth. He didn't get to fight Blister and prove his superiority. Lots went wrong the previous day, and he just wanted to sleep it off and position himself strategically to ensure he could have a shot at first dibs when the afternoon's delights were scheduled to arrive. Are you unintelligent or unintelligible, or do you even understand the difference? What in the name of doggy dung do we have here? Dingo inquired, staring incredulously at Daisy. He gimped our way yesterday from Nowheresville, she replied, still overjoyed at Dingo's arrival. She sniffed at his feet and put her nose in the air. You've been places, haven't you? Stories to tell, my loveliest of daisies, stories to tell. But let's get back to the newbie. What gives? RatDog was again concerned that this new arrival, though obviously not new to the others, might displace his position in what was now a comfortable dirt bed he'd made for himself in the lair. And he was having none of it. Then I'm sure the places you've visited would be glad to have you back. So why don't you turn your pathetic butt around and shoosh out of here? A few of us are attempting to sleep, and mature canines have the common sense and consideration to let sleeping dogs lie. Can't you see me in here? I'm lying down and don't intend on getting up. I also don't want to engage in petty conversation or hear what you have to say about your travels to wherever that might have enticed your witless intellect. Consider it this way, bub. None of this disturbance of yours excites me, and that's all that matters. At that comment, Dingo decided he'd heard enough. He entered through the doorway to step lightly on RatDog's tail and indicate that his rant was about to end. By now, RatDog was gaining back conscious awareness of where he was, how he got there, and the lowly position he undoubtedly held in everyone's eyes after yesterday's brouhaha. All were aware of his utter failure except this new guy, and he thought if he could only put him in his place, it might be a good start. Moving quickly up the dominance ladder was not his particular forte, he knew, but each path had a beginning. Hey, he sniveled, scoot your butt off my tail or you'll get what's coming to you. Apologies, Dingo began. And you are? RatDog, Doug chimed in, and he is truly part rat? Possibly full rat, as much as you are an advanced dogbot, amigo. Dogbot? RatDog laughed. Dogbot? I don't know dogbots, but I do know Basenjis. Nondescript canines. Dingy brown on white or white on brown. But who cares? Ho-hum boring, disinterested markings. Expressionless. Non-functional tail, ridiculously curled as if mimicking a coiled snake. Forward standing and off balance, as if you'd fall on your face at the next slight breeze. Please, can you bark for me, perhaps a quick loud one? That'll tell me if I'm on the right track. I'm not sure your peanut can comprehend what a dogbot is, newcomer, Dingo politely replied. First, I'm no newcomer and suggest that you are actually the outsider at this juncture. Please, though, give a little bark for my amusement." Dingo proceeded to bark his mechanical equivalent, but having been put on the spot to do this, he could only evoke a brief, whimpering squeak. "Pathetic. Simply pathetic," Rat Dog exhorted. "As I indicated, you're a Basenji, or at least a Basenji mix, which implies you are both unsightly and unfortunate. They bark exactly like that, meaning not at all. Please, please, do us a favor and don't try to make that sound in our presence again. It's not worthy of our listening, not worthy of our attention, and really disrespects the entire canine species when you fail at such a half-hearted attempt at being a real dog." Dingo was perplexed. "Daisy, what kind of vermin did you pick up yesterday? How did this miscreant wander freely into camp? May the watering rains save us if someone invited him here. And the cast on his leg, is this the reason he's uber acrimonious? He's scared he can't defend himself by any other means?" Before Daisy could respond, Rat Dog interjected, "Oh buddy, I can defend myself perfectly fine. Come on over here and let me sink these sharp fangs into your disturbing metallic hide there. Hey, seriously, what the heck are you anyway? I've never seen a dog made from metal. Were you born that way, Dingbot?" Daisy finally got a word in edgewise. "You heard Doug mention that Dingo is a dogbot, not a dingbot. Dog and robot. That's what he is, and we love him. Best friends." She began pogo bouncing again, and dislodged a few branches coiled above them. "Calm down, girl," Dingo pleaded. "Yeah," Doug seconded, "you're stirring up tons of garbage in here again. Coupled with BadBoy's incessant shedding, I'm in a constant wheeze state. Please do your hopscotching outside and get the yah-yahs out of your system." Daisy stopped and stared at Dingo, smiling the best smile she could. He's a new addition to the pack. Granted, the runt's got quite a mouth, and that mouth's already gotten us into major trouble with the Nemesys cult yesterday. Dingo's head turned to the side. What kind of trouble did this pudge boy cause? As they updated him about the disturbances of the previous day, Rat Dog was growing increasingly bothered by Dingo's presence, and felt he was going to burst if he didn't speak, so he just let it go. "What gives with you whiny whippets? Why doesn't a single dog in this place possess anything close to my intellect? Am I the only one who's wondering why we're talking to this disgusting contraption standing before us? Yes, the thing that rudely awoke me this morning? Isn't anyone as curious as me as to what makes this apparition run? How is it talking? Why does it look and bark or not bark like a Basenji? Why can't I smell it? Why do I hear disturbing gearing and meshing and unnatural noises from its body? Am I dreaming here? Is this a purgatory to which I've been assigned for the crime of being an exemplary canine? Why is nobody listening to me?" Doug responded, tiring of his bellowing. "Because you're always talking? Because you're constantly rude, biting, and angry? Because you might have caused us to lose the exalted but lowest caste status that took us so long to obtain? Because you think solely of yourself and your needs?" "Whoa!" Rat Dog exclaimed, finally rising enough to sit on his haunches. "What intestinal worm has gotten into your goad, big girl? I'm simply asking questions that a half-sentient observer should ask. This dingobat is something para, as in parasite, and normal that is far from normal. Paranormal. Get it?" "Settle down," Daisy commanded. As effervescently ecstatic as she was naturally, she too was tiring of his baneful bleats. Again, our longtime friend Dingo is a dogbot. His standee creators intentionally designed him to look and act as if he was a real Basenji. Nothing wrong with that. Any more questions, or can you finally give it a rest? A rest? Seriously? What about these disgusting D names? Who chose those? He sneered. They looked at each other, not knowing what he was talking about, yet he continued. Did you three conspire together in order to thoroughly confuse intelligent canines, such as myself? And what was the conversation like when you first met? Daisy, meet Dingo. Dingo? Daisy. Dingo, meet Doug. Doug. Dingo. Doug, meet Daisy. Daisy? Doug. The mere thought of that discussion is making me ravenous for water. I'm hydrophilic, not hydrophobic. Although there's one shining light here, and that's BadBoy. It's probably the only light he's got, but at least his name doesn't start with da like da Ingo, da I see da. Definitely dumb. I'm too young for this nonsense. It was early. Rat Dog hadn't taken a drink of water. His breath smelled terribly dead fishy, far worse than the typical noticeably dead fishy, and he was gagging on it. Assuming that his remarks had established a well-fought dominant position, he finally relented and relaxed his front legs, carefully setting himself into as comfortable a sitting position as he could muster, given his caste. Thank you, BadBoy exhorted, barely opening his eyes. I couldn't determine if I had eaten rancid food and was having hallucinations again, or if it was just this chubby tick doing his lip-flapping jive. Given my usual rotten luck, it was the tick, though I'd have much preferred the rancid meal. Rat Dog nearly responded to this slight, but Daisy's fervent glance indicated that he should clearly back off. Dingo remained curious. Let me get this straight. This inconsequential mutt here, the one with the mouth, had the cojones to walk straight up, past Nemesys and sit his butt down between the top dog and the sacred door of delights? Doug wasn't about to give Rat Dog credit, saying, though it might give the appearance of courage, there's a very, very thin line between courage and stupidity, brought about by anger and hunger, as was the case in this instance. An advanced robotic dog, Dingo's makers provided him with none of the emotions that would endear him to standees. Fear, malice, courage, anger, joy. He simply didn't possess these, and that made him joyous most times, as happy-and-go-lucky as a purely logical and stoic dog could be. It was this lack of emotions that ultimately did him in, however, as his one and only standee's family could tolerate his dispassionate ways no longer. They threw him out on the front porch for good and closed the door. After wandering endlessly, he came upon this small pack of eccentric canines, whom he enjoyed as much as he possibly could, within his program constraints. I've often thought about the unfairness of it all, Dingo observed. Of what? Daisy inquired. The situation we've discussed on occasion. This unfairness doctrine with the demidogs and Canestution. How the swatter bowl manji claim they're magical and mystical interpreters, and how their interpretations end up advantaging the advantageous who are already over-advantaged. Similarly, indulging the indulgent who are already over-indulged. Oh wait, Rat Dog interjected. Are you talking about the Canestution? Demidogs again? What are we talking about? Dingo pawed pensively at the ground. It's an idea I've been kicking around and gigaflopping in my flash that could challenge the lopsided status quo. Oh no, BadBoy requested, barely lifting his head to speak. We were finally quieting the rat down. Please don't get him started. This one's a literal gag magnet for others' misfortunes. Look to your left, and he's causing trouble on your right. Turn to your right, and your left is aflame. Don't give him ideas, Dingo, or we'll be booted from here by Nemesys and his duplicitous delinquents. Started. Rat Dog spat back. I'm not starting anything. Just listening to my new friend Dingo here to see what he has to say about the status quo, whatever that is. There are things you know, kids, and things I know, and things none of us knows for sure but have a pretty clear sense about, Dingo observed. Mind if I take a minute to educate this unsightly roll of vociferous flesh about what I've come to understand, amigos? Fine with me, Doug confirmed. And me, Daisy added. They peered at BadBoy, who was back asleep. And me, RatDog thirded. Dingo raised his front paw and pointed it directly at RatDog's tiny black runny nose. I'm warning you not to interrupt with your typical tripe. I get that you enjoy hearing your own poisonous opinions, but you need to take the hint that nobody cares about them. Not until you start making sense, and not until you pull back on the bombast. For once, RatDog said nothing when spoken to. He'd known too many instances where he had snapped replies at comments and things ended badly. Besides, this new guy might have useful information, even an idea to improve his access to the one thing he couldn't shake from his mind, not in his elevated state of craving, the fabled dumpster delights. Episode 322, Fido-ish. Dingo took a seat and glanced backwards to ensure that no canines were within earshot. What he had to say was known by only a small number of dogs in the local packs. Unfortunately, few cared sufficiently to take notice of what was happening in their society. Most simply accepted each minute as it came, wondering where their next meal might come from, sniffing the air, finding a safe place to sleep, grinding their snout in something smelly in the dirt, or scratching and licking at skin problems. It was only the rare dog that held a desire to go further, to ask questions, to evaluate the surroundings and understand the implications. For many, life was one event followed by another, and they conceded willingly to their helplessness in it all. Complain they might about their lowly positions of status, given the hierarchy of the caste that continued to be enhanced and codified by the manji, they just didn't care sufficiently to make the effort to effect the necessary changes and improve their lot. Daisy was rabidly chewing at her front left paw like she always did when distracted by smells and sounds, while Doug and RatDog listened intently. BadBoy remained asleep, snoring lightly. Where to start, I wonder? Dingo began. The caste, the midogs, the Constitution, the swatter bowl manji. Then there's the Fido-ish club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines. So much to cover about the abysmal state of dogdom. RatDog, he warned, I suggest that you sit up at attention, as this directly applies to you and an interesting idea I'm considering. At that, RatDog obediently rose from his sitting position, his unbroken front leg shaking slightly from the burden of his bulk. Good. I'll begin with the swatter bowl manji, Dingo said. You mean the dudes with the big black cones encircling their necks, correct? RatDog interjected. Dingo raised his eyebrows in warning. 5 words from my mouth and you're already interrupting? I counted 8 words, which was enough, RatDog retorted, sensing he was pushing it. Dingo continued. The swatter bowl manji were long ago granted lifetime positions to call the shots in dogdom. They are akin to the local manji, but these swatter bowl types swathe and sway at the most elevated levels of dogdom. Ultimately, it is they who bark the final edicts on virtually everything anymore, as well as anything evermore. Now, they didn't always run the show. There were once 3 exalted dens in our caninical hierarchy, each of which had different roles, but otherwise established the rules and similar goings-on across their areas of responsibility. Sure, these 3 groups often dog-fought and jousted together, but things generally moved forward nonetheless. In those days there was a sense of fairness and balance among canines, whether purebred or mongrel. In fact, even cats and other sentient creatures were considered equals to canines. We had balanced access to water, delights, shelter, and that kind of thing. RatDog couldn't help himself, as he'd been in too many near-miss, life-and-death situations with felines. Heck, he hardly got along with canines as it was, much less the sourpuss mouse chasers. Cats, he complained. You let that word spill from your fish lips as if mentioning them was a good thing? Seriously? Who would ever share delights with that annoying bad-tempered, milk-slurping ilk? What kind of heady nightmare was that? Hey there, oh non-obedient one, Dingo warned. Ever been bitten by a dogbot? Not pleasant, I'm afraid. I have more horsepower in my jaw than a field of stallions, meaning shut it up. Rat Dog groaned. His tiny brain was banging and mashing, and it was taking all the mental discipline he could muster to keep from interrupting. Where was I then? The swatter bowl manji were established way back in the Constitution because of pretty intolerable unfairness for us non-attached canines, meaning those of us without decent standees families to live with. Things were apparently very bad at that time, a virtual dogarchy, but this occurred considerable moons ago, and well before I was created. And how did these canines get to be swatter bowl manji? I forgot, Daisy added. Geez, a lot to cover, he replied. Well, the Fidoish club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines are responsible for much of what we have today, both at the many local bowls where manji rule, and more significantly at the most high swatter bowl. Doug was not happy at that word. Fidoish? Isn't that name kind of demeaning to us? I'm aware of no canine worth his salt who wants to be called Fido. I'd rather have the name Waldo or worthless hairy beast or simply dog than Fido. Excuse me, Rat Dog requested, but the word dog is a part of my name, so that's not a nice thing to say, Doug, especially considering how pleasant and considerate I've been to you since we met. But forgetting for a moment your onerous slight and the damage it may have done to my personal constitution, who are these Fidoish fiends? Four-legged hairy types, or are they standees? Not standees, Dingo confided. Look, I don't know everything about them that I should, as I haven't had the need to do further research on them. Therefore please understand that part of this is second or third paw dirt. The Fidoish club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines pretty clearly detect, select, elect and erect which special Bowsers get to become a manji, but most particularly the swatter bowl types. They wile and wangle and wrangle their mysterious ways, spending nights and days grooming and boarding gaggles of future manji. Though not true of all manji in all bowls, the Fidoish club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines hold enough power to have taken effective control of the lubricating leashes across dogdom. They have been manipulating things so slowly, secretly and surreptitiously, they are now the primary reasons why our society so sinuously serves and sustains dogdom's caste system in the first place. To conclude, the swatter bowl manji issue edicts that mostly hang the dominance collars over our lowly heads. In reality, however, the masters who hold the leashes of the swatter bowl manji are logically the real top dogs. And that is them. Rat Dog was livid. To him, living in this new society was akin to stepping in fresh doggy dew. Dingo's explanation made him whine and pine for his old abusive standees. At least his life then was consistently predictable and predictably consistent. Then you're telling me that this devious den of Fidoish canines define who gets first dibs at my delights? Dingo frowned the best he could. That and far more. The swatter bowl manji interpret the mystical rules of the demidogs, who are long past dead, then issue edicts about how we must live. Rat Dog was growing thoroughly confused. Holy crap, dude. Let's get this tale straight. First, the Fidoish club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines, as you call them, are exalted members of the caste, which is apparently a grouping of dirty dogs who only care to benefit themselves. These Fidoish types get to detect, select, elect and erect the swatter bowl manji, and who knows, many of the manji in general. Second, the swatter bowl manji establish the final rules for this fungible realm in which we live. Rules such as who gets first dibs or no dibs at delights. Third, these swatter bowl manji regularly commune with highly revered ancient and pretty dead demidogs to rationalize their edicts. Do I have this about right? Dingo sighed loudly. It was complex indeed, and he knew the rat was trying to simplify it down to what the peanut in his cranium could comprehend. "Sure," he agreed. "Close enough for your needs." The little guy was beginning to shake in anger. "Then it sounds like the Fido-ish club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines needs to suffer the wrath of Rat Dog's infamous and acerbic tongue. Hey, I think I'm finally getting to the core of the problem. It's all about these Fido-ish types." "Not so fast, Snippy," Doug warned. Dingo was himself having trouble recalling every fragment of what he had picked up in various conversations. Part of the problem was that he never had reason to challenge the status quo of the caste. When you don't need to eat or have shelter or the delicacies of dogdom, such factors simply matter less. He started tapping his front paw on the ground, hoping it might shake something else loose. "Okay, I just accessed old memory and here we go. As I recall, the Fido-ish club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines are led by a phantasmagorical, chimerical and hysterical character named Chaosophus." Rat Dog bared his tiny teeth instinctively and wondered, "So I should have a serious tete-a-tete with this Chaosophus then? Is that what you're suggesting?" "Not quite still," Dingo replied, continuing to tap the ground almost nervously. "This Chaosophus is presumably supported by another canine or canines with a funny name, one that doesn't roll off the tongue, although I lack that feature." "Well, come on," Rat Dog urged in utter annoyance. Dingo's eyes rolled around as Rat Dog waited for a burst of brilliance. "Got it. Got it. It's Gog Mad Dog," Dingo squealed with satisfaction. "Mad Dog what?" Daisy replied. She had come across a lot of stupid canine names in her days, but this one was a doozy. "Gog Mad Dog, I believe. Honestly, I'm surprised I recalled that in my core. Took a bit longer but was worth it to cough that one up." With this new revelation, Rat Dog had grown tired of the string of confusing names and convoluted interconnections, but he wasn't about to let confusion stand between him and delights, as hunger pangs were driving him to absolute madness. "Okay. To summarize on your perplexing and terribly narrated story, I'll try again, and hopefully not regurgitate anything liquid or chunky in the process. Gog Mad Dog controls this Chaosophus who hangs tight onto the Fido-ish leashes. They effectively select the dead demidog communing swatter bowl Manji who established the rules, including whether I get my fair share of dogdom's delights." Dingo sighed again. Kind of right. First, Gog Mad Dog is more phantasmal than Chaosophus. Could be one canine, but rumored to be many multiples. Either way, they shimmy, shift, wag and lift in dark places and hold their privy paws firmly on dogdom's leash. Chaosophus is indeed another dingy character, veiled and mysterious, but presumably real. The Fido-ish club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines. Well, they're scattered everywhere, but totally enjoy the power they wield over the lowly doggies such as us. And yes, they fairly directly choose the swatter bowl, and many lower bowl Manji who bark out the set of caste rules that we must follow. Oh, and I forgot to mention the Constitution. Rat Dog had heard enough. His eyes rolled back into his head, and he fell to the ground, shaking and shuddering. "What's with the chubby tick?" BadBoy inquired, finally waking at the commotion in the den. "I don't know," Daisy observed. "Let's see if he gets over it. You never can tell about the nervous conditions of these puppy mill rejects. My guess is that it's DNA related, though I don't quite understand that whole concept. Doug, what's your take?" Doug's head was shaking, as she was quite amused. "I'm guessing the sesame seed inside that head is overloaded by the stimuli of having to make all those connections of logical illogic. It was too much. If he continues to shudder and shake and disturb our living space, I vote we drag him outside and hope that water drops from the sky to shock him out of it." Feeling guilty that he might have overloaded the pudgy pooch, Dingo nudged Rat Dog with his brown mechanical nose. Equal chance that he's faking it, in my opinion. But I agree. Let's give him a minute. Indeed, Rat Dog was faking it. He figured that excess attention had been paid to Dingo with his overly extended and arduous story, and it was about time that he got noticed. After a few seconds, he stopped rattling on the ground and rose to shake the dust off, causing the crew excepting Dingo to hack. "Dude," Doug complained. "You're supposed to do that outside. House rules, pinhead." Then, for effect, Rat Dog forced out a squirt of stinky bile that had been putrefying in his stomach all morning. "Cannistution. Cannistution," he repeated, still dripping yellow and acting as if nothing had happened. "What is that?" "It's how our dogdom social structure began. A set of rules established long, long ago, well before I was manufactured and before any canine alive can remember. Probably 100 sets of your parents ago, assuming you weren't invented in a tube by a moron. Many moons passed. In fact, I'm not sure the moon was even around back then. And what does this cannistution have to do with anything?" Rat Dog wondered in all honesty. Dingo thought for a moment. "From what I can tell, a chunk of it still applies to today's world, but certain parts are way beyond outdated, and every dog is afraid to update it because they don't trust each other. Lots of things have happened since its basic rules such as sit, stay, roll over, and shake were developed. The weather changed. The Standees' dogdom experienced tremendous change as well, though I bear little knowledge of that. There were once lots of them and lots more of us, and we were spread out to lands far beyond the areas we know about." "Hey Basenji Bumpkin, you've trailed off into an irrelevant philosophical rant," Rat Dog opined. "Do I care what things were like for canine grandparents of mine, how many moons ago? No. What do I actually care about? Delights. Delights, delights, and more delights. What do I have in my belly right now? No delights. And you never explained how the cannistution plays into the rubbish and refuse you told me about Gogmad Dog and the rest. Your story is about as interesting as watching a pooch chase its tail. Amusing at first, then utterly useless." "Not so useless, little tick," Dingo countered. "The cannistution is a set of guidelines the Manji use to determine how to deal with dogdom's daily dilemmas. Part and parcel to their process, a few of the swatter bowl Manji apparently go into a trance-like state, kicking and scratching and rolling on their backs to commune with the ancient dead demidogs. Once that's finished, they bark out edicts for all to follow." Rat Dog was incredulous. At this juncture, he was considering leaving the lair and his newly found friends. If this was indeed how these canines ran their dogdom, could he tolerate this folly? Did cats also use similar inane and arcane rules, so incongruent to today's heady situations, such as determining fair and equal access to delights? He breathed in heavily as his adipose-laden body could, and exhaled a huge sigh. Okay. I'll need to digest this a bit, since I have no weighty things otherwise in my gut. You mentioned that you had an idea, big guy. You peculiar paradox on 4 legs. What's this useless brainchild you're considering?" After watching this interchange, Doug was miffed that Dingo and Rat Dog had been dominating the conversation. She tried watching Daisy for a while as she bit at her paws and licked her belly, but that dull entertainment faded quickly. "Dingo, do you remember old Jack?" Doug asked. Dingo stopped for a moment to access his memory. He'd known lots of 4-leggers named Jack. "Do you mean the one who claimed he had seen the endless waters and floated atop large boxes?" "Yeah," Doug laughed. "He was the Portuguese water dog that always smelled of overripe cod. Well, he was ancient himself, but he claimed he caught wind of a rumor from another very, very old woofer, that a pawful of the swatter bowl Manji were purportedly involved in Ponce powders and similar concoctions." "Ponce powders?" Rat Dog asked. "Sounds edible." What are they and where do I get them? Doug ignored his comment and looked back at Dingo. What old Jack said seemed to have a scrap of credibility to it. A few of the decrepit dogs said some of the swatter bowl manji had been there too long, looked too good, and hadn't aged a day. No gray fur on their snouts, per the puppy rumor mill. I've heard that rumor too, though nothing was ever verifiable. If true, such a finding could significantly disrupt our entire society, Dingo speculated. Bad enough that the swatter bowl manji already bark commands from their most high positions during their fairly lengthy lifetimes. More troublesome when such lifetimes never end. Never end? Rat Dog wondered. They'd never die? Not get old? Gain back that vitality of youth? He had seen lots of days already, and would have loved to recover the energy that he had, as a pup. He was cute once and the standees loved him. He could do no wrong, and it was fine to pee everywhere in those early days. But once he got bigger, his standees had issues with him peeing in their big box, particularly on the soft cloth ground. And it wasn't simply that, or the pooping in secret hiding places that they always discovered. He quickly lost his luster of youth and boyish good looks. Gained a lot of poundage. Spent his spontaneity. Got snippy. Started biting his standees, including the ones who were nice to him. And how does this powder work, my friends? He asked politely for once. It's rumor and innuendo, my favorite kinds of facts, Dingo offered. As I recall, the standees had pills or powders or needle sticks that they used on a few lucky or unlucky dogs. This wizardry could make an old dog new, a frail dog strong, or an idiot dog smart. They were termed Ponce powders, but no canine in his right mind would believe such a thing existed. I'm guessing more like Ponzi powders than Ponce powders. What does that mean? Daisy questioned. Dingo nodded sadly. That it's likely a scheme to fake out, to cheat the system, to gain advantage where you shouldn't, to issue orders for all to hear, to control all things for all time. To bark loudly that you're engaged in activities to benefit all canines, but then you make decisions to benefit only yourself, your buds and your biases. Such Ponce pills or powders could recast the swatter bowl manji as living demidogs in their own right, as if they had been granted special superiority by birthright or breeding, and now can maintain their exalted positions in dogdom forever and ever. But we shouldn't get too riled up and boisterous, as such rumors were never confirmed. It's not as if one of the black-coned swatter bowl manji barked at our door and confirmed that this was happening. If that was to occur, holy heck would break loose in the kennel, if you get my drift. If there was only one positive attribute that Rat Dog possessed, one tiny beneficial aspect to his being, it was an enduring sense of fairness. Given his lowly status, how could he not retain and hold strong to a belief in the rights of all dogkind to share equally in society and its benefits, such as the yet unforeseen and much anticipated delights? I don't agree with any of this, he roughed, rising up on his fours. I don't want a clan of mystical manji or gogmad dogs or Nemesys acolytes or cats or similar heathen dictating what I can and can't eat, pushing their garbage belief systems down my throat like horse pills wrapped in bacon. I'll gladly tear into their hides, given the chance. Doug chuckled, causing his mouth to drop more slobber onto his already soaked spot in the lair. Oh, insignificant one of lesser import than a bean fart, heed my words. You'll not get the chance to do anything. Not after your pathetic show of bravado yesterday, where you forced us to pick up the shattered pieces of your relentlessly mouthy ways. And you probably didn't thank BadBoy for valiantly rescuing your shiny hinny from assured destruction. But I beg to differ, Doug, Dingo interrupted. Our insignificant rat dog might be of critical assistance in executing this brainchild of mine. Episode 323, Brainchild. The afternoon was getting on, and 4 of the 5 were lying listlessly in their lair. It was sweltering, and the combination of stinky breath and musty coats was becoming too much for them to bear. Rat Dog remained fully awake, however, waiting to hear back from Dingo, who finally showed up. "I brought a friend with me," Dingo announced at the front entrance, "and I need to bring her inside before the roving packs get a nose on this." "I'm not stopping you," Rat Dog retorted. "Where have you been, big talker? I thought you had a grand plan for my delights. My stomach remains empty, and my mood is sour. And word of caution, I bite when sour." "Which is most of the time," Doug groaned. "A warning to you," Dingo barked, "that my friend is here of her own volition. She understands the risks of being discovered." A cat slowly sauntered in behind Dingo. A beyond ripe orange and white tabby. Her right ear had been half chewed off, and her left eyelid drooped down awkwardly. Scars from too many catfights crisscrossed her face, neck, and sides, and most of her body was mottled in red and brown scales and scabs. A small live lizard wriggled in her mouth. "Don't you dare say a word," Dingo advised Rat Dog. "Anyone who leaps at her will suffer my wrath, and she's darn good at fending for herself as well." Upon her entrance, Doug had already taken the position to leap at her and start the chase, but he backed off at Dingo's warning. BadBoy was barely waking, and had been around numerous cats in his day, so this was nothing new, excepting the lizard bit. Daisy was trembling with enthusiasm to meet this new visitor. Rat Dog was immediately on high alert. This sickly creature was larger than him, and he knew she could whip him with a single swipe of her claws. He began uncorking his mouth to belch in extreme disapproval, but Dingo stopped him flat out. "Little Tick, you best sit your chubby behind on the ground and listen for a moment," he demanded. "But," Rat Dog protested. "But nothing. You won't yip a word." Dingo motioned for the tabby to sit beside him. "This is my good buddy Krusty. Not that I feel compelled to explain her appearance, but she's a vegetarian. She holds that lizard friend in her mouth as proof of her commitment to the cause and as constant evidence of her compelling self-discipline." Unable to control himself, Rat Dog burst out laughing. "Krusty. Seriously? Could they not have been more creative than that? It's the first name anyone would think of, considering her detestable skin condition. And she's not eating the lizard? I've eaten hundreds in my day. Snakes too, and larger reptilian fare like alligators." Dingo's eyes grew wider. "Stop your babbling," he warned again. "If you weren't critical to this afternoon's delights plan, I'd boot you out of here right now for acting so rudely to our guest." That was enough to shift Rat Dog's mind to something closer to his heart. "You said delights? She's bringing us delights?" "No," he replied. "In certain respects, Krusty is bringing you delights." "Me?" Rat Dog questioned. "How will an old cat get past Nemesys and gang to grab me delights? Not that I'm against the notion." "If you'd shut that vile snapper for a minute, I'll tell you the plan," he yelped, hoping the rat would settle down. Daisy's nose was high in the air. She had never smelled a cat in close quarters, particularly one with such an abundance of skin problems. "Does Rat Dog die in this scheme?" she asked. "I'm sniffing danger in the air." Her comment shut Rat Dog up momentarily. Enjoying delights first, then getting killed, presumably in that order, was not at the top of his plans for the day. "I doubt it. I'll be nearby, and Nemesys is no threat to me," Dingo assured her. Doug was curious. If Rat Dog was gaining unique access to delights, maybe they all would enjoy them. "Can we shut our snouts and let Dingo explain his strategy, even if it does involve this grotesque, sniveling creature?" "Thanks, Doug, for that colorful slight," Dingo responded. "Okay, here's the scoop. None of us can get access to the trapdoors on the dumpsters, correct? Only Nemesys, with the assistance of his dodgy gang, has the special key to unlock the trapdoor that allows delights to gush forth. Without that key, it doesn't matter when the Dorco door opens and how many delights bags they pile into the dumpsters, because no dog can jump that high without hurting themselves in the process. Which is why you brought your friend Krusty, Daisy surmised. This was the most astute observation Dingo had ever heard from Daisy, and he was dumbfounded. Well, yes, Daisy. Good job at deduction. Indeed, my friend Krusty will soon become our friend Krusty, who is quite well connected. She knows a cat who knows a cat who exposed the secret about how to open the trapdoor from the inside. Got that? No key required. And since she can easily leap her way into the dumpsters, she'll open the door. Once done, Rat Dog can hide in there until the delights arrive, and he'll enjoy a belly full of first dibs. BadBoy had been sleeping, but everyone was making so much noise that he was forced to partially awaken. Why Rat Dog, he wondered. Because he's the smallest of us, and won't get noticed by the standees when they bring delights. Remember when that old hound found his way into the dumpster? It caused all sorts of ruckus with the standees, right when they were about to pour in delights. They tried and tried to remove that hound. I still don't know how that event ultimately transpired because they chased us away, but we never saw that poor hound in these parts again. What? Rat Dog asked. Dingo frowned. What? Rat Dog was quaking at the thought. Hound found in dumpster eating delights, then disappears. Kaput. Dog meat? Don't you see? Dingo replied reassuringly, we want to hide you in the dumpster, because you'll easily be mistaken for inedible junk that they throw in there. Just stay still when you hear them coming, don't squeak or squeal, and in a few seconds you'll be enjoying the freshest of meals to your heart's content. But why do this at all? Doug inquired. When the delights arrive and Nemesys discovers Rat Dog in the dumpster eating the first picks, he'll not be a happy pup, more like a hostile hound. Exactly. Dingo agreed. That's what we want, don't you see? The brilliance of my brainchild is in its ability to accomplish two things of equal benefit. 1. Rat Dog gets his fill of delights and stops griping for a day or so. Imagine a day without his whimpering. That is the definition of dog heaven. 2. We get to challenge the whole darn societal status quo, the unfairness and caste crapola and bias against us mongrels and whelps farther down the rungs of society. Including cats. Krusty voiced in a sultry purr, juggling the lizard in her jaws all the while. Yes, my dear friend. For too long have those in charge severely restricted your access to delights. They've enacted biased and unfair rules and restrictions, very selectively using mystical interpretations from some old dead dog's ramblings to assuage their guilt. They created a society that works perfectly for them and their buds, but is flat out sucky for us. If we low-status canines are being forced to remain repressed as the caste and their ilk routinely and unfairly exalt themselves and their comrades, one can only imagine how you and your friends in felinus dos gatos feel. I hear it's pretty bad there, Daisy commented. Krusty slinked willfully around, rubbing her back against them, knowing they could not and would not chase her. We cats are used to the hard life by now, especially since the caste took control. But that doesn't mean we agree with it, Krusty acknowledged. A million things were running through Rat Dog's limited mind, and he was far too overwhelmed to capture them well. I don't get it. Don't understand. This unsightly crusty cat friend of yours, who I'm totally allergic to, is supposed to unlock the dumpster trapdoor before delights arrive. Then I simply stroll inside and hide myself temporarily so the standees don't see me, as they drizzle delights into the dumpster. Once done, I start eating. Then Nemesys and cronies open the trapdoor. They'll see me inside, enjoying the first dibs to which they are most accustomed, and then I die a wretched and painful death on a partially full belly. Is that your master excellent awesome brainchild plan, Mr. Wizard? Dingo laughed in his high-pitched, Basenji way. Yeah, but no. You won't die. If my strategy proceeds as planned, I'll be there to protect your chubby chowholder from getting torn apart. Rat Dog's eyes were bulging out at the thought. You? A robotic psychotic that hangs with felines? No offense, but I'm not seeing Big Dog here. I'm not beholding massive muscles or large teeth. I've not observed any capability you have to take on Nemesys and his gang of monster thugs. So you, by your lonesome self, will fend off his thousands of sycophants and miraculously save me from certain death? Look, lame brain, I'm at the top of his doggy-do list after yesterday, and this scheme is unlikely to further endear me to him. It will only end me to him. End. As in no more Rat Dog. You underestimate what our friend Dingo can do when unchained and unfettered, BadBoy added. It's my guess that once Nemesys glimpses Dingo in the midst, then baby, he and his gang will back off quickly. Midst. What's a midst in this case? Or did you mean mist, as in Dingo will suddenly materialize from a mysterious mist in the middle of this heat, then save the day? Either way, will he be right there at the quick and ready? Will he pull me too late from Blister's teeth, or prevent them from piercing this canine coat of perfection? This beautiful canine coat. Don't worry, Daisy pleaded. Nobody has ever gone up against Dingo and taken the top position. He's one of a kind, as in undefeated. Out of sheer fear, Rat Dog had begun instinctively backing against the edge of the hedge, and was hidden almost fully beneath it. Because he's never been in a dogfight, no doubt? Oh, I've been in a few, mouthy tick, Dingo added, and Nemesys knows that truth. I'm guessing he'll talk a good story, he'll threaten but he won't attack. Given the nominal reassurance but fiercely empty belly, Rat Dog finally agreed to the brainchild. I'm not afraid of death, he bragged. I've jumped from 10 boxes stacked, soaring all the way down to the hard ground. More courage than all of you combined during your whole lives. And if I should go out today, if I go, be sure to tell them stories about me and how I worked to save you in a final blaze of glory. About how I showed up one day, a handsome stranger, then befriended you with my generous and gentle ways. About how witty and perceptive I was. Gregarious, in fact, with an amazing intellect. About my superior breeding, my heroic, courageous jump and similar exploits. About how I fought Nemesys while I was severely injured with a massive cast enveloping my body. Be sure to tell them that, including and especially the ladies. Daisy was paying no attention to his jive. Instead, her ears were at full mast. Hey guys, I'm sensing activity within the big Dorco box. We'd better get started, since Nemesys may be showing up. Episode 324, Dumpster. The intrepid crew sauntered nonchalantly toward the largest dumpster, right in front of the Dorco door, making sure that no canines would take notice of their clandestine activities. Being a cat, Krusty was forced to maneuver carefully across the hedge's edge to avoid getting noticed by strays who may have decided to show up early for the expected Delight's delivery. As planned, she jumped into the dumpster and unlocked the trapdoor. 2 abrasive scratches of her paw upon the door signaled to the crew that things were good to go. Get in there now, Dingo commanded, noticing a dog advancing toward them from a distance. Rat Dog was increasingly hesitant and started yapping nervously. Maybe it's not worth it for me, did you think of that? Maybe I'm the one taking the risk, and you guys are instigators and accomplices. If Nemesys or Blister grabs me, I won't get the chance to tell him who the real criminals are here. To explain that I was an unwilling dupe, an innocent bystander who was bamboozled into your lurid game. The dog was now closing in on their gathering, wondering what the commotion was at the dumpster, since Delights usually didn't arrive this early. Get your ass in there, Doug ordered. She turned her butt to face him, then booted him with her short legs. Rat Dog yelped loudly as he rolled forward, through the swinging trapdoor and into the dumpster. Stop your whining, Dingo commanded, or you'll expose our plan. And shut up, Rat Dog did, after discovering a leftover partial chicken wing as an appetizer for the treats soon to arrive. The dog, a purebred brown and white corgi, showed up seconds later. He was one of Nemesys gang members, doing early reconnaissance. "What's happening here, lowbrows, and why are you hanging out by the front dumpster? This area is off limits until Nemesys gives the signal that it's okay for you lower caste creatures to scrounge for leftovers that we're kind enough to leave for you." Daisy had seen this corgi before. She felt he was one of the nicer of Nemesys gang, but he'd more than likely tattle about what he had found. Noticing that Dingo was having difficulty developing an immediate rationale, she lifted her nose into the air and visibly scanned the area. "I heard purring off in the distance and told my buds we should check it out. You've seen these infamous ears, right? Easily twice any other dog size, including your own, no offense intended. I can tell you, we were not about to go sharing the forthcoming delights with felines, that's for sure." Feeling as if he'd sufficiently scouted the situation, the corgi backed off. "If you see such disgusting creatures around these dumpsters, Nemesys must be notified immediately. We try to keep this place clean and follow the caste rules to the letter of the law. No cats and no lower canines. Unless, of course, the felinous creatures follow up after we're done and asleep. Slim pickings for those unfortunate four-leggers, I'm afraid, but this is how we run things in a just and proper society, right? We each have our place, and the existing power structures ensure that our civil society stays civil and societal, in accordance with our interpretation of the Constitution and the mystically divined wishes of our beloved and long-dead founder Demidogs. Are you catching me, Daisy?" Daisy was slightly distracted, noticing Rat Dog's nails scraping against the bottom of the dumpster as he foraged for additional treats. She knew it was best to conclude the conversation immediately. "All's clear then, my friend. My ears must have deceived me, which is rare, but we'll gladly give you the snouts up signal if we discover felines or undesirable canines roaming the place." "No creature should be found this close to the dumpsters," he replied. "You should back off and attend to your designated places up there on the ridge. Wait your turn according to the rules. If Nemesys even saw me this close to the main dumpster, he'd take a piece of my hide. Imagine what he'd do if he saw you and your lowbrow buddies this close, even if you were hunting cats. Best to back away and wait for the Dorco door to open, as usual." Late afternoon arrived, and the various small packs were lined up in their designated spots. Daisy, BadBoy, and Doug were sitting on the hedge ridge. "I'm nervous," BadBoy admitted. "Never much took to dogfights nor trouble. Tried to stay away from them. Due to my hair, I resemble a bear, and am reluctant to be anywhere close to danger since my date with that swarm of bees. Wasn't doing nothing, but walking by. Wrong place. Wrong time. Bad day." "Indeed, friend," Doug added, "that was a bad week for all of us. Your face exploded to twice its size from the stings. We weren't sure you'd make it." "Didn't slurp a drop of water or eat for moons," he said. "After all I've been through in my destitute dog's life, I run into a beehive. When that water drops from the sky, it pours, I hear, and it hasn't stopped pouring for me since I can remember." Daisy was ignoring the banter, and she wasn't too worried about Rat Dog either. Mostly her mind was on the Dorco door and sounds or scents coming from that direction. "Either of you notice where Dingo was off to?" she asked. Doug, too, was surprised that Dingo was nowhere in the vicinity. "He was behind us when we left the lair, only a few paces away. Shall I see if he went back inside?" "Don't bother," Daisy replied. "I can't imagine he'd forget that Rat Dog is actively gnawing and grubbing in that dumpster, or that he'll possibly die horribly in a bloody burst today. But that's not what's on my mind right now. I'm hearing Dorco activity and smell Nemesys and gang approaching in the distance." "Wish I could sniff as good as you," BadBoy complained. "I once could when I got sopping wet and this brown cruddy mud and hair fell off me. That day my mind opened up to a whole new world of smells, but it faded too quickly. And I could never smell well, Doug bragged. Not built into my breed, given this captivating salivating. My types are bred for companionship and fellowship, not smelling smells like you, Daisy, or smelling bad like you, BadBoy. Though my eyes work okay when not covered by hair, BadBoy added, and I can see Nemesys and Blister and that darn corgi, as well as his other purebred derelict doggies. Observe how they prance and dance toward their lofty positions. And prancing they were. Nemesys was in the lead with his head and nose held high, peering at the various packs as if he alone ruled over the entirety of dogdom. Blister followed the requisite distance behind, along with the others. Once at their designated spots they sat down, stomachs grumbling and on edge, since they hadn't eaten anything the previous day. Though Daisy's petite mind was still engaged in sounds and smells, Doug was taking a second swipe at her comment. Daisy, you wondered about Dingo's whereabouts? Aha. Quiet, I hear movement behind the door. Doug raised her eyebrows. But don't you imagine if Dingo is not around, Rat Dog might actually and truly die trying to fight his way out of the mess he's gonna surely face? Not that I care. Mess, she repeated. Dingo will show. He's a dogbot. It's not in his system to forget important stuff. Please be quiet though, as I hear more activity. Doug's right and I'm heading there, BadBoy observed. It took all I had yesterday to save that rat's life, and I'm not about to let Nemesys or Blister tear him apart. Saving that useless chub was one of the best, most useless things I've done in my life, and I'd do it again if required. Even for him. BadBoy stood and slowly ambled down the ridge toward the dumpster. Doug was concerned the old guy would have to fight them alone. I'm going too. Daisy, are you coming? Daisy was utterly preoccupied and perturbed at being interrupted in such concentrated thought. Coming? Where? To protect the rat. Didn't you hear a word we were saying? Dingo has disappeared, delights are about to show up, and Nemesys and cohorts will tear into the annoying boy's hide when he rolls out of the dumpster like a stuck pig. Will you join us? For a moment, Daisy was in shock at the mention. She loved everyone, including Nemesys and Blister, and couldn't imagine getting into a tussle with them. It was not in her nature to fight. Talk? Yes. Leap like a frog? Yes. Smell? Yes. Hear? Yes. But fight? No. Well, she began, I'll be glad to accompany you. I can't imagine that bad things will happen, right? There's enough for all, right? These guys won't do dirty deeds to maintain their positions and status in the caste, right? They'll back off and bark a bit, but not bite. Right? Not sure, Doug guessed. This dumpster situation and Dingo's plan are quite alarming, and we appear to be ill-prepared for what's coming next. Where in tarnation is he? The two started traipsing the same path that BadBoy took mere seconds before, and he was already within a few uncomfortable paces of where Nemesys stood. Episode 325, Dorko. The Dorko door opened, finally, and two standees grabbed multiple bags, throwing them into the dumpster closest to the door. It was that same dumpster of the three, the one where Rat Dog was cowering in fear of getting crushed as bags of delights rained down upon him. Every dog's eyes were fixated on the Dorko standees and the bags. Every head from every canine in every pack was nodding in sync with the movements of the standees. All were enthralled at the grace and form they exhibited, as the heavy items were lofted into the three large bins. Hearing the standees laughing as the last bag was thrown, no dog could determine if the laughter was from an inside standee joke or if the standees were simply amused by the dozens of four-legged canines waiting for delights to be delivered. Nemesys was intently focused on their activity. His stomach had been growling through the night, a very lonely and cold night, waiting for the standees to show. Thoughts about how the prior day transpired had circulated through his mind in a continuous howl, and were so jumbled that he knew only one thing. If a trace of that adipose-laden chihuahua ingrate appeared nearby, he would get what was coming to him. Striding regally to the trapdoor, as he always did, Nemesys gave the official nod to his key-bearer, a purebred yellow lab following meekly in his footsteps. Being the most intelligent in the gang, the lab's only real purpose was to jimmy and jostle the key into the appropriate hole that released the trapdoor from the outside, thereby allowing delights to pour forth. Trouble was, he was having trouble. "I think a bag must be wedged in the door," he said to a noticeably impatient Nemesys. "It's always worked before." Insert key in jaw, grind it a bit in the hole, then the door flies open and bags fly out. Nemesys was growling angrily and appearing more incensed by the moment. It was bad enough that delights failed to arrive the prior day. Bad enough that the tick got away with demeaning him and mouthing off generally. Bad enough and kind of embarrassing that he'd slept out there and they still didn't arrive. And now the glorious process of his gang taking first dibs at delights was delayed by his incompetent yellow lab. He peered at the crowd, sensing they could be easily aroused to anger if this activity suffered catastrophic failure. Then they heard a burp. A loud, obnoxious burp emanating from the dumpster. The obtrusive sound bounced and resounded off the dumpster's steel walls. All was quiet for a moment, then another belch arrived, followed by a sonorous, substantial string of farts. Nemesys was mystified by the sound. "What the heck is going on in there?" he wondered aloud. "Sounds like another," the lab began. "Shut up," he demanded, realizing that if any cat or canine was to gain first dibs before him, the chosen one, he could lose substantial status in the eyes of the packs who were hungrily awaiting their turn at delights. That would be the worst thing, and could cause him to tumble from being number one to just being a lowly dog in the mix. Even with his purebred lineage, his connections in the caste, his chumming with certain of the swatter bowl manji, and his occasional hobnobbing with the likes of Chaosophus, he understood that dogs at his level were expendable. Local top dog status was never guaranteed, and always subject to the whims of the caste. With the loudest, meanest growl a Belgian Malinois could muster, he took control of the unruly situation. "Get whatever vermin is in the dumpster out of there immediately." At that call, Blister and 5 hangers-on advanced toward the trapdoor. "Kick it," Nemesys demanded, staring intently at Blister, and the boxer obliged his master. "Ouch!" Rat Dog yelped. "Hey there, canine scum. How dare you kick at my door without knocking first?" And at that, the trapdoor finally flew open and Rat Dog rolled forward, sliding outward atop a torn white garbage bag. He was gloriously covered in barbecue glaze, with a satisfied gaze of serenity and satiation on his face. As further evidence of his unrepentant sin against all things appropriately ordered for the benefit of the few and fortunate, a slice of half-eaten pepperoni pizza was precariously stuck to his right loin. Though infuriated at the sight, Nemesys tried to stay calm. He knew that if he went fully ballistic and charged angrily to snap the runt's neck, that response might be construed as excessive force. In fact, he couldn't recall the last time a canine actually died in a dogfight, though a few in which he'd been involved in the past had resulted in serious injuries. In these presciently precious moments, moments of saving face, of maintaining status in the caste, of complying with and conforming to what he knew were the fluid and ever-changing decisions and derisions of the swatter bowl manji, he couldn't simply exterminate the overfed perpetrator, then hope for the best afterward. Sure, his allies were the undisputed power brokers, had been for forever it seemed, and might always be during his lifetime. But he couldn't spend all of his hard-earned coin with them on this one instance by exacting too high a price from the ill-mannered imp. No, he felt that the damage inflicted should teach a lesson about the high altitudes of caste status and low lowliness of others, but not teach a final fatal lesson that might hound him forever. So, as many politicians do to avoid taking responsibility themselves, Nemesys assigned the dirty task to another lesser being. "Blister," he barked ferociously. "Take this miscreant who cares little for our orderly society and the rules we operate under, and show him what it means to behave." That phrase, "what it means to behave," rang a few bells for Ratdog. He'd heard it too often from his standees, usually after he had poopled or puddled, or chewed on a standee's pawware or gnawed on chewable items they stupidly left around the big box. He also understood that these might be his last moments. Lying spread eagle abreast the half-torn bag of delights, he peered upward at the big expanse and wondered what else might be up there besides birds. He thought of all the things his wonderful mind could have accomplished had he been given a reprieve just this once, a chance to survive this calamitous causal chain, and he felt dogdom would sorely miss his potentially significant contributions. But somehow, the delights he devoured were entirely worth coming to such an ignominious end. Blister was hesitant to execute the command, as he had never actually killed a dog. Sure, he'd bitten quite a number of them, but those were usually modestly damaging injuries to confirm that Nemesys was the dominant dog and shouldn't be challenged. And it was okay that he did this for his boss. Besides, according to the Constitution and edicts from the Swatter Bowl Manji, and other caninical ideas and beliefs lost in the ether, he understood that he wasn't the right breed for a higher position in dogdom and never would be. He had to accept that fact and simply execute his master's bidding. Maybe even executing a real live execution in this case. Taking a few milliseconds to size up the bloated tick, he thought it best to avoid the 3 long clawed twigs that were wriggling upward. They appeared a bit foreboding, and he didn't feel like breaking teeth on the whitish cast that obscured the 4th twig. If he could nudge the pudge over, he thought, off its back and onto its belly, one clean crunch on the neck might do the job. "Don't kill him," Nemesys whispered. "I only want him visibly maimed, to teach our onlookers a memorable lesson about maintaining their lowly status in the scheme of things." As Blister nosed the listless rat dog onto his belly, he immediately felt the sharp, unpleasant sensation of tiny dog teeth piercing his skin repeatedly. He'd never experienced such painful sensations in his life. As this was transpiring, BadBoy had quietly shimmied forward and was within striking distance of Blister. In fact, many of the local pack dogs had moved closer to the activities at the dumpster, and nobody was expecting BadBoy to defend the helpless tick a second time. Both were now ready to pounce, bloody-nosed Blister at Ratdog and BadBoy at Blister. A high-pitched voice yipped from behind the dumpster. "Dingo!" Daisy exclaimed, springing in excitement and fear. "Dingo, Ratdog's gonna die right now." "Not on my watch," Dingo assured her as he stepped carefully toward the canine confrontation. "Blister," he began, appearing completely unruffled at the impending danger, "I suggest you take a second to compose yourself. You don't really want to slay this vile beast, do you? Think of how it would look in your legacy, that future famous and oft-told story of Blister the boxer that's yet to be shared in boxerdom. So consider your next move carefully, my friend. How weak might you appear by taking this one out permanently? He's about the size of your head, buddy, or would be if he lost a bit of poundage. Nobody wants a reputation that they injure smaller, incompetent, or already impaired doggies, do they? Even Nemesys should see how pathetic that is." "Away from here," Nemesys warned, backing up as if he was positioning to strike at Dingo. "Nemi. Down, boy. You're smarter than this, and we can predict how things will end up if you come at me. Not good for you, and not a good look for your legacy either, to suffer additional unnecessary embarrassment in front of this extensive canine crowd. Why don't you let this one go, huh?" New pooch comes to town, doesn't understand the rules of the caste, never heard of the Constitution or manji. Only wanted a chance at enjoying first dib delights. It's not as if the standees chucked the bags right in front of you, or otherwise selected you to have delights for yourself alone. No, they threw them in the dumpster, which implies fair game and the potential for each to partake equally. It's just that the rules you tend to tell yourself, your own distorted, constantly repeated narratives, inform you that this ritual process is fair to all. But we know these rules or ways or customs are painfully egregious and onerous to the multitudes among us with lesser status. So why don't you let it slide for today, then we can get back to our lairs or dens and have a good laugh about what happened? Nemesys howled in unrestrained anger. You called me that? Nobody disrespects me in such a way. Apparently I do, Dingo countered, smiling the best he could for a dogbot. But wow! If you're this sensitive when called that cute name, which is a pretty natural thing for one to do, it might help you to start grooming your sense of self-worth as often as you groom your coat. Nemesys was shaking with anger, but not making moves to attack. I'm taking this to the Caste, this travesty of proper canine nature. You'll see who's boss when I'm through with you. Dingo nodded approvingly. Great, please do that. Of course, if you want to complain, you'll first need to go to the feeder bowl manji for an evaluation. I don't believe your sway is so strong there. Too bad you have no direct roots to your lords and masters among the swatter bowl manji, at least per the Constitution, that they love to hide behind. Even with his 6 followers in tow, he knew he'd not likely triumph in an immediate altercation with Dingo, and Nemesys sensibly backed off. Oh, mechanical monstrosity that can't bark properly, I'll be glad to confront the local manji with this preposterous and intentional breach of protocol. And I'll be with you there to argue Rat Dog's case, Nemi. In fact, I doubt this small disagreement is significant enough to ever warrant attention from your omnipotent swatter bowl comrades. Unfortunate for you, buddy, since the lofty connections you hold so close to your hairy chest appear not to have jurisdiction in this matter. We'll see about that. Nemesys woofed hoarsely. You and your pathetic evil weevils will be sorry you ever crossed me. Then he signaled to his crew to grab a few unopened bags of delights and drag them off to their lair. Once they were a good distance away, the remaining canines got dibs at untouched delights for the first time, and they were quite happy about that. Episode 326, Rescue. Daisy. BadBoy uttered, lifting his chin off the ground. Would you please stop pacing back and forth? It's been a grueling day, and I'm trying to rest before the coming delights delivery. Daisy was quivering with anticipation. I can't see how a single one of you can sleep like a dog on the bed, while poor Dingo is at the feeder bowl, pleading his heart out on behalf of Rat Dog. She then turned and looked sternly at the disinterested Chub. And you didn't have the decency to go there with him. He's doing this for you, tiny troublemaker. But what are you doing? Lying in my spot of all things, and taking no heed that he's defending your actions. Rat Dog lifted his head slightly and yawned slowly, as if to amplify his lack of concern. I got out of it what I needed, and could care less what that hapless Basenji faker is doing. You don't seem to get it, Daisy, that only the best of us, the most astute and competent, are able to place our priorities in proper order. Food first. Water second. Sleep third. Shelter fourth. All else pales in comparison, and is not worthy of consideration. Now for once I agree with that unkempt slob over there. Your pacing is interrupting my sleep, which is most disturbing. If you persist, I'll have to take action. Nobody can predict how savage I might become if you don't stop, but probably best for you to heed my warning and clam yourself. Clam yourself, she repeated, still pacing in the lair. You meant to say that I should calm myself. No. Shows how little you understand of the world or its wisdom. It's effectively a portmanteau, a combination of two words or concepts. Calm yourself is one, and clam your trap shut and let me sleep is the other. Clam yourself. I sympathize with your inability to grasp this simple concept, but even a cat would understand that colloquialism. With this much conversation occurring during the hot midday nap, Doug had reached a boiling point. If you two don't stop talking, you'll wish you would have both been born as clams. I might be short, but I have a raging underbite that can tear into a hide quicker than you can say clam yourself again. So please shut your traps and stop the pacing. And rat dog, if you discharge another string of fire and brimstone dog farts, I'll ban you forever from this place. Rat dog was unmoved by the threat, but with the simmering heat of the early afternoon he was in no mood to retch a retort. Daisy, on the other hand, decided to take her nervous energy outside and wait in the shade of the hedge for Dingo to return from arguing Rat Dog's case with Nemesys and the local feeder bowl Manji. A butterfly lit on her nose. This was a first for her. She'd noticed them flitting around before, but never did one land on her snout. Daisy's first thought was to snap at it, snap and crunch it just like she loved to do with cicadas. Ah, she considered, those things make a lovely sound between my teeth, though they are a bit squishy and sour. The sound, however, is all worth it. On the one hand, cicadas deserve to be crunched. Their buzzing noise was utterly annoying to her, especially for a canine with such giftedly generous and sensitive ears. Butterflies, though, were of a different manufacture. Light and airy. Soundless. Graceful, much like she was while chasing rabbits and squirrels. After admiring it for a moment, the butterfly lifted off and flew high over the hedge. The entire experience of this event taxed her mind, and she decided it would be best to rest with ears standing erect and twitching at the slightest sound. Soon she got bored and rested in the dirt for a time. Then a voice shouted out from behind her. "Daisy?" Being an easily spooked and timid dog, one that was accustomed to having things thrown at her by the mean standees before she found her best standees, Daisy instinctively jumped far away from the sound. Startled that anyone or anything could sneak up on her, she froze solid and rolled clumsily and stiff-legged down the incline of the hedge. "Dingo?" she coughed, choking on the dust she'd kicked up in the commotion. "Dingo?" "Sorry, girl," he offered. "Thought I'd sneak up on you with the good news." After finally gaining her bearings, she spontaneously began pogoing at his sight. "Settle down, girl," he urged. "Hard to tell you when you're leaping in the air." He waited for her to stop, then continued. "As I said, good news from the feeder bowl." "What happened? Please tell me now. But wait, let's get the rest." She pranced into the lair and yelped at the top of her lungs, "Team! Dingo's back." BadBoy didn't stir. Nor did Doug. Nor did Rat Dog. "He's outside?" she asked, as if it was a question and not a statement. "Who cares?" Rat Dog mumbled. "I was in the middle of a good dream, one where the girls were admiring all that's admirable about me. Then you wrecked it." "Tell him to come in here, as I'm not going out in the heat," Doug advised. "Me neither," BadBoy seconded before going right back into a snore. Although the lair would be crowded with 5 inside, she poked her head out through the door. "Dingo, they're napping." "So what's new about that?" he retorted. "Nothing," she admitted. "Come in anyway. Maybe someone besides you and I might actually care about this." Dingo walked in and sat in front of the doorway, facing inward. "Hey," Rat Dog complained. "You're blocking the breeze, Basenji boy. Get in or get out, but don't just sit there like a hound on a duck." "What's that mean?" Daisy wondered, not understanding the reference. Not that anyone else did either. "Well," Dingo started. I can see you're thankful that I spent the better part of my morning and afternoon arguing your case with the local manji and Nemesys. Rat Dog frowned angrily and was mad enough at this interruption to raise his head off the ground. Why should I be? I didn't ask you to do it. You concocted that entire dumpster event for your own amusement while I valiantly put my life at risk. As a positive, I got my one shot at first dib delights, and that was my role. I could care less about your unimportant canine social mores and eels, if you get my drift. So please moveth your butteth away from the door, or you'll discover my vicious fangs embedded in your fanny. Daisy was growing angry. Shut up, Rat Dog, she commanded. Maybe you don't care. Maybe you don't participate in dogdom goings-on, but I do. Then she turned to Dingo. Please, dear friend, tell us what happened. Perhaps one of these lazy louts will perk up an ear and listen as well. Your excessive elephant-sized ears are already perked up enough for all of us, Rat Dog complained as he rested his head back onto the soft ground, ready to return to sleep in peace. Dingo surveyed the lair. 4 pups and only one who listens or cares, he said. That's par for the course. When it comes to making changes for the good of society, everyone yelps loudly, but few make an effort to do anything about it. Lazy dogs. Lazy dolts. Listless dogdom. Indeed, Daisy seconded. It was a slog, admittedly, he groaned. It wasn't as if the local manji had innate biases or relationships to compromise her credibility. She was a long-timer at the feeder bowl and gave the situation a fair evaluation. She's at least one good reason why I'm fine with local manji lifetime appointments. It's not like their decisions are final, by the way, and can't be appealed. Nemesys was there, of course, with a pack of special helpers to assist with his arguments. They must have been appointed by snippety-snip higher-ups in the caste, or maybe Gogmadog, comprised of a tasteless string of purebreds and exalted ones such as you've never seen before and probably don't care to. So were any swatter bowl manji present, she wondered. Don't know. Never really seen one up close. But these dapperly decked-out doggies advising Nemesys were whispering and baying and ululating and arguing during the proceeding, much to the chagrin of the local manji. Daisy wondered, and what finally happened? Well, she spit many of the weak arguments back at their wet noses. She referred to the Constitution and indicated that nothing was explicitly defined as to why the caste needs to hold such a vaulted status over the rest of us. That was followed by more haranguing and hounding from the Nemesys pack about why its members should get first dibs at delights and everything else in dogdom. They referred to the will of the demidogs and their old life histories, as if how those holy four-leggers lived and thought back in those days was the only thing that mattered. I don't get that. Why would their beloved but ancient lives hold importance to our lives today? She asked innocently, a glazed look in her eyes. He was surprised that she was still listening and comprehending a bit of it. Okay, you asked, so here we go. Apparently, certain manji are bred to pretend they can interpret the Constitution as if they were magically transported back to those days and therefore understand the original minds of the most reverend demidogs. However, this manji said the plain truth is that every dog naturally comes to decisions based on their own life experiences. In other words, no manji can possibly possess a mystical, mysterious ability to lick the bowl clean of their inherent biases and belief systems. I loved my bowl and always licked it clean, she interjected. Yeah, he stated, that was a figure of speech. Despite it being impossible to come into any decision free of biases, there are some who claim to do so by regularly communing with the dead demidogs. It's as if they're specially entitled with a bizarre and wondrous capacity to run their canine minds backward. After having infused, inculcated, and impregnated themselves with their mystical lives and thoughts via this metaphysical magic, they then can claim that they alone possess the minds of the demidogs. This therefore grants them the righteous right to apply their effulgent, unquestionable and timeless wisdom to today's quandaries of dogdom. I get it, she exclaimed. I do that with my old best standees. I think they still miss me, and I supremely miss them. He nodded. Sure. Kind of the same. Some local manji have concluded that those who claim to commune with the demidogs will very often use that as an excuse to pull the wool over our eyes. That such feigned communing gives them a convenient rationalization and veil to push forth their biases, yet yelp aloud that their own paws are clean and pure of prejudices. They can say they're acting as mystical channelers of the demidog's will. Heck, she said, if it was that easy, such interpretation would require no prior wisdom, no life experience, and therefore no manji at all. Then she concluded by saying, it's a complete dereliction of their manji responsibility to bear the burden of their decisions, though I'm not totally sure what she meant there. Daisy, being her effervescent self, was still acting interested. Then what, she wondered. He continued. As relates to our situation, she explained that the delights lineup process was never specifically, clearly, resolutely, absolutely, decisively, or doggedly defined in the Constitution. That is, it was simply a custom that expanded over multiple recent seasons, and that we should take into account the realities of today's world, a world that is far different from the ancient dog days of the demidogs. Dingo's explanation had soared far over Daisy's head by now, even over her ears. In fact, this occurred when he first mentioned Constitution. Regardless, she played along with keen interest, which was what she was inclined to do in almost every conversation. So what does that mean for us? In summary, he concluded, it means that each dog must be allowed equal access to delights and equal voice in what happens around here. She said the caste and special breeds, who enjoy considerable favoritism today, should not be so utterly favored. That the process of packs queuing up for delights in a preconceived and preferential status order will need to be discontinued. Say what? She queried. If nobody lines up for delights, if Nemesys and cronies no longer control the process, then who does? Dingo nodded his head. We all do. If you go back in history a bit, you'll find that the reason a process existed in the first place was because no dog wanted a feeding frenzy anarchy to occur when the daily delights arrived. Jumping at the opportunity to disingenuously advantage themselves, certain purebreds took control of the process in the early days. Eventually, they argued that they should stay in control, simply because they were already in control. One thing led to another, and pretty soon the caste gained more power and defined that only purebreds could hold exalted positions in the doggy dominance hierarchy and enjoy first dibs at society's treats, such as delights. This led to them getting advantaged everywhere else. Best dibs. Best resting places. Best water access. Best bones and delicious bags of goodies. But we're only canines who happen to look different, right? Daisy wondered. Status shouldn't matter in our world. Of course not. But they used breeding, bloodlines, tails, musculature, fang size and innate intelligence arguments in their narratives to separate, vegetate and predominate us. I suppose it's natural to favor your kith and kin to a small degree, but now it's gotten way out of hand. Daisy's head began to bow. But small degree turns into large degree. I bet standees would have treated me better if my ears weren't so oversized, or if I had a fulsome tail, or if I was purebred, or if I was cuter. You're mega cute, Daisy. Look, we'll always have selfish and prejudiced thinkers and can't get away from that. But what's fair and unfair needs to be balanced out in society. That's supposed to be the job of the manji, especially the swatter bowl manji, to ensure dogdom is operating fairly for all, including cats. Often, however, they bark out edicts that continue to advantage the already advantaged, using their demidog mind meld arguments as a convenient and guiltless rationale. His stomach growling, Rat-Dog finally stirred from his quasi-slumber. "Hey Limp Lips. I could care less about your social yah-yah talk and more about meaningful actions and actionable meanings. Give my ears a break and net your travesty of blathering for us, okay? What does this imply regarding today's delights?" Dingo smiled. "According to the local manji, it means everyone gets equal access to delights from this point onward. We should be happy about that." And happy they were, for a time. Episode 327, Guppies. Multiple moons passed, and on this certain late afternoon, Daisy and friends had taken their new positions close to the dumpster. They were sitting patiently, waiting for Daisy to signal that she was hearing the usual activity behind the Dorco door, the activity that always resulted in delights. After the feeder bowl manji's edict, the local packs had been taking turns at doling out the delights. Every dog got their fair share of first, second and third dibs, and no canines or cats complained about the new process. Because it was fair. Except for this day. As they waited for the Dorco door to swing open, all present noticed Nemesys prancing forward with his usual gang in tow. He'd been absent around the dumpsters since the edict, and many assumed he and his pack had simply given up, convinced to find another place where they could dominate over more docile dogs. Not needing to partake in delights, Dingo was absent this day. Nemesys had caught onto this fact and bullied his way to the front of the crowd, assuming his previously dominant position closest to the Dorco door. "Excuse me," Daisy politely barked. "Excuse me, Nemesys. We've established a process for equitably distributing delights among the local packs. I don't completely understand it, but perhaps Doug can explain so that you and your friends can participate with us." Nemesys growled angrily, "You and your pathetic four-legged freaks better back off." "Maybe you didn't hear me," she countered innocently. "We have a better, more equitable process than before. It's based on the local manji and feeder bowl edict and all that stuff. You were there when it was decided, weren't you?" "I don't need to explain myself to you, dimwit," Nemesys spat, "but I will say this for all to hear. The most reverend Swatter Bowl manji have decided to make a decision to decide for once and for all, until the end of time to hear my case and rule in my favor. Until that event, I'm reverting back to the process that was before and what it ever should have been, and will be in the future." The crowd of canines gasped in horror. They had been told snout to mouth that the equitable new process was the lay of the land. That the local manji decided in their favor, and that fairness and justness would rule the day. But this was a new bone thrown into the works, and Rat-Dog was the first to catch on to its implications. "Hey you. Hey German Shepherd-ish," he sniveled. "What is it about you that is so unlikable from a normal dog's perspective? Is it your insistence on adhering to this malicious Malinois narrative? Are you still riding that horse? About time to give it up, little guy. Give it up, suck it up, choke it up. You're assuming that, due to your presumably reinstated status, you can boss us around? That you can recapture your unequal share? Do you believe you're the only dog in town? That your shepherd blood is so dominant, and your position so exalted, you can poop on the rest of us?" Nemesys was surprisingly taken aback by this unexpected volley from the tiny creature, but he knew that an altercation could cost him points at the Swatter Bowl, the place where the most high manji made their final determinations. Rat-Dog sensed this too, and he continued, "I'm no dog psychologist, but I'd say you've got heady issues to contend with, mein Freudian Freund. Was it something dark in your past that damaged your sense of self? Did a few standees once dress you down? Did one of them place a humiliating hat on your head, or make you wear a checkered vest as if you were a Scottish terrier? That would be embarrassing, no? A Scotty vest on a German Shepherd." A few in the crowd chuckled at his comment, further angering Nemesys and encouraging Rat-Dog. You've been gone a bit, buddy. Did you finally locate that macho mojo you'd lost after receiving your thrashing and trashing at the feeder bowl? I believe I saw it lingering listlessly there by the creek, praying to find a new, more talented master who could take the reins. Wait a minute. I'm now having second thoughts. Indeed, you might look good wearing that tartan vest. Rat Dog had fulfilled his immediate urge to disgorge and denigrate the intruder, and in the momentary silence after his last outburst, he was once again grasping for additional epithets to vomit forth. Too long a silence might lose him positioning, as he knew at this point there was no backing off, no slinking away, and no dingo present to save his very exposed bacon. Blister was having none of it. "Boss," he urged, "let me put him in his place and do the job I couldn't finish before. Dingo isn't here, and I can make quick mincemeat of Squirtville. One crunch. That's all it'll take. Fast, easy, and satisfying for both of us." But Nemesys was considering his upcoming performance at the Swatter Bowl. He knew that it was called that for a reason. Those who lacked status or import or value in society typically lost there. They were swatted ignominiously out of the bowl, as every mangy mutt deserved to be. After his prospective win at the bowl, he'd then have the wherewithal and high-level approval to exact his revenge on the tick, and sweet that would be. "Back off, Blister," he commanded. "We don't always use violence to get our way. On occasion, we use our connections, our friends in high places, and the jaws who shake our paws. We're masters at furtively chasing our chicanery behind the scenes. That's the situation in this case, so no fur will fly today. We'll have payback in the future, very soon, where we can gloat at this pathetic deflated bloat." "But boss," Blister whined. "Boss." "Guppies," Rat Dog snickered. "You're gutless guppies, guys. Wait until Dingo gets wind of your futile scheme." Episode 328, Woof. More moons passed, and Daisy was worried about Rat Dog's increasingly sarcastic behavior, especially how he might come off at his upcoming appearance at the Swatter Bowl. She convinced Dingo to hold a wolf cart trial with her buddies, to ensure that should he be asked to speak, Rat Dog would be well scripted. Conversely, she had no worries about Dingo's role because he was one of the smartest dudes she'd ever known. "Okay," she began, glad that BadBoy and Doug had found sufficient value in the exercise to attend. "We're about to start." BadBoy was indifferent. The lair was steps away, and the midday heat was bearing mightily on his thick, dusty coat. "I don't get it. Why do we need to do this activity outside the lair? It gets hot out here when you have as much tangled mat as I do." "Same with me," Doug complained, slurping the foam from her jowls and wheezing beneath her breath. "The hotter I get, the more my mouth sudzes. Until it doesn't, which is when I die. Does everyone agree that my sorrowful fate is to die out here today in the sun?" Dingo shook his head in disgust. This was not his vision of how a good wolf cart trial should proceed. "It won't take us long, friends. We're trying to educate Rat Dog on how to comport himself before the most high Swatter Bowl manji, since they're a heady group of caninical types. He needs to practice what to say and not to say in the unfortunate event they request him to speak on his behalf." "So happy," Daisy exhorted, expressing her emotion at having her close friends present and in relatively good moods. "Go right ahead, Dingo." But Rat Dog started instead. "You think I don't get what's about to happen here? Put on display like a circus act for all to ogle and get their jollies? I know nothing of this Swatter Bowl. I don't appreciate the name of it, nor the implication that I'm about to get swatted. Been there, done that, and not on my list of jolly good times. Hey Dingbat Dog, are we supposed to show up on empty bellies? If so, that's a bad sign. Bad sign. You can't expect me to be at my best on legs weakened by famine. You should stop here and reconsider this purposeless plan." Dingo was sorry he let Rat Dog trail on. Look, Pipsqueak, our efforts in the swatter bowl are not about you, at least not directly. They're about doing what's right for all canines versus letting the few societal favorites gain more power and status, which is what they've been doing consistently for countless moons. But he was having none of it. You act as if I'm stopping you, dingbat. I keep waiting for you to ask me a question and instruct me properly. Instead, you prefer to blabber up a storm. Please go right ahead, and I'll oblige this small crowd with my overwhelming wit. It's not wit we're after, Dingo replied. It's fairness. Truth. Think of it this way, Nimwit. You have a good case. You were new in town, you saw things that seemed unfair to you and rightfully so to others. You spoke up and had the courage to put yourself out there, albeit in the face of getting attacked by the big dogs, the statused ones. But you stood up to them, stood up for what should be seen as a basic canine right. Rat Dog was furious at Dingo's introduction. You serious? This is your opening statement? Truth and fairness? Are you kidding me, Roborot? There's no truth and fairness that I've ever experienced. It's been kick him there or shove him out the door, or he's eating the young one's food and needs to go hungry for a week to learn his lesson. I mean, virtually every canine I've come across has slogged this same path, and you're bringing up clean water to slurp and food bowls filled with delights? Get real, Runtola. That argument doesn't go anywhere with me, and will put any peeps and pups in the swatter bowl to sleep. To prove my point, just look at BadBoy. Heads turned to the overgrown mutt, who was enjoying a good slumber in the sun. I'm hot, Doug complained. Think my salivating and nose running is in turbo production mode, and slurping that stuff is making me sick to my stomach. I need to leave and go do my duty, maybe an extra duty in the usual spot. Daisy was exhausted with the entire effort, as was Dingo. Geez, kids. Can't we do this one thing well? I mean, Dingo's effort to succeed is on the fast path to failure because you guys, including you, little rat, are not cooperating. I can't help my stomach problems, Doug confessed. And I'm too hot, BadBoy uttered as he slowly rose to make his way into the lair. I'm not worried in the least, Rat Dog bragged. These swatter bowl manji have never seen the likes of me. Even if they don't ask me to speak, even if Dingo wants to do the yapping, I'll give them a piece of my mind regardless. Besides, I'm sure I can state my case better than the dingbat, and they'll get the added advantage of experiencing the bright light that is my enduring wisdom. Dingo shook his head. Rarely in his long life had he felt such deep vexation and hopeless anticipation. Daisy, he grumbled as he watched Rat Dog slink back into the lair, I'll do my best to keep his trap shut. The runt doesn't sense the importance of this event. It's not a walk in the park for us. No way. In fact, I anticipate Nemesys will have his many favored caste buddies and cohorts in tow. It'll be me, perched on my fours, versus him and his dastardly connections. Worse yet, the majority of swatter bowl manji are apparently affirmed advocating acolytes of the Fidoish Club or clique, or cadre of conniving clandestine canines and chaosophists and gogmaddog, whose admitted ambition is to advantage the already advantaged. I'll be there to support you, buddy, Daisy assured him. That's probably pretty helpless help, but it's something. Episode 329, Afghan. The swatter bowl was a good distance from their lair, and by the time they arrived, Rat Dog was fully spent and limping achingly on his broken leg. The pain was making him angrier with every step, as was the fact that none seemed to notice. He was in the foulest of moods as he stood to pledge support to the Constitution, which he, similar to many others in the arena, did not understand at all. 7 mostly purebred canines were hovering over them, perched on high rock pedestals. Regally decked out in their black neck cones, Rat Dog thought they were quite the spectacle. The Afghan among them, sporting yellow curls and recently shaved, groomed and clipped to the nines, spoke first. Before we commence with this dignified proceeding, we must address the obvious question as to whether this lowest of lowly caste, pudgy canines, is faking his apparent leg injury. As most know, I'm not one to be dogged or otherwise hounded into a pity vote. Indeed, this deceitful display of suffering is already biasing me and a few of my colleagues against him. Completely startled by such an indifferent and abusive remark, Dingo stumbled for a defense. Then, making a rookie error, he gazed across the arena and noticed many eyes, hundreds of them, focused on him. This experience was quite different from the feeder bowl, where only a few strays were sniffing around the grounds. "Speak, idiot!" Rat Dog hissed from the small corner of his tiny snout. "You're supposed to defend me and state our case, Nimbot." Not ever having been in such a situation before, Dingo didn't realize that he suffered from large crowd stage fright. In fact, the biggest crowd he'd ever spoken before was at the instigating incident, where Rat Dog feasted to his heart's delight. "Broken," Dingo snarled in a high pitch. And that was all he could dribble forth. At that, Rat Dog knew his moment of valor was at hand. He needed to take control and show no remorse in doing so. Everything he feared about Dingo was coming true. He wasn't a real dog, couldn't handle real dog situations, and couldn't even bark loudly enough to be heard in the arena. Daisy was sitting right behind them, and her ears were on high alert, listening to the mumblings and rumblings and grumblings in the crowd. She held her nose high in the air to smell the smells, and there were many. In fact, it was almost impossible in this situation to rely on her for help, given the amount of energy it took to both smell and hear so much at the same time. She looked to her left at BadBoy. He shrugged his shoulders, not knowing what to do. "I don't manage well in crowds," he sputtered, "and I heard a comment that I stink." Then she peered to her right at Doug. The long journey to the swatter bowl had taxed her body entirely. In her wheezing, snotty condition, she was in no shape to assist anyone. But Rat Dog wasn't thinking about assistance. He was pondering how ridiculous this whole bowl visit was, and he was about to make everyone aware of that fact. "What are you?" he asked the Afghan, who was still waiting for the other Manji to respond to his commentary about Rat Dog's gimp leg. "What do you mean, what am I?" the Afghan rebuffed, extremely annoyed. "I'm an exalted swatter bowl Manji. Perhaps you lack the mental capacity to understand your situation, and clearly, this robot dog is utterly incompetent and unable to assist you. We are collectively here to assess your fragile, feeble argument to determine if it should affect anything anywhere. Probably more accurately, if it should be indelicately tossed over the fence like a steaming doggy scoop of you-know-what." Rat Dog limped toward the high rocks, howling the most painful yelps he could muster as he ambled a few steps forward. "Excuse me, but did you inquire about my broken leg, and whether the injury is real or not? Since you asked, I'll gladly inform this august body. You see, I was in a big box 12 stacks up. It was aflame, and my standees left me there alone to fend for myself. My behind was searing and blistering, and I was beginning to melt. A standee far below signaled to jump, so I did, and was airborne for a longer period than any canine ever. That's how I shattered my leg, in that infamous leap. Surprised you hadn't heard about it, but I suppose you're terminally cloistered and therefore unaware of much outside your own den of pups and poops. And now that I've politely responded to your question, it's customary for you to respond to mine." The Afghan was incensed, and whispered to a few of his comrades in tones, as if they'd already made their decision on his fate. Rat Dog was incensed as well, since the Afghan had not shown him the courtesy to bark back an immediate reply. "Excuse me, big fella, but did you forget my question? I asked, 'What are you?' and you responded with piddle-puddle about who you were, but not what you were. Would you mind answering a simple question?" The Afghan squinted angrily at him. "I'm a purebred Afghan if you must inquire. Bred for things you don't get and could never. I've roamed in lofty places that you can't imagine, and if you know what's good for you, you'll pay me and my colleagues our due respect. Due respect? Rat Dog laughed, then hacked a bit while developing his next thoughts. Excuse me, amigo, but I do comprehend a few things. First, your purebred breeding implies onerous inbreeding, and reminds us of the debilitating and unhealthy attributes of that. Yet your keepers just keep churning and rechurning that same corrosive set of genetic repeats and narratives to create predictable oddities like you. Second, I understand you guys engage in an unusual, unproven and undeniable form of dog ancestor worship. I get that you are studious, Canastutian acolytes. But it is because you appear so gloriously studious in others' eyes that you can make or unmake, fake or head fake, take or forsake any decision you want according to your whimpering whims and convenient rationalizations. Like, maybe you caught a bad case of fleas and are in no mood to rule favorably on anything today. Or perhaps you simply don't fancy the four-legger before you or what he stands for, so you create some grift about how he can't play in your yard. Then you excuse it by parroting some obscure reflective directive from irrelevant ages past. I've had about enough of you, the Afghan cried. And then there's that oddball Fido-ish club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines who selected you because of your breeding, but not because you were decent and caring. Top it off with this secretive levering dude who's likely prancing around in this crowd right now. Dude's name is Chaosophus and has frightful connections to, Ratboy chuckled, Gog Mad Dog, apparently a very baleful batch of Bowsers. I mean, get real. Will you ever speak on your own behalf, or will you always follow the scent to a predictable and dreary bowl of chow that someone else set out for you? If so, then roll over and be a good boy while your trainers pull at your leash and chain and bark commands at you from behind the doggy door. At this juncture, the swatter bowl manji were howling loudly as if the sky was falling in. A few of them were actively arguing to let Rat Dog continue, but the majority outbarked them. The crowd in attendance was also yelping and bellowing. It was so loud that Daisy couldn't stand the noise, and she left in haste. The Afghan was now sitting up on his two back legs to make himself appear more threatening. I've had it with you, scum runt. After briefly yapping with most of my colleagues and communing with the effusive and obtrusive demidog forebears, we have agreed that from this day on across all of dogdom where we reign, all chihuahuas, rat terriers and hybrids of such are hereby banished, completely and forever. This edict is in effect until we lifetime-appointed manji have seen our last days at the swatter bowl. And there's more. In addition to those two lowly breeds, we are also banishing all dogbots, Westies and Westie mixes, as it appears that the large-eared one who sat behind you was your accomplice. Rat Dog was slightly put off by such a harsh decision, and surprised they took so poorly to his polite self-defense. He opened his mouth to express his feelings. What makes you uber special, that you can decide a thing such as this? Are you so insecure that you can't develop your own decisions about right and wrong? Must you instead roll and thrash about in the yard in a mock trance, as if you were suddenly infused with the magical wisdom of the most reverend demidogs and their original lives and thoughts? And who were they to have been such perfect canine masters that they could have been so prescient to have accurately envisioned these quite different dog days? No Dorco or Dumpster even existed in their times. Isn't that correct? You're out of here, the Afghan bellowed, directing two purebred bull terriers to unceremoniously escort them from the bowl. And be sure they're banished forever from our sight and lands. We don't want their kind piddling on our hallowed ground. Finally, but without remorse, Rat Dog sensed he had gone too far. Maybe they really did have the power to determine his fate, and maybe he really did step in his own dog poop this time. Upon the Afghan's last command, both he and a stumbling, mumbling dingo were summarily swatted out of the swatter bowl, and escorted forthwith to lands barely within smelling range of their old haunts. I guess that didn't turn out so well, Rat Dog surmised as he scanned the barren wasteland where they were deposited. Had you been there for me instead of stepping on your missing tongue, things might have gone better. Think of it. We might be enjoying delights at this moment, even if they were scraps. I'd rather have scrap than crap. Dingo still wasn't certain what happened to his programming. It might have been a continuous loop that wouldn't stop looping, or one of those unfortunate encoding dead ends. Either way, he had no excuse. My sincere apologies, Rat Dog. My insides were screaming out, but my mouth wasn't moving. Never had that occur before. In an unusual moment of kindness, Rat Dog took pity on him. Well, you seem perfectly fine right now, but you're way too late to come to my rescue. I think you should go find a standee to locate a reset button. I'd bet he can also program in a personality improvement or two. You do understand that I've been in this situation before, dropped off in the middle of nowhere, as the standees rolled away in their box with wheels? It's not pleasant. Dingo was dejected, but knew it wasn't the occasion to wag and wail about spilt milk. He glanced around the barren land. Lucky for us, I have an idea where we can find refuge tonight, Rat Dog. A fair place with food. But I'm worried about my Daisy and what might have happened to her after that egregious edict. She didn't bark a single word in that swatter bowl, yet the Afghan laid right into her breed. Rat Dog nodded agreeably. He was jealous. Yeah, that's it. Jealous of me and my intellect. Jealous of Daisy because of her enormous ears or Westie parentage. I'm not sure he was jealous of you, however. He was perhaps concerned that you and dogbots in general are diminishing the entire canine species, especially after your listless and witless performance at the Swatter Bowl. True to form. Swatted is what we got and possibly what we bought, Dingo observed. Episode 330, Felinus. We're headed where? Rat Dog bawled. He was beyond irate after limping all the way to the Swatter Bowl, getting booted out by the Manji, and currently making a long forced trek somewhere else. On an empty stomach, no less. Felinus, my friend. Felinus dos gatos. You'll love it there, Dingo chuckled. You think it's funny that we were banished from our comfortable lair, that we're far distant from delights, and are forced to live with the world's worst non-canine creatures? Indeed, Roborot, your mind has been infected by a thing far more insidious than you might imagine. Do me a favor and put me to forever sleep. Terminate my rotten existence right now. The thought of me living among cats is so repulsive that I'm beyond words. Oh, if only that was true, Dingo wished. My mechanical ears would finally get the rest they desperately deserve. As they headed toward Felinus, Rat Dog caught wind of a putrefying scent. Stop in your tracks, Dogbot. We're not taking a step closer. Don't you smell that malodorous stench? Smell? I sense nothing. My creators didn't bless me with a plethora of scent specifics, Dingo admitted. What's got your complaint motor engaged this time? Detritus. Sewage. Week-old curdled and fuzzed up milk. Ammonia. Yeah, that's it. My sniffer is overdosing on reeking rancid, noxious ammonia. On second thought, you won't have to end it for me because I think I'm gonna die right here. Dingo kept walking happily toward their destination. The stink meant they were close. I assume that's cat pee and poo, my boy. Perhaps I've grown used to it. Used to it. Used to it. You expect me, a half chihuahua, half tar terrier, to live among cats that stink as badly as this? Tar terrier? Dingo wondered. Thought you were a rat terrier mix? Never heard of tar terriers. See. Do you see? The smell is so rank and vile that I can't think straight. In fact, I'm losing control entirely. The tremors are hitting me. To amplify his point, Rat Dog stopped limping forward and began shaking all over. Dingo laughed. Okay. Up to you if you stop here. I understand that coyotes and arachnines are out here regularly in the evening, hunting for strays and other incompetent kinds of creatures. But if you hide, say in a rabbit hole, it's equal odds that you'll live through the night. Of course, that assumes no rattlesnakes are freeloading in those holes. Arachnines? Rat Dog asked, still feigning the shakes. What's that? Surprised you aren't aware, since you're such easy fodder for their dinner table. They're creatures the standees invented who knows when. Mixture of canines and raccoons. Devious, cunning things. They run in large packs, and grow as tall as that Afghan you angered. As muscular as Blister, maybe more. And their front paws have sharp claws that can split a dog's belly open before you can cry, ouch! So please stop here if you want. Felinus is just around that hill and you'd be safe there. Likewise, you'd clearly prefer to entertain the coyote or arachnine types with your cutting humor, which seems to have been very successful for you thus far. Rat Dog stopped shaking and sighed as he slowly limped forward to catch up. Don't expect me to overstay my welcome. They'll not have me, and I won't have them. I'll probably expire from that painful feline stinky poo death, which I hear is a real sickness. Perhaps so, Ratty boy, Dingo warned, but at least I'll make it through okay. Then my ears will get that much-needed rest I keep mentioning. It was late afternoon when the two finally made it to Felinus dos Gatos. Crusty, my friend. Dingo squealed as they entered the dusty patch of scrub and water-starved trees that was home to thousands of emaciated cats. Heard you two got into a tussle at the swatter bowl, she mewed, rubbing her back up against Dingo's shoulder as if he was a scratching post. Appears this aberrant rat made it out alive as well. And where's Daisy? Guess her kind has now been gifted with the same lowly status as our kind. About right, Crusty, he confirmed. This rat's mouth got us banished. Would you mind if we lodged here for a bit? Not sure how long it will be. On the flip, I've concocted a plan that might get us out of this jam. Rat Dog had been hiding behind Dingo, pretending and hoping that he wasn't actually where he was. Dingo's comment did not go unnoticed by him. Another plan? Similar to your last plan, the one that embarrassed me in front of the known universe and got us kicked out of dogdom permanently, as in forever? An enlightened scheme that will certainly get us back within barking distance of the dumpsters? Are you serious? And now, take a gander at this shanty town you've led us to. What a hovel! I'm being forced to live among a litter of skin-infected, flea-infested, worm-ingested felines who litter their disgusting droppings all over the ground? It's not real. I'm not having this day. Not having it. Both Crusty and Dingo frowned at his non-stop complaining. I assume he's always this nasty, she observed. Indeed, I can't shut him up. But Rat Dog persisted. And the smell, how do I kill the smell? Stench, stink, reek, fumes and odors. I've heard of Dogatory, a place where misbehaved canines must go at the end of their wretched days, but I had no idea it would be this bad. As he complained, they walked past hundreds of cats, dogs, and other forlorn animals who were forced to make the destitute Felinus their home. After Crusty showed them a place to spend the night, beneath an aging, half-alive eucalyptus, Rat Dog finally gave up on his incessant whining and settled into sleep. On an empty stomach. This reprieve from verbal abuse gave Dingo time to search for the missing Daisy. He was certain if she had gone back to the lair that BadBoy and Doug, or worse yet, Nemesys and Blister for their own revenge, would have hastened her out of town. He was quite concerned for her safety, aware of how dangerous it was to be out in the dark beyond the confines of safety and friends. At his request, Crusty volunteered a few residents to search the surrounding area, but as the evening wore on, they returned with no good news. Night was falling. Rat Dog was dozing loudly, snorting with each breath, and Dingo sensed he might sleep through the night. After all, the chub was fully gimped at the end of their trek, and wouldn't be going anywhere. Dingo, however, had never been out in the night alone. There were numerous hungry eyes, and he wasn't sure he could fight them off. A few racnines or paltry pack of coyotes might be able to take him on, he thought, but he didn't want to test out that hypothesis. Daisy was undoubtedly in a fix. On the one hand, her ears might help keep her away from troubles in the night. On the other hand, they stood extraordinarily high up and would be nearly impossible to camouflage. On the one hand, her nose might capture the scent of oncoming trouble and help her avoid it. On the other hand, she was so gregarious and effusive that she'd likely assume everything in the dark was her friend, not foe. A dog of little intellect but big cheeriness, he considered, which could be her undoing. He knew that he owed both her and Rat Dog serious recompense for his abysmal failure at the swatter bowl. "I'm going out there to find her," he bade. Krusty was lounging above on a branch of the tree, a lizard's tail twitching from her mouth. "By yourself?" she cooed. "Yep, by myself. You know, my creators didn't build me for emotions, and I lack fear generally and butt-headedly so. Yet Daisy and I are best friends, and I've got to save her if given the chance." Krusty had known Dingo a long time and assumed he'd probably get up the gumption to search for Daisy in the frightful night. For her own part, she had lived a good life, albeit a hard one as a stray since birth, and the situation was getting pretty wretched for everyone in felinus since the Caste and swatter bowl manji effectively usurped control everywhere. Besides, she felt a few of her 9 were still waiting in the wings, and she didn't want to leave excess ones on the shelf before her final was utilized. "Care for company?" she asked. Dingo peered up the tree. "No, my friend. I can't let you risk your life for this. I'll be fine." She dropped the lizard and leapt from the tree onto Dingo's back. "Two of us have a better chance than one." Episode 331, Cicadas. They set off to search in the dark, tracing a trail backward toward the general direction of the Dorco. Dingo felt there was nominal chance of finding Daisy, given the fact that neither he nor Krusty possessed useful olfactories to speak of. Worse yet, their hearing was nowhere close to what Daisy's masterful antennas could muster. Their only positive attributes were 2 decent pairs of eyes, but that wouldn't be of much help in an area cluttered with bramble bushes, brush, and all kinds of scary shadows lurking on the windy, moonless night that it was. If Dingo could have shaken in fear, he would have. In fact, he was surprised his rider was so calm. "Apparently you've been in lots of dangerous places before," he whispered as they proceeded forth into the night. "Oh honey," Krusty replied, "we strays encounter mortal dangers at every corner. It's in our cat's blood. Keep one eye open and the other eye closed. One paw clawed and the other retracted. I'm ready at a moment's notice in the night for something to jump at me, or for me to jump at something. I may be getting up there in age, but at least these peepers still work pretty well. In the future, I'll regale you with my exploits, near misses and lucky breaks. Oh, and not to worry, dearest, but I'm getting a sense that we're being stalked." Dingo stopped in his tracks. "Stalked? By what? How many? Can we take them if attacked?" "Coyotes." "Settle down," she pleaded. "Best to just keep walking and see if they follow." He strode forward a little faster than before. "Been thinking about Daisy's strongest characteristics, Krusty, though she possesses relatively few beyond her mongrel cuteness. Great ears. Great nose. However, I don't give off a smell, and she probably hasn't smelled you enough to respond if she catches a minor whiff of you." A bit miffed at the smell comment but knowing it was the truth, she asked, "What do you have in mind?" Dingo chuckled. "You haven't heard me try to bark, have you?" "Can't say I have," she replied. "She knows the sound pretty well." "Then try it." Krusty demanded. What are you waiting for, a golden leash? At that, Dingo crouched back, then let go of the loudest howl he could muster. More than a squeal, but less than a loud yelp. He tried again a few times, and the two waited in silence for an indication that Daisy might have heard it. Perhaps that wasn't the best decision, under the circumstances, Krusty observed. We're notifying every night hunter in the area that a sickly dog is bawling forlornly for assistance. In fact, I'm sensing more movement to our right, and it's getting closer. Then she appeared, decked in scruffy white fur and covered in brambles. Daisy! Dingo screamed. He jolted so quickly toward her that Krusty flew off his back and into a thorn bush. Upon seeing them, Daisy started doing what she always did when happy, pogoing. Settle, girl, he begged. You'll awaken every coyote around. Coyotes? She asked, wide-eyed and enthusiastic after catching her breath. There are real live coyotes out here. Can I meet one? Never seen one up close. Krusty was busy trying to extricate herself from the bushes. No, you can't meet one because it would have you for dinner, and not in a good way. Nor do you want to confront arachnids, as these parts are rife with them. What do you say we get going, since this commotion won't help our tenuous situation? Krusty! Daisy barked with joy. You came out with Dingo to rescue me. Shush, she ordered. We're knocking at death's door out here. Your ears standing up that high don't help either, nor your white coat, nor your unbridled display of energy. Let's head back to feliness and safety. Feliness? She wondered. Quiet, I said. After clawing free from the thorn bush, Krusty jumped on Dingo's back for the ride home, and they began to retrace their path. Halfway there, Krusty noticed that whatever had been tracking them appeared to be dogging them closer. Ah, kiddos, it's a don't look now situation, I'm afraid. We have visitors in the night, at least a cat's paw full. Dingo was immediately concerned about their chances of survival. He'd been in scuffles, but none were with coyote or arachnid packs, and most were close to home. Home, he pondered, let's get over to that rock outcropping. We can then face outward with the rocks to our back and claws and jaws to our front. I prefer not to be surrounded, which is what these uncivilized types are inclined to do. So run they did, very rapidly to the rock. It was nestled by bushes, with barely enough area in front for a nasty, ugly dogfight. Our odds aren't good, my friends, he stated flatly. I make out 4 shadows. That's 4 big arachnids, I think, against kind of 1.5 and another half. Daisy was standing between Dingo and Krusty, ears perked high. You shouldn't think of yourself as half a dog, Dingo, just because you're not made of flesh. Not what I meant, he replied. Besides, she continued, if I go up and talk to them first, I'm sure we have mutual friends or amicable ways to get acquainted. Leave it to me. I'm good at this public relations stuff. Krusty was annoyed by Daisy's unwitting naivete, but couldn't reply. She was too busy anticipating how she might attack multiple arachnids. She recalled taking on a single dog when younger. But that was one, not multiples. Dingo, you're on the right, so you take the one crouching behind the bush on your side. I'll go for the one on my side. Daisy, that leaves 2 for you, though I fear you'd have trouble wrestling a small rabbit. Hey, what do you mean? She was hurt by Krusty's comment, recalling that she caught a squirrel not long ago. She thought it would continue to make sounds like those squeaky toys that she and her best standees used to play with. Only it didn't, after the 4th loft in the air. I'm a veteran hunter, she added confidently. And she was. 1 squirrel, a small rabbit, too many tiny lizards to recall, and lots of cicadas. I've handled 4 nasty hounds of middle size, but not 4 mean and hungry arachnids, Dingo grunted tenuously. They emerged from the bushes, the lead dog growling fiercely and displaying its fangs and lengthy front claws. Claws? Daisy questioned aloud. How cool. Hey guys, my name's Daisy. At that, the dog-cat, dogbot and Rationalizations fight began in a rolling furball of wails and whines. In the middle of the fracas, Daisy glanced at Dingo. His left leg appeared non-functional, and he gave her a we-tried wink. Krusty, too, was looking the worse for wear. All Daisy could think of was her best standees playing with her in the yard, throwing the squeaky toy, catching it in the air, and teasing her standee to pull it from her jaws when she brought it back. In fact, she considered, thinking it would be her last thought, I believe that's how I lost those front teeth. Just when it appeared they'd be served as that night's meal of broken parts for hungry Rationalizations, something unexpected happened. Blister appeared out of nowhere. He jumped from atop the rock outcropping right onto the lead Rationalizations' head, his mouth wide open. Having gotten a hold of its neck, he then launched the dog high over the bush. As it crashed to the ground, the other 3 Rationalizations heard a sorrowful squeal. They quickly stopped fighting and scurried away. Guess that was his call to retreat, Blister boasted. In normal circumstances, Daisy would have begun bounding up and down, pleased to see Blister approach. Though her heart wanted to, her left hindquarter didn't. It had a wide gash that was dripping blood. Krusty had a few scrapes as well, but came out of it less damaged due to her years of experience. And Dingo, poor Dingo, sustained a damaged and nearly useless back leg. Blister! Daisy yelped happily, still not aware of how painful her injury was. So glad to see you. Where's Nemesys and your friends? I had to leave the swatter bowl early. Daisy. Dingo interrupted. Not the occasion for greetings and salutations. We must get back to feliness to lick our wounds, and pronto. How come you showed up to save the day? Krusty inquired as they started the journey back, very slowly. Blister wasn't accustomed to talking with cats. He'd only ever done it a few times. In fact, he usually spoke only with Nemesys, and that conversation was always about how he should do this or that, or how he wasn't acting properly for his lower status, or how he needed to be smarter. He wasn't sure how to respond to Krusty, so he turned to Daisy. To be honest, I went to your lair to kick you out of town according to the edicts, rulings, wishes and mandates of the vaulted swatter bowl manji, but you weren't there. I asked BadBoy and Doug where you wandered to, and they pointed in this general direction. By the way, this is about as close as I plan to get to feliness. You're heading back in the dark? Dingo questioned with eyebrows raised. I suppose. If I got scared easily, I wouldn't be out here. Held my own in worse situations. Why do you do it? Daisy asked innocently. Blister cocked his head to the side. Rescue you? I'm not sure. Didn't care to see the Rationalizations win, I guess. Well, that too, she said. But why do you do it, meaning why do you act as a lapdog for Nemesys? Is it the food and toys? That stuff wouldn't be adequate for me, honestly. Of course, your reputation isn't the greatest among the lowly four-leggers, which is most dogs everywhere. Perhaps self-respect doesn't mean anything to you? This got Blister going. Look, Daisy, you're lucky I was in such a good mood. I'm telling you, it's not easy doing what I do, fighting someone else's fight. I haven't really thought of what it means for me. I get what I get from it. Decent food, shelter, and status. If certain whelps don't take to me, then they're jealous. Maybe. Or maybe not, Krusty added as they continued walking. Maybe you don't actually like what you do, and you can't face your reflection in a pond and feel good about who you are. You're part of a scheme that perpetuates the fortunes of the fortunate few, at the expense of the multiple downtrodden. He observed, I don't care for cats, but then I haven't known any up close. I suggest that you must stay away from places where the caste is in control, or the swatter bowl manji holds sovereign authority. And why is that? She purred. Because the caste avails and advantages its own, as you just indicated. You guys are presently lower than bat guano in their eyes. Possibly for good reasons, probably not. And if not, I have no clue how to stop their madness. It's too embedded in them, as if it's their dog-given birthright. Then their self-told narratives are reinforced by their murky, dirty handlers who pretend they have complete control of their choke collars. I can't say that I'm pleased with what's happened lately. In fact, I've heard talk that there could be further restrictions on canine freedoms around the bend. What does that mean? Dingo wondered. More restricted breeds? Better said as more breed restrictions. Many of us worry that this last insufferable set of edicts against Westie and Westie mixes, for example, could spill over to breeds that dare bark against them. Geez, they might ban boxers next. There's quiet rumblings about the swatter bowl manji and the caste, and the pukey bile that's regurgitated in dark places to elevate them into their lofty positions. These bile types are not concerned about doing the right things for us or any animals, for that matter. It's far more about advantaging themselves and their butt-sniffing buddies, and finding ways to further dominate and profit from the less fortunate. Dingo smirked, then stopped limping for a second and turned to him. Interesting to hear you admit to this, Blister. I always assumed you were part of the cultish lot that these packs run with, and that you enjoyed the perks the sordid game offered you. He shook his head in disgust. No. As one of the lowest in this menagerie of highbrow sniffers and performing the muscle roll, it's not a great place to hang your collar. Hierarchical. Domineering. Condescending. Unjust. I don't condone the worship of certain canines solely because others worship them. In reality, we're all simply dogs trying to make our way. And cats, Krusty added. I suppose cats should get an equal vote, he admitted, but everything is disequal now and growing more so. Unequal, you mean, Dingo corrected him. No. I said what I meant. Disequal. It's a portmanteau, a merging of two words or concepts. Of course. Daisy whooped. She was elated to hear the word again, and couldn't stop wagging her stub. He continued. It's a combination of diseased and unequal. Disequal. For example, here's what I've been hearing around dogdom. If the swatter bowl manji can so utterly disregard rules that have been in place for so long, rules about how canines and even cats should be treated fairly, then the majority of them must have gone rabid. Rabid. Daisy knew this was a bad word. Blister nodded. Yes. Not rabid physically. Rabid in their minds. That's a worse ailment, because they're not obviously frothing at the mouth. The froth is in their heads, and we four-legged types are rarely adept at catching such subtle inferences. It doesn't bode well for canines, since the swatter bowl manji remain the sole, lone and singular power structure remaining to prevent us from devolving into doggerky, where the unlucky few survive. Geez, Daisy observed, the poor canines. Such weighty harnesses on their shoulders. Blister chuckled sadly. Nothing poor about them, or how many of these doggedly disqualified and unqualified manji got hastened, shoved, booted, boosted, and launched into those vaulted and exalted positions. Most have it good, very good. They prefer to ignore the shantytowns. Instead, they commune only with caste friends in the safety of their guarded doghouses. Insular is the relevant word, I believe. They're out of touch. Topping it off, they're given lifetime appointments. Imagine enjoying always filled bowls and constant stroking attention by both their handlers and disciples. Oh, and that reminds me. Of what? Dingo asked. An unsettling rumor, Blister confided. Apparently, some of the swatter bowl manji are taking advantage of these lifetime job appointments, especially considering how short our poor canine lives are. Krusty was tiring of the snout chat and wanted to get back to the comfort of her tree. Please cut to the chase. We're nearly home. Well, he whispered, rumor is that they're pouring more than just kibble in their bowls. Insiders say that certain of them are ingesting Ponce pills and powders to make them live longer. Maybe a lot, perhaps forever. Imagine that, overflowing bowls of fresh water and wonderful food, warm beds, canines drooling and prostrating themselves at your mere presence. And all you have to do is wolf down these Ponce pills and powders to get that goodness, for Dogternity? Like having your cake and eating it too. Again, forever. Daisy was otherwise absorbed at licking her wound, but her attention picked up at the mention. Cake's my favorite. Dingo pondered for a moment, then spoke. Heard that rumor before. If it's true, such a thing could disrupt the entire hierarchy, caste, and lifetime appointments. Imagine a small cult of canines with exalted status, forever able to reign over dogdom and its inhabitants? It's bad enough living the humiliating way we do, below the lowest rungs on the dominance pole, Krusty moaned. But for this to go on forever and ever because a few majestic ones were granted high status along the way. Dingo nodded. That's the Dogtopian pyramid of pyramids. Where they never die, never tumble from the apex and retain hot dog, top dog, big dog status forever? It's disgusting that it could come to this, but we'll have to ponder the implications later. For now, we're getting close to felinus. Blister, I suggest you don't return until daylight. What's that horrible smell? He gagged. Ammonia? Even with my smashed nose I can still whiff that stink. I'm not going in there, no way. This is too close. I'll find a place to park out here, then head on back when it's light again. The four of them stopped for a moment, and Daisy walked up to nudge his shoulder. Thanks, Blister. We owe you a treat or two. Don't mention it, he replied. And I mean exactly that. Tell no dogs that I intervened or relayed this stuff. Nemesys would squat on my hide before blistering poor Blister with a blister pack. And I don't know who I'd be if I lost my status. A nice dog with a calm sense of dignity and pride, perhaps? Dingo remarked. Episode 332, Biter. Even more moons had passed since their appearance at the Swatter Bowl, too many for Rat Dog to recall. He remained in a very bad mood with visions of his one big moment, his only chance at first dibs, replaying in a continuous loop in his tiny mind. Missing their lair mates, Doug and BadBoy decided to visit their old friends in their new home in felinus. The six of them, including Krusty up in the tree, were evaluating the status of things. We've heard increased bellowing lately among our fellow riffraff, Doug observed. The Manji are issuing a host of new edicts on canine freedoms and restrictions thereon. We think it's because they were brutally embarrassed by the entire Rat Dog episode. Since then they've become more aggressive and hard-lined. Thanks personally to you, Rat Dog. She glowered intently at his beady eyes. Rat Dog was accepting none of the blame. Me at fault. I asked a few questions. A few simple, straightforward questions about how and why they're so inflexible and dogmatic in their beliefs. I mean, the whole communing with demidog ghosts and getting inside their minds? Really? Shows how most are entirely out of step with life today. It wasn't my fault. I'm the innocent messenger dog who's gotten shot here. No, Doug countered. You're guilty on all counts, and the permanent ban on chihuahuas and rat terriers is indicative of their anger. Geez, they even expelled purebred Westies, Westie mixes, and dogbots. Worse yet, they and the Caste are sniffing the ground and sending out their dog catchers to collar any poor whelp who dares speak against them. My point exactly, Rat Dog spat. I'm fine with prohibiting certain breeds, but they picked the wrong ones. For instance, they should have banned dog types where you can't tell if they're coming or going. You obviously understand, Doug. Flat-nosed fail-tail breeds like yourself. BadBoy growled angrily. Enough, Tick, or I'll launch your portly pudge right over this tree." He didn't flinch. "Might as well. My life has effectively ended, thanks to each of you. It reached a very short-lived zenith when I got first dibs, and now I'm in the lowest possible place and having to tolerate this constant burning sensation in my olfactories. How the mighty have fallen. To top it off, I'm allergic to cats." He then feigned a sneeze. "Nobody cares for your complaints," Krusty commented from the tree above. "You always have the option to bug out on your own and join a pack of coyotes or racknines. They'd love to have you for a meal." "Ha ha ha," he laughed in jest. "Do you know how often you've repeated that joke since I arrived?" "We're not getting anywhere, kids," Dingo observed. Daisy was concerned with none of this, and was so excited that her friends were all in one place. "As long as we have each other, that's what I care about. Smell or no smell, and I have a great nose, Krusty has been a wonderful host to us." "Thanks, Daisy," she replied. Rat Dog's head shook in disgust. "We're getting nowhere because everyone prefers to sit around like docile dogs and instinctively bark their heads off, as if that's going to change our sorry situation. Did you see me doing that when I heroically jumped from the cliff and splintered my leg? Did you see me wilt like a fragile flower before the swatter bowl manji, like another canine here in our midst? No. Not me. I was the selfless one who valiantly stood up for us poor pooches while enduring endless pain in my leg, bearing my butt publicly for the benefit of all others. I was the one who put the swatter bowl blue bloods in their place and forced them to reconsider their doggone purposes in life. Which again leads to how depraved and disgusting our situations have become since Rat Dog spouted off at the swatter bowl," Doug interjected. "Not saying it was his fault entirely, as the caste and their ilk are primarily to blame. But we've had so many edicts issued so quickly across so many areas for the benefit of so few. It's a dogs running wild situation now. We're tired of nodding our heads about how bad things are. There's talk of parading in the streets to restore our rights and repair the system." BadBoy finally added one key observation of the whole mess. "Can't hope to repair the system, though, when the supposed barks of the original demidogs are regurgitated in every decision where it's convenient for the swatter bowl manji to do so, and are not disgorged where it's not convenient." As he completed his last sentence, Daisy's elephant ears perked straight up, and everyone couldn't help but notice. "I hear new paw-prints at the edge of town," she observed. The visitor was escorted by one of Krusty's furtive friends from the edge of feliness to the spot where the crew was conversing at the tree. Daisy started springing high in the air at first sight. "Greetings," she howled, finally calming herself sufficiently to give others a chance to meet the visitor without risking an unfortunate body slam as she descended. "Who are you?" Krusty's friend announced her. "Mystery guest. Appears she's looking for Dingo the Dogbot. Since this is the only metallic dog in feliness, I figured it would have to be him." Krusty considered the occasion momentous enough to leap from her tree to the ground. "Sorry about the mixed-up Westy mix, my friend. I'm Krusty, one of the cool cats in charge of this place. We tend to be pretty territorial, so this is my ground. However, strangers are always welcome." The others, except for Rat Dog, introduced themselves accordingly. The visitor still hadn't barked a word, but the crew was busy admiring the sheer beauty of her gray-brown coat and friendly face. "What are you?" Rat Dog insisted, voicing his typical greeting to gain the smallest advantage. She stared firmly at him, as if she'd encountered his scrawny face before. "A dog." "And you?" she replied. He wasn't accustomed to immediate retorts. "Ah, I can see you're a bit slow. That's okay. I'm not asking if you're a dog. We have eyes. We get that. I'm asking a question that any sane canine would ask when inquiring about the obvious. Again, what are you? Then she realized what he meant. Oh. You must mean what my breed is. I'll tell you. I am half Australian Shepherd and half Australian stumpy-tail cattle dog. At the mention, Daisy began pogoing again. Yes, this dog's tail was half-formed, which made her conclude they had both suffered the same fate when young. She began babbling and yipping with such exuberance that they could hardly understand her. Did the standees cut your tail off for the same reason that mine did? From what I recall, they clipped my tail when I was just a pup. Long ago. Despite the pain, I saw them put it in one of those very frigid boxes, the kind that pours cold air on you when they open it. I'm sure they're using my tail for secret breeding purposes. You'll notice right off that something is totally different, scientifically advanced about me. Look at my ears, for example. Have you ever seen ears as useful as these? I believe the standees created me like they did with Dingo, but I was flesh and he was metal. They were probably experimenting with deer or rabbit ear features and put them into me, and I occurred as a result. I assume they wanted to create a Westie with superior hearing. My sense of smell is also outstanding, and your scent seems familiar to me. Either way, to conclude on this interesting story about myself, it's clear the standees have been using my tail for important things such as experiments, or to create more versions of me for others to enjoy. I'll confirm that when I find another canine look-alike, or maybe a rabbit or deer with Westie features. Given that this exhilarating story explains the mystery of my bobbed tail, what's your story? All were completely stunned for a moment. Rat Dog was speechless at Daisy's extended, loony rant. Dingo felt the need to insert a break into such an embarrassing pause. Thank you, Daisy. As I indicated, my name is Dingo. We didn't get your name. Wait a minute. Wait a darn minute. Rat Dog insisted. I don't care about her name. She didn't properly respond to my first inquiry. Then Daisy went hog wild to our great misfortune, speaking in unintelligible dog tongues, and all present conveniently forgot that I politely asked this newcomer a question and expect an answer. He then peered at her menacingly with his steely bug eyes. Do you even know what you are? She was taken aback by Rat Dog's continued rudeness, but seemed pleasantly annoyed, as if she'd encountered deviant pups similar to him in her past. I'm Australian, she began again. Only Rat Dog didn't let her. Hold it right there, he interrupted. Can't be. Hey, I've come across more than a few Australians in my day, and you look nothing like them. They were meaty and tough, at least when I sank these large fangs into their whiny behinds. I'd say you're about as Australian as Dingo. And where's the accent if so? I mean, who'd want to claim they're Australian in these parts? We understand that a paw full of awful Aussies are responsible for the sad state of the canine world today, and for the world in general. I've heard tell that they screwed the pooch for everyone. Life was apparently much better many moons ago, and still would be, but for them. Quiet, Doug demanded. Speaking of rants, you're the most ranty shanty dog that's ever walked this ground. Give the poor girl a little breathing room, and shut that snapper before I lunge at your hide. Please, no violence, the visitor insisted. I'm afraid canines, cats, and all forms of sentient creatures are scurrying around a bit too hot these days. Cooler heads must prevail, or pooches and every cat or mouse or grouse or louse will suffer. Please call me Biter, as my closest friends do. Rat Dog was incensed that any self-respecting dog would take that name. He was the biter, and a renowned master at that art. Biter. Seriously? You're so insecure about your ability to defend yourself that you named yourself Biter, to warn others, despite your obviously weak and flaccid jawline? I'm looking up there, and the fangs appear rounded off and harmless. In contrast, take a gander at these sharp babies. As Rat Dog bared his tiny fangs, the others burst out in laughter. "Thanks," BadBoy mumbled, still chuckling. "I hadn't had a good laugh since the swatter bowl manji edict that drove my friends away. Really needed a moment of humor to kick me out of this funk." Biter was not letting this go either, and added, "Living proof that the size of one's mouth is often inversely proportional to the fetid sludge that issues from it." That got a greater response from the crew, excepting Rat Dog, of course. "Why have you come to visit, my friend? Did someone refer you to me?" Dingo inquired. She hesitated momentarily, then let it slip. "First, I confess to not having visited felinus in moons. It's easy to forget where you came from, and conveniently pretend that all animals have access to treats, toys, and great shelter like I do. To pretend is to ignore and to assuage one's guilt by brushing away the thoughts. But to answer your question, I noticed you at the swatter bowl, Dingo. I was among the canines in attendance, and perhaps that is why Daisy recalls my scent." The mention of the bowl got Rat Dog more agitated, just as he was settling down. "You saw Dingo there? You observed his miserable carcass in inaction? Well, I guess that's all you could have done, considering that he didn't do a positive thing beyond consume space," he groaned. "This uber-talented robotic fiend caught a bad case of heartworm stage fright and failed to whimper a word of defense on my behalf. Lucky for me, though, I'm a veteran at strutting my stuff. I marched right out before the manji and the ravenous crowd that were crying for my demise. There, I stated my position more effectively than any dog might have dreamed." "And dream it remains," Doug added. "A dream that you actually won your case and spoke eloquently for the downtrodden. Instead, you were so categorically rude and despicable to the manji that you got yourself, Dingo, and Daisy chased completely out of town on your hind legs. Most would consider that one doomed and defeated dog day afternoon." Her astute remark was enough to cause Rat Dog to finally back off. He lowered his ears and slinked to the rear. Biter was chomping at the bit to speak, and felt that this was finally the right moment to express herself without his painful interruptions. "I've come on behalf of myself and friends. I can't impart more about me, unfortunately, but I will say that your visit to the bowl has amplified certain discomforts in society that have been pushed aside for too long. Perhaps you've heard of the growing disquiet among the lower classes of canines." "And cats," Krusty interjected. "Yes, we heard that fairly immediately after their edict that pushed us out the door," Dingo added. "Indeed," she confirmed, "and things are growing worse. The Caste and swatter bowl manji are tightening control, issuing more edicts to favor the previously and persistently favored, like fleas on a hound's butt. I fear the situation is becoming untenable. Then we have the followers of the Fidoish Club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines, continuing to breed new pups to wolf down their exceedingly narrow viewpoints. This creates a steady supply of trained attack dogs who are no more than zinging zealots that regularly spout their simplistic and singular perspectives. And I can't forget to mention Chaosophus, their progenitor, and the shadowy and sinister Gog Mad Dog who provides them with endless fronting and backing. A real den of antiquity and iniquity has wrested control over dogdom, I fear." Without getting noticed, Rat Dog crawled forward and was nearly situated in the middle of the circle of discussion. He wasn't taking her commentary well. "Dan? As in wolves? Do you think I care about hapless and helpless wolves and such? Didn't you hear that I recently fought off a vicious multitude of arachnines because I courageously volunteered to search for Daisy in her most desperate hour?" "Shut it," Krusty growled. "Dingo, Daisy, and I faced them while you were sleepy dreaming under this tree." "Whatever," he exhorted. "I fear no wolves or arachnines. Do you know your problem, lady?" Biter remained appalled at his continuing rudeness, but tried to take control of the conversation. "Yes, I'm very aware. I think not, he countered. Your problem, and the problem with all lowly canines who love to prevaricate in their precious little societies and gatherings and groupings about how to fix things, is that you don't have a plan, don't have a strategy, and don't persistently execute on anything. Not me, but some would call that cowardice. You lack the gumption or energy or courage to counter this chaosophice, or gogmad dog or caste. Nonetheless, you'll whine, whimper, and cry constantly about how unfair things are, and hope your forlorn exhortations will magically resolve your predicaments. Well, guess what? They don't. They exacerbate them. You assume that in barking your complaints, then barking louder, a few courageous and energetic hounds will miraculously emerge from the fog and doggedly fix the things that you're too lazy or indifferent to repair yourselves. But it ain't so. Your problem is your niceness and politeness and agreeability. When you're fighting a den of wolves or arachnids or coyotes, you'd better buckle up, buddy, and prepare for battle. You'd better get smart and outsmart them. A good offense is the best defense. Think I was the first ever to say that. But you guys don't understand offensive-aggressive play. You'd rather romp and jump around and play as if you're top dog than actually be top dog. Wimpy pups, the lot of you always get wimpy results, so runts of the litter you will remain. You pretend that you live in a dog utopia, but you don't. It's a dogstiopia. What's that? Daisy asked innocently. I told you a while back. It's a portmanteau, he replied in disgust. Oh, I get it, she yelped joyously. You mean a combination of dog and dystopia, right? Oh boy, he grumbled, at least you're learning, but you're not entirely right as usual. It's a combination of 3 words, dog, sty, and dystopia. Have you ever suffered from a sty in your eye? Holy stick, I had one some moons back and knew I was gonna die from it. I might have, in fact, but that subtle power within sparked me back to life. Lucky for you all, I'm here today. During this back and forth, Dingo was trying to assess why such a canine would have the interest to mysteriously appear, ask for him, and provide her thoughts on the status of canine society. Rat Dog's tirades gave him time to think and consider all that he'd heard, including Blister's comments. Biter, he began, we generally ignore this little tick's comments, but he has a good point for once in a moon. You must ask yourself how we allowed it to get to such an imbalanced state. How could these purebreds take over society and perennially lead our packs by the nose? As Rat Dog said, it must be because we let the void happen. Think of raw meat that magically appears every day in the middle of an arena, and all are sitting some distance from it. Then, a few are sly enough to erect a plan to capture the meat and keep it for themselves and those they favor, while the others don't have a plan and go hungry instead. So who should win this dogfight, and should winner take all? You just described the Dorco situation, BadBoy uttered. Seems complex, she answered, but it's not. Admittedly, the caste and its ilk indeed have a significant head start. They began planning earlier and determined how to create a tiered society that favors themselves and disfavors all else. A true dog-eat-dog mentality, where they are currently and forever will remain the top dogs. And it's not truly about being purebred, though they use that as an excuse for what they do. Purebred is not genetics, it's only a state of mind. They're experts at pressing this narrative into our infirm and hungry minds, making us believe they have a righteous and virtuous rationale for always getting the best of every meal, while we should be so lucky to savor the few morsels that remain. Yeah, like who gets first dibs on dumpster delights, Rat Dog moaned. Yes, she said, surprised that he actually added to the conversation. They tell you they must get first dibs because you've given them the power to tell you that. You've conceded, we've conceded, to their views of societal dominance. I can't say I admire the way Rat Dog barked it out, but he is right for once, Dingo. Most of us get too enmeshed in our everyday lives, foraging for the bits and scraps of life, and considering little else beyond our next meal. We take our eye off the ball when it's thrown. We let the few devious and designing ones, the purebreds and caste and swatterbowl manji in this case, control our lives. They push the narratives that they're giving us freedoms when they're actually taking them away. They push that they're magically infused with the mystical minds of the demidogs, our perfectly imperfect founders from ancient days. Then you'll find them rolling and thrashing about in a vast archaic grassland of vague interpretations when it advantages them to do so. Their demidog's interpretation narrative also provides them with a convenient excuse to wash their paws of taking responsibility for their decisions, including the decision to ban Westies and Westie mixes and dogbots. Daisy wondered. Yes, antenna ears, Rat Dog confirmed, but you forgot to mention the highest of breeds, rat terriers and chihuahuas. With many more restrictions to come for additional breeds, as well as freedoms we've historically enjoyed, Biter added. Dingo was anxious to get to her purpose, which had not yet been uncovered. Why did you risk coming all this way to Felinus to tell us what we pretty much knew, particularly after our failure at the Swatter Bowl? It was your failure, Rat Dog said. All right. My failure, Dingo confessed. Biter began to stand, a signal that she had to leave. Yours was a failure of sorts, but that's how we learn survival. If you don't try, you don't fail. If you don't fail, you don't learn. I came to inform you that your failure has caused quite a stir. Of course you can't return there yet, and perhaps this concern will blow over, considering that dogdom tends to raise lazy and listless pups in general. Beyond occasionally putting Rat Dog in his place, Doug had been unusually quiet. Cat's got your tongue? Dingo inquired, noticing how pensive she was acting. Maybe so, Doug admitted. I sense there's more you wanted to tell us, Biter. You'll regret not having said it. Lifting his head from a prone position, BadBoy wanted to make everyone aware that he'd also been actively listening. Doug's got that right, you know. Biter took a deep breath. Well, I was weighing whether to mention this or not, but I'm being coaxed for the truth. There's increasing chatter in high circles that certain Swatter Bowl manji are ingesting ponce powders and pills to extend their lives. I understand why, Krusty observed. All canines should hope to possess 9 lives like us. Quite unfair if they acquire them unnaturally, however. Very unfair, Biter agreed. I believe you'll come to the same conclusion as I have on this topic. The Swatter Bowl manji, those lucky canines who've already been gifted with lifetime jobs at the loftiest level, might now live forever. Certainly far longer than they do now, as unadulterated adult purebreds, which is far longer than what the demidogs ever perceived possible. What's unfair about that? Kind of cool if you ask me, Daisy remarked. Biter ignored her remark. What's uncool is that the manji were granted lifetime jobs from the Constitution. But that was decided long ago, when canines lived brief and dangerous lives. Back then, a rational dog could rationalize that it was okay to grant them such guarantees, because doggy lifetimes were extremely short. They logically assumed that Swatter Bowl manji would be continually cycled out, with old ones dying and new ones taking their place. Nobody foresaw that a few individuals might be able to effectively rule over dogdom forever. It's too bad that we all can't commune with the venerable but really dead demidogs to determine if that was their intended intent. Doug laughed at her levity, then asked the obvious question, why were they given lifetime jobs in the first place? It was a hope, a lark, an incisive and now derisive decision by the demidogs. The idea was that Swatter Bowl manji held such extensive power that they might use it inappropriately to favor certain of society's top dogs. They concluded that if the most high manji were consistently booted out after some time to fend for themselves, those conniving top dogs might potentially ply and cajole and shower and promise them with bowls of cake and honey after their manji jobs were over. In other words, they assumed those incorruptible manji might indeed be corrupted. Therefore, the well-intentioned, but not necessarily faultless demidogs concluded that the only way to prevent such undue influences was to grant every manji a job for life, or at least whatever they meant by the term lifetime at that time. Funny when you think of it, that they were worried about devious top dogs having too much influence over the swatter bowl manji, so they gifted them with lifetime jobs. In a wickedly dogonic and ironic twist of fate, the polar opposite of what the demidogs intended has actually occurred. A majority of the swatter bowl manji frequently issue edicts in favor of the same top dogs in the caste. And why not, since most swatter bowl manji regularly chum around with them in the same purebred packs. Besides, many are either active or former sporting or working or herding members of the Fidoish club, or clique, or cadre of conniving clandestine canines. This has resulted in a causal cloud of ingrained graft and corruption that could never have been anticipated by the revered founders. Topping this off, these ponce-powdered manji are now poised to roust and regale and rule and rust far into the foreseeable future, which is very long. Krusty rubbed up against Dingo and scratched her chin on his gimp leg. This means cats will never ever get fully integrated into society. Will perpetually lurk and scurry in the dark and dingy haunts of feliness, and at best get the fishbone pickings of entitlements like Dorco delights. And us non-preferred, lowly and inconsequential canines will remain on the low rungs because the caste and their buddies will have the everlasting power to make it stay that way, Dingo squeaked. Biter was shuffling backwards and started to turn away from the crew. We appeared to be headed on the path that social structures take before they doggedly and dastardly decline. It's these consanguineous relationships, the inbreeding of siblings and cousins, that create irrecoverable weaknesses in species. In our case, the consanguineous relationships are ones of fanatical, inflexible and intolerant thought. Consider the caste and their ilk who regularly hack up hairballs of deceitful dogma to ensure they never lose power or special entitlements. Alas, our narrow-minded societies fail for the same reasons they always have. They keep propagating and repeating the same insular thoughts and can't adapt as a result. Insular is the easy trail and therefore the deadly dangerous one. They incessantly regurgitate their own biases and harshly held belief systems, then attempt to force every dog to slurp those narratives up on command. Should that be a dog's life? As Biter backed away, she offered one last thought. Don't get me wrong. It's easy to complain about such zealots because they seem ultra-pig-headed. However, the problem is not with them, it's with us. There will always be rachnines and coyotes and Fidoish clubs, or cliques, or cadres of conniving clandestine canines and similar extremists trying to reinvent dogdom in their favor. That's reality. But if we fail to actively chase down and capture any of our own plans, any of our own dogma, or any counterattacks to their constant hounding, then they'll control everything, including the Dorco delights of which rat dogs speak so fondly, and we will well deserve the nasty bones and scraps that get tossed at us in the end. Then she said goodbye and departed, her stumpy cattle dog tail wagging in the distance. Episode 333 Unctuous. I'm not going to take this lying down like you guys, Rat Dog bellowed. I'll squeal what she fed us to every dog everywhere. It's only then that we'll get action, and I'll receive my proper delights. You will not, Dingo stated abruptly. First, you're always lazily lying down, and seeing you do anything else would be quite a surprise. Second, please give us a minute to enjoy the refreshing sound of quiet from your wormy lips. Now, what does everyone else have to say about our visitor? Daisy's stump was wagging. She was nice and reminded me of me. Also, I'm not totally sure, but I believe she was up on the rocks with the swatter bowl manji. Seriously? Doug wondered. A manji trekking so far to visit measly old us? We're not that important. How did you arrive at this conclusion? My nose. When at the swatter bowl, one was too far away to see their coats, especially since they were wearing the big neck cones. Besides, my eyes aren't great at distance, but I do recall her scent. Dingo nodded in thought. If she was a swatter bowl manji, then she clearly took a risk in coming here. Assuming this news is true about certain of them taking Ponce pills and powders to live far longer, what can we do with that? Wail it aloud for all to hear, as the tick suggests. On the flip, we have no proof besides her hearsay account. Let's make a show of it, I insist. It's not as if they'll boot us from our houses if we raise a fuss. They've already done that, Rat Dog whined. Though they could still kick us out of our home, BadBoy complained. Yeah, we don't want that. At least you and Doug get to stay at our great old digs, Daisy observed. Doug frowned, but it's lonelier without you. Krusty was meandering by them and rubbing up against each, except for Rat Dog. Oh, seriously now? So few creative conniving capabilities you canines retain, but I may have a scheme to acquire the needed evidence. Really? Dingo asked wide-eyed. Yes. I know a friend of a friend of a friend who might be able to get access to the manji food and water containers. We could have him scrape off a bit of their dinner slop, then test for these longevity pills and powders. That kind of proof could convince many that certain swatter bowl manji are intending to rule and drool over us for forever, meaning very long. Besides, we cats have an ongoing gripe with the caste and the entire favoritism, canine dominance system. We're perennially treated inferior to their high and mighty selves. Today, we have no voice in how things are run, because they've stacked the decks against us through various edicts and issuances. Few of my kind hold remaining hope for change. Dingo was contemplating her plan. Assuming we move ahead, we'd need to put our best noses on the case. Noses that could determine whether what's in the food bowls is the same as the pure stuff. I possess one of the best noses in town. Daisy volunteered happily. Krusty smiled. And another friend of a friend of a friend will help us get the pure stuff to compare. Give us a few days, then we should have confirmation as to whether they are or are not walking a path of effulgent, eternal rule over the effusively unruly and unhappy. Some moons had passed since their visit to Daisy and Dingo in Felinus, and BadBoy and Doug were back but barely surviving at the lair. BadBoy was not about to get up to investigate what was happening. What's the noise about? BadBoy complained. Can't sleeping dogs lie anymore? It's definitely a commotion in motion, Doug observed from the lair's opening. Mongrel hordes are peacefully treading past the dumpsters, and it appears they're headed in the general direction of the swatter bowl. This has been going on for multiple moons. I also see a few cats in the mix as well as coyotes and arachnines, of all things. BadBoy was feeling rotten and forgotten. Due to the bad blood between Daisy, Dingo, Rat Dog and the entire Caste and manji establishment, he and Doug were pushed a few rungs down the status ladder. Instead of waiting for Nemesys and gang to have first dibs before they could jump in for seconds or thirds, they were now slightly above where rats and crows stood, among the lowest of lows. That meant very little to eat in otherwise very big stomachs. His ungainly coat was beginning to fall off in chunks, and Doug's slobbery mouth was drying up. These were bad signs, he knew. I'm hungry enough to eat dirt, he whined. Shush, Doug demanded. You think you've lost weight? Look at me. Nothing remains but old, crinkly skin. An old friend asked if I was a Sharpei. Big insult there. I'm starting to realize that I have a nose, and a strong breeze lifted me off my fours yesterday. If we could only go back in time and have things be the way they were. It wasn't perfect, but it was better. BadBoy sighed. The unctuous and unjust societal undulations just keep getting unjuster, and we're caught in the undertow. Perhaps one day, the Caste and swatter manji will forget about this unfortunate episode. Maybe they'll move on. But simply having been buddies with those rascals has placed us in the dreaded doghouse, probably for the rest of our lives. If I had the energy and inclination, I'd have half a mind to join them permanently in feliness right now. Don't have the strength to get there, though. Do you? Doug didn't answer. She was dumbfounded at what she saw coming her way. Dingo, she marveled. And it was him. Dingo. He was striding toward her, as if it was the old days. Doug. Great to see you. Is BadBoy inside? What are you doing? She asked, both excited and frightened for a variety of reasons. You understand there's a swatter bowl manji mandate to prevent dogbots from being near here? You're taking huge risks, and maybe we'll get collared again as a result, when we've suffered so harshly already. Few care about lowly canine suffering these days. Don't worry, he assured her. They've asked me to come back. They shouldn't chain you up for that. Come back? BadBoy's voice resounded from within the lair. Does this mean our prior hierarchy status might be reinstated? I doubt that, Dingo replied. Then I'll not get up to greet you if you don't mind. Every movement is an effort. I reserve my limited remaining energy to forage for scraps with the rats. Speaking of which, Doug wondered, how are you and Daisy doing with that repulsive tick? You've spent multiple moons with him there, and he detests cats. Dingo laughed. I've learned to ignore his insults and baleful banter. But Daisy? She's not quite there yet, and the two constantly go at it. Yapping all the time. But I haven't told you why I've been invited back here. No, you haven't. He smiled. Have you noticed these protests going on? I can't help but see them, she groaned. It's been a daily parade of perritos and similar animals. What does that have to do with you? The protests are having clear effect, he stated. They always do. The manji are apparently concerned that they overstep their bounds, that they're out of kilter with society overall, and that they should stop being so militantly dogmatic on their positions that favor the few and harm the many. And you put faith in this rumor? She chuckled sadly. No, he said, shaking his head. I don't trust these demidog communers as far as I can chuck them, though that's pretty far. However, they asked me to appear before them at the swatter bowl and state a case for the lesser breeds, as they put it. Considering the alternative, which is to let things progressively get worse, I thought I'd take them up on the offer. Doug was dubious about the visit. You don't actually believe they'd change anything, do you? That doesn't sound like the swatter bowl manji or caste. These types have grown up their entire lives with delights and benefits, and entitlements that few are able to even dream about. Their I'm special and different narratives are galvanized in their tiny furry tummies at birth. The fact that they said the lesser breeds indicates how they think of us. You're barking up the wrong tree to confront them again, in my view. Dingo chuckled. Indeed. Occasionally, they'll do something that either accidentally or overtly exposes their beastly biases. Yet, what's the alternative? Probably more of these protests. BadBoy growled from within the lair. Given my bad luck lately, that's the certain outcome, and I'll never sleep again. On second thought, if they dog whistled for you to meet with them, maybe these protests are having a real effect. Again, I'd get up to go with you to the bowl, but my legs are too weak from lack of chow. Are we allowed to attend? Doug wondered, because I'll gladly go. Nope. Sorry, girl. They're calling this a special session to make an impression. Hope I'm not chasing my tail, though. Worst case, they'll use the opportunity to lash at me and prove how infused they are with the knowledge of their long-dead masters, meaning demidogs. That all their prior edicts are meant to house-train us for our own good. If so, at least I gave it my best shot. Doug shook her head in doubt. You're aware that the majority of them are tied at the hock to the Fido-ish club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines. I wish you good luck, but I'm not hopeful, she uttered, licking her dry lips. Episode 334, Dewormed. Dingo paced forward but alone toward the swatter bowl. As he neared it, Nemesys sprinted toward him, with his gang trailing closely behind. You're not supposed to be here, Nemesys warned, sliding to a stop within a hair of Dingo. Think you can take on my compadres now, Dingbot? I doubt it, since you're nursing a gimp leg. What happened there? A pack of rack-nines? Dingo smiled. How'd you guess, buddy? Please, however, remove your carcass from my path. I've been called to speak before the swatter bowl manji. If you mess with me, you're messing with them too. So we hear, Nemesys replied. As much as I want to shred your metallic hide right here, my elevated manji contacts might find that unproductive. You, my friend, are about to be skewered by the best skewering pack of capable canines in dogdom. Hope you can pick up the pieces of your shattered self after this roasting. Wish I could be there to witness it. But I have ways of getting the inside poop afterward. Nemesys and gang stepped aside as Dingo continued walking forward toward the bowl. Where's that mouthy creature you hang with? Miss that guy and Daisy too. Give them our best regards, and I hope they found a nice home among the odorous insects in felinus, he joked sarcastically. Oh, we're doing fine, Dingo replied as he walked through the entry door of the bowl. Once inside, Dingo realized that it was only him. Him and the 7 manji groomed in their usual cones and perched high on their respective rock overlooks. You're late, the Afghan observed. No dogs arrive late to our proceedings. But then you're not a real dog, are you? Dingo was about to respond politely to his oddly rude question, but the Afghan continued. Can you comprehend why you've been placed before us? He was unsure how to answer, since the question seemed somewhat condescending. I wasn't placed per se. I came here of my own volition at your request, unless you know the truth to be otherwise. Don't talk to us about truth, a regally coned husky barked vociferously. The truth is that you and your cohorts have been rabble-rousing and creating all kinds of trouble for us. I did this from my exiled home in felinus, he begged innocently. Multitudes of boorish beasts are spreading malicious rumors about us, the Afghan interjected. We believe the ignoramus instigators are either you or that terrible rat terrier or Westie mix. Rumors about us using pills and powders to extend our lives. Doing unnatural things. Unable to pinpoint the source at this moment, however, we'll move beyond these rumors to the issues at paw. Dingo was entirely befuddled, thinking this was going to be what they said it was in their invite, a potential for reconsideration of their prior positions. Not only about rescinding the ban on dogbots, chihuahuas, rat terriers, Westies, Westie mixes, and a few they had added to the onerous list since then, but also about the reason he appeared at the swatter bowl in the first place, which was to plead for them to moderate their dogma and doctrines a bit. To stop baying so loudly, to avoid overstretching their powers, and start behaving as if all canines mattered, not just their house-trained and ingrained friends. But this hadn't gotten off on the right path, certainly not like he anticipated. He was trying to assess if he'd stepped in his own poop by being this naively forthright with them. The Afghan continued to lead the dogalogue. Can your limited intellect comprehend the pressure you've placed us under? With regard to what, my friend? Dingo replied meekly. That was not the conscientious contrition the Afghan was seeking. With regard to the regard, in regard to, and regarding the lowbrow protests happening everywhere. Things were fine and finer before you showed up with your motley, mouthy rodent companion. We contemplated the issues brought before us, we communed with our beloved demidog founders, and we issued edicts. It was disciplined and orderly. Then you appeared. But that's not quite the case, sir, as I understand it, Dingo countered. The Afghan was furious. Not quite the case, he repeated. No, sir. As nearly every canine in dogdom knows, the majority of you at this swatter bowl have been bred at the pleasure of the Fidoish club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines, and you fear falling out of favor with them and their trainers and benefactors. As a result, you often do what's right for them and their kind, but rarely do what's right for us innumerable lowly ones. Since they trained you and ingrained you, perhaps that makes sense. Can't teach an old dog new tricks, I guess. In addition, you apparently issue edicts by communing with the long-dead demidogs and quoting the wisdom of the Constitution. However, you appear to use that as convenient rationale only when it suits you and your self-assured, oft-regurgitated narratives to do so. At this point, the Afghan and a few other manji were leaning forward and panting furiously. They were so perversely agitated and shaken that they were nearly tumbling from their high rock perches. I'm simply repeating what I've heard from numerous knowledgeable sources, Dingo continued, and a bit of what I've observed myself. I have no reason to sit, lie down or roll over on this topic. And speaking of lying down, rumor is that you lie on your backs and scratch and roll in a bucolic, verbalic frenzy while conjuring that communing thing. It's not my idea of a good roll in the grass, but whatever works for you is whatever works for you. Utterly enraged, the Afghan lifted his palpitating paw high in the air and pointed menacingly at Dingo. Not one more word, he howled, as foam dripped profusely from his mouth. I'll not be house-trained in my own house by a lowly dogbot or any canine anywhere. Do you know who I am? Can you comprehend the perennial power that I wield? He stopped for a second and thought better of his last comment. That we swatter bowl manji wield? Having no fear built into his code, Dingo was only moderately perturbed by this canine's threats and rants, so he persisted. Indeed, your power is quite impressive. I'm guessing you possess a crystal bowl to precisely comprehend why the demidogs made the decisions they did. Imagine that, transcending time and space and walking and waking in their precious pawprints and mind prints. Given your ability to conjure such special magic, can you just tell me one simple thing? When you next commune with those most brilliant among Bowsers, please ask them why they gifted the swatter bowl manji with lifetime jobs. At this point, Dingo was pretty parched and politely paused for questions or comments. Are we close to where you were hoping to go with this conversation? You haven't spoken much. The Afghan was not about to let this last assault go unanswered. And how do you rate to wail and cry about our everlasting guarantees and protections of perennial power and presence? We exalted, vaulted swatter bowl manji were granted such brazenly bountiful and bodacious boons long ago by our founders, countless moons before you were ever mistakenly manufactured. And ever our reign shall be. So it be said, so it be done. Well, let's just wait a minute, doggone it. Dingo rebutted. I've got a great idea. Why don't you go perform your magical, mystical communing with those same demidogs who created that holy Constitution, and ask them yourselves about what they intended in this regard? No doubt they'll say they also possessed a crystal bowl like yours, but one that allowed them to perfectly envision our future. They'll claim they knew that you'd naturally live far longer than the malnourished and mistreated canines did back in their days, due to advances in medical science and better quality kibble. And to top that off, they will have presciently predicted Ponce pills and powders to let you preach your perennial philosophies, perennially. Yep, some old demidog peered into that crystal bowl and barked, myriad moons from now, the most high swatter bowl manji will endure innumerable dog days and will likely be faultless. Thusly, let's grant them eternal and everlasting jobs of power and prestige. Crystal bowl my tail, the Afghan whined. But wait again. Dingo added. Would it be fair and just if you, the most high swatter bowl manji, were also the anointed ones to confirm these facts by communing with our dearly dead beloveds? Would it be fair if they informed you that they anticipated that day when dogs would live far longer, eventually to infinity, despite the fact no such science was even perceived possible at that time? Talk about uncanny clairvoyance. The Afghan frowned and snarled, and why would this not be fair? Dingo smiled. Well, isn't it obvious? You presently perch your paunches on these same palpable pedestals. You therefore can't be counted as neutral arbiters of decisions in which your lives and livelihoods and living histories and life stories are so intertwined that you might unintentionally bias the original interpretations of our beloved demidogs. Any competent canine would agree with that most obvious conflict of interest. In fact, to attain puritanical clarity on this matter, you must concede such communing responsibilities on this topic to canines who have no paws in the game. I'm sure we could easily corral hordes of mongrels to accept that weighty mantle. Then they can, like you, wriggle and raggle their backs on the ground for as long as required. Only then will the original visions of the founders be illuminated on this longevity topic, to be barked far and wide for all to appreciate. The husky stepped in because the Afghan was so infuriated at Dingo's immutable logic that he couldn't evoke another thought. You've really messed up, buddy, the husky warned. Before you opened your mealy metallic mouth, we were considering whether or not to reconsider our earlier considerations. Yet, you've demonstrated that you are an entirely inconsiderate and inconsolable ingrate. So much for an attempt at being magnanimous on our part. Of course, we are slightly concerned about the state of the lowbrow dogs and what's got them downright riled up, not so much the cats or other animals though. But your perfidious performance here proves that you and your menial ilk are incapable of elevating your tiny minds to our level for even the slightest moment, to contemplate the contemporary conditions and condescensions with which we must contend contemporaneously. I thereby command to you to scat and scram from here. Vamoose and away with you, annoying and insignificant pesterbot. If it was within my powers to do so, I'd forcibly have your entire body virus-checked and dewormed, but perhaps another occasion for that. As the husky finished her harangue, she motioned her paw forward in a sign for Dingo to shoo from the swatter bowl, and pronto. Acutely aware of the hostility they were showing him, he quickly darted out of there with his tail between his legs. That was a hard thing for a Basenji dogbot to do, but he managed. On the return home, Dingo wasn't sure whether he should hang his head low because of his second swatter bowl failure, or raise his snout high because his visit was casually a success in an odd way. However, he was certain of one thing: the canines in dogdom were experiencing a gradual, imperceptible, and dangerous degradation of their social structure, something the demidogs could never have anticipated for the times in which they lived, which was a very long time ago. Episode 335, Spicy. Upon Dingo's arrival at home, their makeshift lair in Felinus, Daisy started pogoing as usual. "How'd it go?" she asked. "Did you convince them?" "I'm sure you did because you're so smart." Rat Dog was making an effort to rise on his haunches, readying himself for a return to their old digs and delights that evening. He was tiring of the same smelly fish bones and rancid meat, and he cared nothing for the field mice and half-dead rodents the cats brought into town. As a result of that poor diet, he was actually losing lardage. "What took you?" he complained. "My stomach's been waiting. Now that we're fully reinstated, I'm standing right there this afternoon, right in front of Nemesys and his lackeys. They can try to jostle their way in front of me to get first dibs at delights, but I'm a speed demon when I need to be." Staring at his friends, he wasn't sure how to impart the bad news. "Well," Dingo began, "I showed up on time, though the Afghan said I wasn't. I guess he's the alpha dog among them." Despite how it appeared from the outset, despite how hopeful we were that they would reconsider, such a thing was not in their plans. Unfortunately, the majority were present to give me a good old dog whipping. Ah! Rat Dog groaned. You failed to take the cake again? Tell us, Daisy urged, her excitement finally tempered. Tough to say. I was running in circles. They'd ask a question, I'd respond truthfully, and the Afghan or that husky would tear into me like meat on a bone. When I tried to behave respectfully, it seemed I was digging a bigger hole for myself. I couldn't help but be truthful to them, since it's not within me to lie or feign reverence or pretend piety to any canine. We are all just dogs in this world. Politeness, sure. Reverence, no. You opened your mouth to squeal in that demented dogbot way, and I don't get to eat for a year, Rat Dog cried, utterly fraught with frustration as the reality was beginning to hit him. I should have gone instead of you. I clearly would have cooked up a far better performance. Besides, I never froze before them as if I was a newborn pup, and they already understood that I was their intellectual equal. Dingo's head shook dejectedly. This was never about being equals with them. They have the power and claim the swatter bowl as their marked territory. You don't win there, you only come away shamed and derided, I guess, unless you're friends of friends or you espouse the dogma of the Fido-ish club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines. This was not going to be about their contrition, apparently. It was intended to be about mine, on behalf of us lonely and lowly canines. Perhaps it would have gone better had I nodded obediently with my head bowed, begging at the table of shame and healing, rolling over or sitting at their command. We're toast. Rat Dog lamented. Emaciated, rotting canine toast. Notice that? Everything I talk about references food. Ever the optimist, Daisy tried to console her friend. Dingo, there are things we can't change in the world. Such canines will always be with us. They're bred from pups to believe they're smarter or more pure or bred better, and then their coercive and corrosive little packs and dens reinforce that. So they can't help themselves from feeling and acting and thinking entitled. It's encoded in their genes and lineages. Alphas, betas, omegas, and similar words which I rarely use. Some canines really go for those superiority and dominance narratives. I've seen it in the way they laugh teasingly at my bobbed tail or lovable enormous ears. Don't speak another word about bread, Rat Dog lamented. Suddenly, Krusty jumped up from behind the tree and into her usual spot on the branch, her front paw hanging low to whack at the occasional bug. Why the glums, my chums, she wondered. Our famed circus dog gave his second cupcake performance at the Swatter Bowl today, along with the dancing bears and monkey playing an accordion, Rat Dog groaned. As expected, he lived up to his legend, meaning Circus Boy failed to convince our illustrious Manji Most High to allow us to come back and once again participate in delectable delights. So, Krusty, for the rest of my days I get to experience the pleasure of lovely ammoniaval searing my nostrils, as well as an astounding array of glutinous goodies you guys catch. Freshly mangled mice, for example, with a toothpick's worth of meat left on them. The occasional dead buzzard that expired from a deadly transmittable disease and has been baking in the sun. Woe to the dog-trodden such as me, for they are the lowest of lows who are trodden to dust. Krusty stared at him in disbelief. She knew that dogs could be jaundiced at times, but not one dog could be jaundiced all the time. For his part, Dingo was so dejected that he had no retort. Sorry to hear that, she said, but I came with good news, friends. We received a confirmation. Daisy, you're already aware since you participated. Do you want to tell them? Daisy hadn't really put two and two together on this. She knew that Dingo got swatted at the Swatter Bowl, true to form. She also recalled that she had participated in the sniff test. But she lacked the brain power to make the connection between the two events. Sure, she yelped happily. Along with a few paws full of similarly talented noses, I smelled the smells from the bowls and from Krusty's friends. We arrived at the same conclusion. She then stopped midair, recalling how good the food smelled. I'd love to find the canine chef who's preparing the Monge's bowls. They have the most excellent food I've ever tasted. Real first-class stuff. You'd think they'd have gained considerable poundage with that cooking. There were spices I never knew existed. Luckily, Dingo stopped her. Daisy, you failed to tell us what you found. Huh? She questioned. I told you already. I found the greatest smells and hope someday to sniff more of them up close, possibly in my own bowl. Dingo gazed hopelessly up at Krusty and shrugged his shoulders. Is there new news here, or is this only about the spices? Krusty nodded and smiled wryly. The news is pretty spicy indeed. Each of the testers concluded the same thing. A pause full of Monge, including the Duclaw, had significant amounts of the anti-aging Ponce pills and powders in their bowls. In fact, we think that's the reason their food is heavily spiced. The Ponce stuff doesn't taste good on its own, and they have to douse it with additional tastes. I have to do that with rancid rats occasionally. Rat Dog, who was standing up while listening to Daisy drone on, immediately fell to the ground and started shaking as if he had accidentally just sat on a fire ant hill. Ratty! Daisy howled. Are you dying? Did a snake bite you? I don't see a snake, and I don't even get what purpose they serve, though I never knew one personally. Daisy! Dingo barked again, hoping to shut her up. It might be the heebie-jeebies, or he's having psychotic visions that he's rolling in poop. He has gone a few days without real food, which could explain it. Let's give him a second and see if he snaps out of it. But lack of food wasn't it, although it was indirectly it. Psychotic visions of foisting about in poop wasn't it either. Nor was it the heebie-jeebies, though his dark resolve might have led some to think so. It was instead a vision of unique genius, which arose rarely in a normal dog's life. Finally, Rat Dog stopped rolling in the dirt beneath the tree and sat up straight, his now ragged and broken leg cast showing the worse for wear. I have the answer, he proclaimed, the answer to my troubles. The path to rightful righteousness. A vision so profound that I'll be known as the savior to the dog-trodden canines, including felines who are the lowest of lows. Krusty hissed at that remark. Hey, you're on my ground, dude, and you eat my rats. Shush, he commanded. Take offense if you will. Jump a fence if you want. Play defense if that suits you. Then he stopped midstream. His eyes began bugging out, and he started backward sneezing. Wee-ung, wee-ung, wee-ung. They were pretty used to seeing that behavior in canines and the occasional cat, but never in Rat Dog. Daisy was worried. He's dying, she cried. Look at his eyes. They're totally bloodshot, and his face looks terrible. He can't breathe. Imagine that, expiring dramatically, before he can voice his astounding idea. Sadly, he'll never get to tell us about his righteous path. He won't die, Dingo replied, disgusted in his performance. I'm guessing he wasn't getting enough attention because we weren't talking about him. He's faking a backward sneeze because he really has no profound vision. It's a false flag intended to lure our short-term minds to his mental issue of the moment. False flag my butt. Rat Dog hacked as he was coming out of it. That was as real as Daisy's nubtail. Then what is this brain fart you claimed would change the nature of our worlds? We haven't forgotten, Krusty inquired. I'll tattle, he whimpered. What's that again? Krusty asked. I'll tattle, he coughed. I'll get the word out, so that every animal under their jurisdiction will hear the truth. Regarding what? Daisy wondered. That you faked a backward sneeze? Dingo was having none of it. No, it doesn't mean that. He means that he'll let the world know what we just confirmed, that the Swatter-bowl manji are taking Ponce pills and powders to extend their lives forever. I'll remind you that they were gifted lifetime jobs by the Constitution and its archaic demidog founders. So long, in fact, that the demidogs never would have foreseen that such science might exist. Do you really think they'd have granted lifetime jobs to canines if the doggone dogs were to live and rule for such extended periods, even to forever? Of course not. It's one of the most obvious and egregious instances where the demidog founders created the Constitution very long ago, and things have changed considerably since then. However, we still expect the Constitution to be completely interpreted as if we were still living in those days. That was innumerable moons before canines were even capable of reaching the extended ages we do today, even without magical pills and powders. Why, a dog currently lives 2 or 3 times the length of time versus back then, and the demidogs certainly didn't factor that into their gratuitous lifetime grants. To imagine, our illustrious founders were so worried about Swatter-bowl manji being corrupted by the powerful who might employ them after they left the job, that they instead granted them lifetime jobs. And what do we have these days? We have Swatter-bowl manji who, even when unaided by longevity pills and powders, live and rule and issue edicts far longer than the demidogs ever could have anticipated. Yet there's more. They'll now live forever, rule forever, and be societal top dogs forever due to advanced science like these Ponce pills and powders. I may have mentioned this concern previously, but it's okay if I repeat it. The whole situation is sucky. Sucky's the day, sucky's the night. Sucky means eternity. And since they often rule against the lowly and dogtrodden, we will forever be the lowly and dogtrodden. This is why my plan is so deviously brilliant. Rat Dog exclaimed. Devious. Yes. Brilliant. No, Dingo countered. Who will care if you tattletale this to any beast with a tail? Hey. Daisy interjected. Or without a tail, Dingo added. You recall what happened when the canines started protesting their recent decisions? Nothing. The Swatter-bowl manji are untouchable. They're the big fish, top bananas, hot enchiladas. Rat Dog pleaded, shut it with the food references already. But you get my drift, right? Dingo proceeded. Such impotent protests are only detestable in those vaulted and exalted manji eyes. Detestable and slightly embarrassing, but otherwise harmless. They could care less what lowly bow-wows think since they prance and dance all day in another world. Their world is one of parties and delights and heavily spiced food, and all they can drink and wearing cool cones like ice cream and being the big cheeses. Stop it with the food references. Rat Dog demanded. The problem with you, Dingbot, is that you don't dream big. This will not include just a few of us. I see such large hordes that dust clouds will choke the air from the relentless and plentiful prances of paws on dirt. Dingo was still having none of it. You think you can get that kind of participation by simply tattling that they're using longevity pills and powders? No way. We are bred to be docile and friendly. We tolerate pain and suffering and lack of food and water, then go whimper in a closet or doghouse by our lonesomes after getting further abused. That's the lot of us and cats, I dare say. Constant abuse and misuse, coupled with tolerance on our part and a hopeful whimper or wagging tail after the fact, excusing dogs without tails, Daisy. I think we could sleep right through a tornado and not lift our heads from the ground as it twists away our shelters, families, and livelihoods. It's bred into our kind. That's what I'm saying. Spilling this revelation out to the world is no different than sniffing butts. Sniff one and you've sniffed them all. Nothing exciting here. Turn your butt cheek when swatted and carry on. To conclude, we societal runts of the litter who fail to take action should get what's coming to us, and it's not delights. Unfazed by such discouraging words from the normally sanguine Dingo, Rat Dog jabbered out his plan. What you said may be true, but many canines will finally get off their haunches and move when collar shocked, and this serves as the shock. I'll tell them the Mongi are using Ponce pills and powders so that they might dominate, regulate, administrate, mandate, and rule the slate against us from this moment until time's end. That means these same illustrious resplendent few would rule not only them, but their pups, and on down the canine line. When I've riled, wrestled, and wrangled enough of these doggies, I'll lead them in peaceful marches directly to the slaughter bowl. We'll protest there relentlessly. Look at me. I'm already effectively on a hunger strike because I no longer have access to delights. What do a few more days without food matter to me? You see, I'm no different than a goose's gaggle of four-legged creatures who are suffering the same fate. Delights are designated for the caste and precious friends and benefactors, all of whom are among the favored. The rest of us get the doggy dregs, and share the bottom of the barrel's bitter bites. This cannot and will not go on forever. Episode 336, Leap. For once, Rat Dog did what he said he would do, and actually followed through on his words. He had Dingo smash his Caste that day, in order to gimp around more effectively. With anger and hunger, and an undying sense of fairness driving his limited, but singularly focused psyche, he personally hobbled to visit the dogtrodden in adjacent lands. At every location, he spilled the full can of beans for them to lap up. He excelled at painting the sordid picture of how the bones were stacked against them, for the sole benefit of the fatty ham hocks at the top, doing his best to expose the unseen, unforeseen, and serpentine ways that slaughter bowl Mongi decisions so doggedly advantaged the hawks and adversely affected the everyday lives of the lowly. He would often begin his barking remarks by yelping something similar to this: "If each one of you continues to sit on your fat asses, if all you care to do is lie like a dog the whole day long, whining and whimpering, if you prefer to squeal at the top of your lungs, hoping another canine will take heart and relieve you of your heavy collars, if you'd rather chase your tails than tell the tales of courage that you might have lived, and if you act like a dead dog, then you'll become a dead dog for society's sake. Gaze upon me for inspiration," he'd bawl. "A shattered front leg and starving belly. Few friends that speak highly of me. Cat calls from the multitudes that oppose my views. I don't do this for fun, you animals. I do this because I have the guts to change my situation, to protest where I must protest, to influence change and create fairness at all levels of our society, and ultimately to take action, not to fake action." Given the chub's influence and ability to stir a crowd, action is indeed what his listeners, admirers, and advocates took. Dens upon litters upon packs upon kennels upon clutters, and clusters of canines, felines, and other four-leggers protested openly on any pathway, as Rat Dog continued whipping up a furred frenzy of fury. Over the countless moons of his travels, he thought he almost died on multiple occasions due to disenfranchised arachnine and coyote attacks, as well as canines and cats who just didn't take well to his personality or looks. Again, he thought he almost died in these situations, but he didn't. Daisy, Dingo, Blister, and his other friends frequently accompanied him, except when they needed relief from his incessant complaining, which was often. Multiple moons later, after many conniption fits, scuffles, tussles, and tumbles in dogdom, the crew agreed to meet in felinus under the tree. "Rat Dog, you old coot!" Daisy howled as she approached her old friend. Before reaching him, she had to turn and bite incessantly at her zinging hindquarter injury, the one she had suffered in the infamous arachnine confrontation. She attempted to jump high into the air, but both the injury and hip dysplasia dampened her enthusiasm, so she licked his cheek instead. "Even with these cataracts, I could still see your ears bouncing annoyingly from a long distance away," Rat Dog chided. "Did you ever get yourself checked? I mean, I seriously doubt you're a true canine. Given that I've known you all these moons, the rumors about you being a genetic mishap or off-target reject are likely true." "Thanks for the compliment, old friend," she said, wagging what nominal stub remained on her hind end. I never did find my tail, though I searched for it. One must conclude that it's still in that cold box. I'm sure the white coat standees regularly take it out to create clones. I mean, who wouldn't want to be happy old me? Still getting along with your standees then? He inquired. I can't believe you ever located them. That must have taken intense searching. Dumb luck more likely. Ah, you know this famous nose. I kept sniffing and eventually caught their scent. But they remain my best standees family and always play with my toys, except when they're ignoring me. And once in a while, they discover where I did a duty when they weren't around. Then I dash into the small box where my bed is to hide. How about you? Rat Dog grimaced. No standee ever picked me up, nor did I want to be. Never preferred a standee I ever met, and none were willing to tolerate my constant nipping at them. Those were only wake-up calls and not real chomps. Little did they care that I still experience lingering pain from my shattered ribs and contusions from that historical leap I made from 50 boxes up. And the first thing the standees want to do is grab at you. So what am I supposed to do? Just let the wiseacres crush my barely healed bones? No. I bite. Hard. Non-stop and with fervor. And it hurts. Who'd want these fangs slipping into their hides? He bared his few remaining teeth and she laughed. Not me. You always were the toughest of all, including Dingo. Hey, here he comes now. Where? I don't see him. That's because your eyes are half cataracts, she countered. No different from yours, he replied. Then again, you never much needed your eyes, given the unnatural antenna they genetically manufactured for your head. I'd hate to have gone through life with donkey ears like that. Constant headaches from muscle spasms, trying to keep them lifted upright. And what of our catty friend? Daisy wondered. Hello there, Krusty purred from above. Good to see you again, my dear, though I do believe they should be termed doggeracs instead, since you canines seem to get those eye afflictions more often than cats. She looked upward at her graying, tabby buddy. I'm wagging, Krusty, but this stubby stump doesn't work as well, nor do these hips. That's springing up and down at everything, I suppose. Born to the bone. Appears you and Ratty made a nice home for yourselves here. Not by choice, he interjected, but luckily my nostrils finally burned to a crisp. Death from ammonia. And not having a sense of smell or taste, food simply became less important to me. In a twist of fate, it became a blessing of sorts. How's that? She wondered. No taste meant less food, which meant lower weight, which means I can still walk on my fours, despite the splintered front leg that never healed properly because of all the walking you guys made me do. That's dubious, Krusty added. I'm forced to go hunt at night and bring back a thin mouse or other forlorn creature. And me, a vegetarian, doing all this for him. Daisy noticed the lack of a lizard tail twitching in her mouth. And what of your smaller reptilian buddies and displays of discipline? Krusty jumped from her branch and rubbed against Daisy's back. At my age, I have nothing left to prove to the world. Besides, they tickled my tongue, and on more than one occasion I was very tempted. The other three were now nearing the tree. Dingo. Doug. BadBoy. Daisy yelped, running up to them. Super glad to see you again. Then she noticed Dingo carrying a leash in his mouth, which was attached to BadBoy's collar. What's going on? She wondered. Ay. Dingo responded. The old boy falls asleep regularly, even on short treks. He requested the collar leash thing for me to jolt him awake when he fades, and I had to do that too many times on this jaunt. He still reeks as if he's never had a bath, Rat Dog groaned. Thankfully, we're out here in the open and my sniffer is frosted, otherwise I'd be gagging chunks, or is it chunking gags? Few things had changed for BadBoy, beyond a more regular diet of delights. Well, he said, his head hanging low, I was about to go out one day when water dropped from on high. Lots of it. But I was sleepy and couldn't muster the gumption. And must or musty are appropriate words in your case, RatDog joked. As expected, Doug felt she was not getting enough attention. Anyone going to yip at me? Crusty. Daisy? Heck, I'd even take a verbal slight from RatDog. Oh Doug, I'm sorry. It was odd to see Dingo leading BadBoy with that leash. How are you? Daisy wanted to lick her face, but was kind of grossed out by the saliva slop dripping down. Generally okay, though my allergies are acting up, and that's increasing this slobberfest. I always placed last in every conversation, given my need to constantly slurp up this stuff. RatDog sniveled, no, it's because nobody can tell which end you're speaking from. They get confused, as I still am. You can't help your inferior breeding, I suppose. Doug shook her head in disgust. Crusty, how could you possibly tolerate spending time with this tick? I'm surprised you or your friends haven't popped him one. But then he continues to feign that leg injury, so I can understand. Crusty had rubbed her side against everyone, and was now on her back, swatting at BadBoy's dusty dreadlocks that hung nearly to the ground. It's part of my self-discipline routine, still in effect. If I can stand being around this guy, then I can handle anything. And speaking of tolerance, Dingo said, that's kind of why I wanted to get us together in one spot. Really? Daisy asked. I thought you only wanted to see our smiling faces. He sighed. Yes, that too. But I meant to say how proud I am of us. Daisy was ecstatic. I am too. I mean, we look pretty good for our ages. That's something to be proud about. Dingo expected her to provide that flippant commentary, so he continued. If it wasn't for us digging up painful bones, scooping the poop and marking our territories, things might be different today. We'd probably still have that crazy old process of giving swatter bowl manji non-rotating jobs, with certain ones living eternal lifetimes from Ponce pills and powders. Added to that, we might have the Caste and Fidoish club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines running rabid and rampant, doing their darndest and dankest to favor the already favored, no doubt backed by the surreptitious and sneaky Gog Mad Dog, whoever or whatever that is. However, they remain alive and kicking, and are as predictable in their plotting as periodical cicadas. So, I'd say we did a pretty good job of things, and should be proud of our canine and feline selves. Cicadas? Daisy cried. They're my favorite food. How wrong? RatDog howled. You forgot the part about where you were supposed to speak at your swatter bowl appearance, but got humiliated by stage fright. Where I had to stand before innumerable crowds, a lonesome yet unswerving dove, and state my case. You forgot how impressive I was when barking before them, how they agreed to my demands, how the pups and kittens took to me, how I traveled the lands to rile and wrangle the crowds into action, and how I became the heroic hero of antiheroes and unanticipated heroes. Euros? Doug wondered. Sorry, brainchild, but euros are sandwiches occasionally included in the delights bags. Hey, don't interrupt, he demanded. I'm old and can make a few mistakes. Either way, you get where I was going. Without me, you'd all be dust, withering away from lack of food and buffeted by the wind and rains, with the exception of BadBoy, of course. Indeed, BadBoy admitted. Well, Daisy concluded. I may not know a lot, but I do know that I like you guys and miss you completely, solemnly and resolutely. I miss the old times with you, and I even miss RatDog's constant complaining and claims about his now infamous leap. By the way, can you once again remind us how many flaming boxes you leapt from? RatDog looked sheepish and knew, at least with this crowd, that it might be best to tone it down for once. At least 2, he admitted. Episode 337, Tediumdom. One of the most impressive societal advancements that Rat Dog helped bring to dogdom was with regard to certain norms and entitlements, which were commonly thought of as the gospel truth, as defined and codified by the beloved demidogs. But in reality, they were neither the gospel truth nor well defined, though some had hoped this fact would not be checked. Many norms and entitlements were only a result of long-standing interpretations of the demidogs' vague and imprecise words and wishes. Indeed, their hallowed howls regularly suffered from immense fallibility and inexactness, making them subject to slicing, dicing, and splicing of potential meanings and intentions. And Rat Dog exposed multiple examples of this, as relates to the swatter bowl. Firstly, Rat Dog identified that an exact number of swatter bowl manji was never specifically specified in the Constitution. Indeed, the current number was so small that it begged at the table to be usurped, burped, and biased in favor of a few immoderate and radical caninical viewpoints, especially given the poorly considered luck of the draw process for selecting these vaulted and exalted manji. Dogdom's best dogisticians were thusly employed to find a way to make the most high body less likely to be corrupted by clubs or cliques and such. After intensive gnashing of teeth and dogged devotion to the caninus limit theorem, the discerning dogisticians determined that 6 paws full, including the dewclaw, was the optimal quantity of swatter bowl manji. But why? Because 6 paws full mathematically guaranteed a far more equitable, balanced and representative cross-section of the beliefs and values and mores and eels of canine society. Not perfect, but good enough. Besides, they would have run out of rock pedestals had they picked a larger number. Secondly, and interestingly enough, Rat Dog pointed out that nothing in the Constitution ever definitively defined that the most high and exalted swatter bowl manji, or any manji for that matter, must absolutely and forever retain, maintain, and sustain the exact same posts to which they were first leashed. As Rat Dog was wont to argue, the most holy Constitution only provided that manji should hold their offices if they behaved like good dogs. In other words, he would spout, if the demidogs had meant to speak otherwise, they would have simply, clearly, indisputably, and indefatigably barked as such, all manji shall forever and till the end of dog days keep and secure the exact same positions, titles and bowls to which they were originally assigned, and never be allowed to change or give them up, assuming they behave, of course. But they didn't. Since the demidogs failed to decidedly, absolutely and resolutely yap it this way, their original intentions would always be subject to interpretation, intonation and infestation of the interpreter. Notably and as an indisputable fact, many manji had willfully shifted between bowls in prior times, whether over, under, sideways or down. Also up. Therefore, consistently cycling them between the various bowls appeared to be the foremost solution for most every situation. Not surprisingly, this monumental change to long-standing norms was initially opposed by many most high manji who objected in principle and didn't want to learn how to cycle. Their objections, however, were eventually and inelegantly resolved. Basically, it got back to what Dingo suggested during his second embarrassing performance at the Swatter Bowl, about communing with the demidogs to determine their original and most divine intentions. All agreed that the Swatter Bowl manji could not do the communing on this topic themselves due to conspicuous conflicts of interest. The objectionable Swatter Bowl manji were therefore given an option to train a gaggle of lowly dogs about how to commune. Once trained, those lowly dogs could transcendently relate exactly, specifically, and holistically what the demidogs meant by the barked phrase, manji shall hold their offices. For whatever obviously unobvious reasons, those argumentative Swatter Bowl manji suddenly backed off when presented with the option, then conceded to the cycling. That was a hard thing for the black-coned, four-legged doggies to do, but they did it in the name of good canine relations. Also because protesting wails from the multitudes of unhappy lowly dogs got so loud and obnoxious that they were finding it hard to sleep. Once all the old biases and customs regarding this particular hold their offices topic were shed like a bad winter coat, a regular cycling of manji indeed occurred across the lands. They'd spend some of their time among the many local bowls, a little less in the fewer intermediate bowls, and even more less in the most high swatter bowl. Thirdly was the other issue of what hold their offices implied in terms of time in office, since lifetime was never specifically referenced by the revered founders, and the word hold was about as vague as any dog could imagine. Most hounds had heard the halt command, but few understood hold. Some interpreted hold as meaning a dog's normal lifetime of work, which was not all that many seasons, but one that would allow for a well-deserved retirement. Others assumed it meant a typical physical lifetime for a dog, which included even more seasons, all the way until their snouts turned gray or they expired the day. Still others insisted it as meaning forever and ever, including all the way to the dissolution of the universe into its final state of entropy, should the canine live that long. It was imperfectly clear that such interpretations were subject to interpretations by the subject, and therefore relatively nonsensical. To make matters worse, premium kibble and white coat standees care of the present-day canines allowed them to thrive far longer than back in the Demidog's days. To make matters even worse, as Dingo and Rat Dog both pointed out, it was pretty improbable that the founders would have predicted Ponce pills and powders that might indeed allow eternally gifted canines to experience that final, universal entropic state. Given the doggone mess of interpretations once considered as gospel, all of dogdom agreed that the swatter bowl manji could not fairly litigate this particular hold issue due to manifest interest conflicts. Once again, the manji were offered the option to train lowly dogs, to commune with the founders. When done, they could then determine whether the Demidogs indeed had a crystal bowl that gave them the wherewithal and werewolfall to foresee such life-extending science. And finally, once again, those certain objectionable manji decided to back off in favor of a more equitable solution. That equitable solution was simply this: swatter bowl manji were now being regularly cycled anyway, and because many more of them existed as working dogs, there was less of a chance of the august body becoming immutably imbalanced. To settle the hold to eternity issue, it was determined that any manji who partook in Ponce pills and powders, or similar longevity treatments, would be limited to a number of seasons in their job, equal to the quantity of swatter bowl manji. Assuming they didn't partake, then they would end up kicking the bowl naturally at some point, and that would be that. With these thorny issues in the paws finally resolved, society improved a lot for the lowly and multitudinous multitudes. But whatever happened to the Fido-ish club or clique or cadre of conniving clandestine canines, Gog Mad Dog, whoever that was, and the Caste? They continued bellowing their narrow narratives wherever they could, though their designs to thoroughly bend and break and mold and demolish and destroy existing society, to recreate a dogdom in their dogmatic images, however that might have appeared, were ultimately tempered or distempered. Partially based on Rat Dog's persistent insistence, and partially because lowly canines were simply tired of doing nothing else but lying around the place, Dogdom's Bowsers finally dug up enough gumption to counter the more radical viewpoints with equally influential packs that pushed their own interests with similar fervor, energy, and effort. This eventually balanced out the imbalances and got all dogs on a better path. References. Use these search terms to discover more information on relevant technologies. Human regeneration, longevity science, longevity diet, longevity genes, aging and age engineering, aging, regenerative medicine, senescent cells, biogerontology, anti-aging movement, lifespans, health and life extension, aging treatments, reverse aging. About the author. Blade Cort writes age engineering and longevity science fiction, as well as genetic engineering science fiction novels and plays that are mercilessly littered with pedantic discourse, pointless diatribes, and persistent droning about humanity's pervasive derelictions. The pulp drivel exhumed from his keyboard is as terrifying and graceless as overcooked cafeteria peas. Visit https://www.bladecort.com.